Chapter 8. The Cleansing Fires. The assault that Elof feared did not come. He sent a guarded warning to Nithade, without saying why. It is some tribute to his standing with the king that he was taken seriously. Nithade alerted his march wardens, but they reported no signs of any great mustering of their foes. On the contrary, the Ekwesh armies were, if anything, dividing their numbers, avoiding battle and returning to their raiding habits. More often now they would strike in small bands at weaker targets, as they had at Elof's village in Norderney. They seemed less eager than before to lay siege to strong places and larger towns. Nithade was once more kept busy chivying his forces from one town to the next to reinforce the house troops of his lords, but he had fewer pitched battles to face. To Elan Gorenhayan he returned an impatient answer. Elof was left furrowing his brow with worry. What then had been Kara's mission, if not to spy out some assault? For mission there must have been, and a grave one. Louhi would hardly have loosed her for less, knowing she might turn such freedom to her own ends. Why did she come, then? He muttered, staring up at the sky as it lost its deep sapphire luster and took on the misty sheen of a pearl. For 3 nights now he had waited, sitting cold and forlorn on a bench against the stone wall of the forge, sleepless even after long days of toil restoring the furnace. But he had seen nothing, not so much as the sweep of wings across the paling stars. What was she seeking? "Has it occurred to you," said Rock's voice behind him, "that it might have been you?" Elof looked around in surprise. His friend was as fond of his sleep as all other comforts, and rarely rose this early save at great need. "Of course, she turned aside to seek me out, though whether out of scorn or spite, or something more, I still can't guess." "No," said Rock, treading carefully. "I mean that she didn't turn aside from her mission, that she fulfilled it, that a certain lady gave her the order to seek out you." "I?" Elof laughed. "Surely not, Rock. Once, perhaps. But what would the warlord of the great ice want with me now? Why should she come hunting one crippled smith after 6 long years? How could she even know I still lived, let alone here of all places? And surely Kara would not—" "You won't face it, will you?" demanded Rock, less carefully. "The turn in the war, all your fine new walls and weapons, you can wager Louhi's taken good mind of those. Wouldn't be that hard for her to guess where they've sprung from all of a sudden, whose hand lay behind them. What more likely than yours? All but branded your name on 'em, you have, for those with eyes to read." Elof was silent, and Rock pressed home his attack. "Then she'd have prisoners to torture, maybe even spies of Brian's ilk to call on. What'll they tell her? Rumors, aye, but think of them. Some outland sorcerer, a cripple. She might think she'd done that. And Gorthor, by the high gate, Nithade new-armoured and wielding a black sword. Then she'd know all right. Do you ask yourself what she'd do then?" "Why have I been so blind?" demanded Elof of himself. "Why did I not see this for myself?" "Because you wouldn't credit that Kara could hunt you," said Rock somberly. Elof shook his head. "Still I cannot. Not for Louhi. Not even after—" He bit his lip savagely. "Why would she show herself to us if she was hunting us? I cannot credit it." "And yet once she came close to slaying us all at Louhi's behest," said Rock quietly, "though bravely she broke that bond." He grimaced, disliking what he had had to say. "But only with your help. That lost, why should she now have any greater strength?" "Because of what has passed," said Elof, clutching his hand convulsively to his breast. "Long years, longer even than this unending thraldom, this imprisonment in a maimed shell. Can they all count for nothing at all?" Rock regarded him gravely. In another man's mouth, and of any other woman than her, that might sound more foolish. Happen you're right. I hope you are. But dare you trust in that? And does it matter? Whether she hunted us by design or found us by chance, think you she could keep it from Louhi? Silence fell, save for the small noises of the night. It was a long time before Elof finally shook his head. No. You have the right of it. Louhi would crumble her will like a dry rind. He slammed a fist against the doorpost. That was why she left the token. She couldn't help herself, but she wanted at least to warn us. To warn us we had been found, that something might follow. What, I wonder? Rock rasped a thumb across his chin. A strike like lightning, I'd guess. A sudden swift raid, to bear you off or slay you. Here, this raising they're about, maybe they're just limbering up. Elof frowned. Surely not. That would be folly for them. Let the first strike fail, and they alert us all. Neither would spirit me away at once, perhaps to Caris the city, and how would they find me again among all that great hive of humanity? Louhi will have something else in mind, something surer. Slower, maybe. She thinks like the ice, but more sure. I cannot guess what. But we've got to, Rock protested, so we can do something. We can't just squat here and wait. Elof rose up on his crutches. Any move could be the wrong one, when we know so little. Save one, and that is to escape Louhi and Nithade together, as we planned to. All Kara has done is make our need more urgent. He frowned suddenly and thrust a hand within the breast of his jerkin. Unless... Unless what? I cannot be sure. But one thing I know. We have that furnace now, and no excuse for not using it. He stretched his back, swaying alarmingly, and clapped Rock on the shoulder. Rock groaned. Will you not even snatch an hour or two of sleep, lest you lose the habit? Elof laughed. Was it not you who was so eager to do something? Well, then, bestir yourself. The ice itself is on our track. The forge roared as he hauled a last time on the bellows lever, and light swelled among the heaped coals. He seized a bar of steel in his tongs and drew it out, sparking and sputtering white, just on the edge of burning itself. Then he swung about on his crutches, laid it against the anvil's edge, and snatched up a heavy hammer. Down on the steel he brought it in swift bouncing blows, never letting the metal settle as he twisted it this way and that, humming to himself all the while a tune, light and rippling, and yet with an eerie undertone, that took on words in his mind. Hark to the words of the one that shapes you. Know you the sound that is struck into you. Look that you hold what is laid upon you. Fail you shall not, nor the flames consume you. All the fires of earth restraining, all the heat of hell enchaining, so at the last to my words you hearken. Hear that the moment I choose is come. The steel wormed and twisted beneath his ceaseless blows, as if he tormented something living, till at last he laid it over the anvil's beak and stilled it with 2 smart raps before plunging it swiftly into the trough. And even then it seemed to shriek among the steam. After a few minutes he drew it forth, and leaning on his crutches he turned to the open door of the furnace. Very slowly and laboriously he clambered over the lip, swinging himself over by his hands and barking his weakened shins painfully. But he was all too used to that by now. He longed for a rail to help him down the steps, but any metal he could think of able to withstand the furnace would hold its heat too long and be deadly dangerous. He had to make do with the rough handholds they had cut in the wall, and sockets for his crutches in the steps and the sloping floor beyond. "You all right?" echoed Rock's voice from below, as it had 100 times in the last few weeks. "I manage," was Elof's gruff reply, as it had been just as often. They both knew it was not true, but it suited Elof to act as if it was. Before they found the forge, he had grown at least partly reconciled to his condition, but the difficulties of working on it had revived all his raw resentment. "Here," he said, when at last he reached the floor, and tossed the bar to Rock, who caught it deftly and began to clean and file it to a close fit with the mechanism he was working on. Elof hobbled slowly across the sloping floor to join him, then leaned against the wall, mopping his brow. "You're a fine artificer," he said more cheerfully, leaning over Rock's shoulder. "That's as good a job as I could have done." "Save that you'd have had it sit up and beg," puffed Rock, reaching for a finer file. A few strokes more, and he wormed his way on hands and knees into the reopened cavity, till only his substantial rear protruded. "And how you made it so close a fit?" "I measured the bar closely to start with," said Elof. "I knew how the heat would expand it, and while it was hot I looked among the crystals in the Durgar fashion, and saw where to lay each blow." "Is quite beyond me, I was about to say." A chain clanked suddenly. "That's it, snug and in place. Well, there's the air-shaft mechanism, counterweight and all. Your furnace is yours for the testing any time." He reappeared, brushing grime out of his thick thatch of hair. "Phew! How'd you like your soot? Congealed, caked, or just plain loose and powdery? Do you take your fancy?" "There's a great deal of it," remarked Elof thoughtfully. "Only just noticed that. Times were when we were working down here I thought we'd kill every fish in the great river, bathing at the day's end." "Yes, but why? There's more here than there should have been if he was only burning coal or wood with the earth fires. And it's too pure, some of it, as if the soot itself was part of what he was creating, almost as if he were seeking to reduce it somehow." Rock raised his eyebrows. "Soot? What use might that be to a smith? More like a curse to this one." "You did not study among the Durgar, or in Morvenhall. The pure stuff of such a burning has many uses. For one, it may change steel smelted deep among its very crystals. So was Kermorvan's sword made, that can hew plain iron unscathed. And when very pure, it can be formed into many strange substances. It was Marya who reminded me of that, long since. Wood or coal will yield it, but more easily still stone's blood, that is their cousin. The Durgar know of many. Some of the true mastersmiths in Kerris of old made trial with the stuff, and I have many of their accounts among Amelheath's library. I may be able to improve upon their methods. In fact, it was some of those I meant to try here first, for this furnace is so well suited, so that now, by all the powers, I begin to wonder if that smith of old was not upon the same trail." Suddenly he snapped his fingers, and reached up to one of the wall ledges so sharply that he all but overbalanced. Clouds of soot flew up as he swept his hand impatiently along it. "Not that one," he muttered, brushing another. "Nor this." "Are you out to choke the pair of us?" coughed Rock. But Elof paid him no heed, scraping along the shelves of stone, till at last his hand closed upon that same smooth hank that he had first felt. "This," he hissed. "By all the powers, it can't be! And yet what else? Spun! Spun!" "It's not hair, that's for sure," muttered Rock, tugging at a loose strand and managing only to cut his finger. "Is this one of your strange substances, then? You never know, it might well be. I've never seen or heard of anything like it before, and I'll wager you haven't either." Elof riffled the glossy stuff between his fingers. "Then you might lose," he murmured. "I am not sure, mind you, but I think that I have. Heard and seen." "Among the Durgar, I suppose," grunted Rock. But Elof shook his head. "No. They knew of something like it, but they did not make it. Can you not tell by the very look of the stuff, and by the very feel of it? Powers, it burns in my hand." "Seems cool enough to me," muttered Rock in surprise, stroking it gingerly. "Just black, shiny, fine, and sharp as—" His voice tailed away, and when he looked up into Elof's face, his ruddy cheeks had paled beneath their sooty crust. "Gorthor?" he whispered, and Elof inclined his head. "Remember what I told you once, of those moments when I poured the lightning down upon it, and of what I saw?" Rock's voice fell very quiet. "That it was no single substance at all, but made of a tangle of fine filaments, compressed somehow, into a sword. My sword. Someone's sword before me. Whose, I hardly dare think." Rock whistled and hefted the hank in his fingers. "So that's the secret of that blade, eh?" He twisted it in his muscular hands. "Stronger than steel it could well be. So likely it was some smith of Keris made it, then, by binding filaments like these." "No," said Elof dully, staring beyond him into nothingness. "Not like these." "But you said—" "Not like these. These." Rock dropped the filaments as if they had turned to snakes. "What?" "Don't be daft, man. How can you be so sure?" "The gauge of them is the same. I have held that sword too long not to know the stuff of it again. I feel it, Rock. I can feel the blade in my grasp even as we stand here." "I think you've shed your wits," barked Rock, backing away. "There must still be some bad air here." "No, Rock. You never know, you said. But for once I do know. It is not only a feeling. Do you look on those shelves behind you, and see again what we saw when first we came down here. Old vessels, pitchers, molds, sword molds, by Hela's tresses." He snatched one off the shelf and held it up, then turned to Elof with a look of dawning understanding. "It's much like the shape of Gorthor. Much. But it's not the same, not wholly." "No," said Elof quietly. The crystal lamp was beginning to dim. The light of day it had gathered to fade. From the corners of that ancient furnace the long shadows were beginning to close in. "That one was flawed. You are not quite tall enough." And he reached high over Rock's broad shoulder, to where the shorter man saw a sudden gleam among the disturbed soot. "He who labored here was a taller man than either of us, and I would guess a better smith. But even he had his failures." And from the long-neglected shelf, amid a cloud of soot, he drew forth a twin to the black blade, bare-tanged and gleaming as he had first drawn it from the marsh, from the hand of one centuries dead, save that midway down it was warped and cracked, as if some impatient hand had wrung it and flung it disgustedly aside. "Vida!" Rock's growl had thinned to a dry whisper, and it trembled. Elof had seen him stand indomitable against so much, but he feared the dead. "No!" cried Elof, himself desperately afraid, as the only friend left him, backed from him, to the stairs. "I tell you, no! I am only who I am, whom you have known. Alv, Elof, that's all. Not some long-dead necromancer. Of that, at least, I was never more sure." "But you are linked with him," breathed Rock heavily, and suddenly he began to shout. "Can you deny it now? Dare you? What then? Did he come and visit you in that marsh? Has his power reached down the years to you and shaped your destiny? Do you dance to a dead man's strings, that his blade you wielded, his furnace you have found, his very face you wear?" Elof stood dumbfounded in the sooty air, swaying before this assault, helpless and confused. "I don't know," he cried. "I don't know. Rock, I'm as unnerved as you are. More. Help me, Rock, or I'll be truly lost." Rock stopped in his tracks and ran his hands down his forge apron. Soot crusted on the sweat in his palms. He breathed like one who has run a long course. "I tell you straight," he said, "I'd half a mind to be up those stairs and slam down that door." "And what then?" said Elof bitterly. "Open the other doors?" Rock hung his head. "I don't know. Half a mind, maybe. I'd have thought better of it once I'd got my wind back." He picked up the lamp, now scarcely brighter than a glow in that gloom. "Hell, man, let's get out of here, into the clean air. This murk's got into our minds. I wish to hell I'd never come down here. I never will again, and no more should you." "I agree, my friend," sighed Elof, as Rock gingerly helped him up the steps. "But I must. What was made here must be made again, or our doom may yet be more certain. Have you forgotten our need?" "No. But what makes you so sure the answer's in this pit of sorcery? The makings of another sword? It'll take more than that to set us free." Elof shook his head, too spent to speak. "What, then? The Tarnhelm again? Do you think you can shape another such out of that stuff, better than you can from metal? For I can think of naught else you were sure of." Again Elof shook his head. But as they came to the door he reached within his tunic, where he kept Kara's token, and drew out something that slipped from his grasp and fluttered to the ground like a golden leaf. Rock stooped to it, and gazed up at Elof in greater awe than before. "You can't mean... You do!" "Well, I've said once, or more than once, I'd believe anything of you. But this—" A shadow crossed his face. "You're not meaning I should—" He could not continue. But Elof shook his head and smiled. "No, indeed. Have we not said often enough that you could get free with ease? Neither hardly cares about you. I am the halter about your throat, and to me it falls to take the risk or perish in trying. But whatever befall, you will still have a part to play, a hard and a dangerous one." Rock grinned and rubbed his hands. His fright had drained out of him. "So long as we're getting somewhere at last." "We may be. But who knows how much time is left us? Kara showed us that, whatever she intended, and perhaps also pointed us our way. But it is not yet ours to take." He slammed the sloping door of the furnace and twisted the screws that held it tight. Then he turned to the remade mechanism and began to wind the wheel. The soft, dragging squeal of the doors in their runners echoed up, setting Elof's teeth on edge. Then beneath their feet a dragon coughed, and the stone quivered to a vast remote roaring. Rock watched tensely as he wound the wheel still wider and set in motion the water wheel that drove the air vents. They both kept a tense eye upon a row of tall stems rising from the ground along the length of the furnace, stalks of dark metal set about with leaves of gold. In seconds, no more, the first leaves quivered and began to curl in upon themselves, and the second soon followed. But only when the leaves of the third were curled tight did Elof spin the wheel backward to close the doors below. The whine of the air shafts died, and a last puff of vapor came spurting up through the vents, mephitic and biting, before Rock was able to close them and choke off the growl of the unquiet earth beneath. "Well, they work, by all the powers!" exclaimed Elof, peering through streaming eyes at the writhing leaves. He had shaped them from webs of many metals laid together in layers, often gossamer thin, and with many virtues worked into them, of consistency not the least. Each layer was chosen carefully to expand at a different speed under the heat that rose up the stem from its roots in the furnace roof, and so pull and twist each leaf this way or that, gauging for those above the intensity of the fires below. He frowned slightly. Fiercer even than I had expected for so brief a firing. We must take great care, Rock. Vader, or whoever, it was a brave man who worked this forge before. Or a cracked one. Unless the fires are burning hotter since his day. It's a long time since, remember. Maybe. But wouldn't they rather have cooled, being so close to the air? Why should they, when nothing else has? How do you mean? Don't you remember? How Trigcar said the fire mountains have grown fiercer since his grandfather's day, and I've heard others say the same, as if the land itself was warring with the ice. Ah, leave it, man. It's safe for now. Do you come outside for some air and a drop to celebrate. My face'll fall off if I don't get a stoop of wine into it. But they had to walk some way from the forge, for that last exhalation from the vents still hung in a dark cloud in the still air, and the oak trees drooped with darkness on their leaves. Elof watched it, preoccupied, till the reviving river breeze whisked it away like the remnants of a dark vision. Only then did he feel at all like celebrating. "To our labors," he said crisply, clinking his goblet against rocks. "For though now I know the thing I need can be made, and I have the furnace to make it, yet it may be a while before we have cause for toasts again." In that he was a true prophet, for all through spring into summer ran his trials, and more frustrating they grew. Many and subtle were the stratagems he was driven to devise, the compoundings, blendings, reducings he had to essay in the search to shape anew that hair-like filament with the dark sheen. A dark miasma hung often over the forge, and the small beasts of the island fled its environs. Once the very spring was poisoned below the forge. The fish died in its outflow. The swans came no longer to the quiet pools, nor the little mammoths to wallow and spout. Elof, for all his desperation, was grieved at this, and more careful in future, even devising measures to shield the trees from the airs of the furnace. But he did little else, and had his master been more demanding, he could hardly have escaped detection. Neither, though, had other and more pressing concerns, for the Equash went on as they had begun, harrying the lands in small bands that did less actual harm than before, yet wrought havoc and spread panic by their very elusiveness. Nor had they any need to slacken their campaign in the summer months, as when they were mustered in a full army, for a part of each clan could direct the thrall-gathered harvests in turn, while the rest were raiding. Only where Elof's new fortifications stood were the raids blunted, for they rarely dared afford the time to lay siege to a town so defended, and the labyrinthine barrier as it spread blocked the quick influx and escape upon which their strategies depended. When Nithade could fall upon such a band of raiders heavily engaged against a town, or trap them between the slender garrison of the barriers and his own army, he wiped them out to a man. But otherwise he was left floundering with his heavy forces from place to place after reivers who darted in and out like fish nibbling a bait. Only by surprise and good fortune could he intercept them, and he seemed to be having less of both. In many places he left garrisons, but one might fall into undisturbed idleness, another be overwhelmed by unusually large numbers, another worn away by repeated harassment. All were equally destructive. Often he had to face minor mutinies among his levies, when they heard of their homelands being pillaged while they were kept chasing some elusive threat halfway down the border. All this grew worse, and his standing, which by Elof's creations and his own fierce energy had been greatly enhanced of late, began once again to suffer. Even his own warriors grew louder in their grumbles, and more ready to remember that for all his claims to Ismerian blood, he held the throne by the right of a usurper only, and that through an Ismerian great-grandfather his children had a better right than he. Even at his court, since he was so often absent, this came to be said openly, and less than eagerly discouraged by his sons. So Rock reported, for as often as ever he went abroad to aid in the fortifications, and Elof was left to his lone and gloomy labors. It was from one such excursion that he returned, early in the next winter that was the 7th of Elof's thraldom, and found his friend seated at their table with a great mass of filament before him, and a strange smile on his face. He was clad as if to celebrate, in some of the fine garments that Nithade had sent them. But Rock did not fail to notice how stiffly and gingerly he rose, nor that his crutches were new and of steel, nor that the end wall of the forge had a stained and blackened cast to it, as from the passage of great heat. As Elof offered him his hand in greeting, he took the arm instead, and saw Elof wince as he gripped the bandages beneath. Looking closely, he saw that his friend's cheeks had a sheen to them as of new scarring, tight and papery. "You've been doing it, haven't you, you daft bastard?" Rock hissed, gripping harder in his anger. "Going down there to work, and all by yourself. Fired your bloody clothes, didn't you, eh?" "It was the only way," said Elof faintly, and sat down, clutching his arm. "The only way untried. The lesser the wound, the slower it is to heal. So it is with me, I think. No grave burns, but many scorches, that is all. And it is done, Rock, done. I have burned the rock oil with minerals to its finest form, and spun it into thin chains of matter, crystals finer than thread. Was that not worth a flaying from the fires? The filament is made anew, and with it our hopes." Rock shook his head resignedly. "The filaments, maybe, but all the rest? How will you come by the materials you need? Crystals take time to grow, and where can you find enough gold for—" "That taxed me also," said Elof, smiling darkly once more. "But no longer. Nithade is returned, have you heard?" "Aye. He had me to the palace to quiz about the state of the fortifications. He is hard-pressed, that one. He leaves the field only to tighten his grip on the heartlands and raise more money for the campaigns. It's rumored he plans a new minting of coinage." "He does," said Elof, still smiling. "But he has need of my aid with it. Last week that slime-ridden lord, his treasurer, came calling on me with great chests of gold, his knees knocking at the very sight of me. But still he demanded that I use my arts to so debase the stuff as to increase it by a quarter, and leave even the minters unable to tell. Wonderful, is it not, to what heights I am elevated in the hands of this king? He makes me his thrall, his murderer, and now his counterfeiter. A noble advancement, is it not?" "Tell him you can't do it," urged Rock, outraged. "It's no more than the truth." "I sent word back that I could and would," rejoined Elof. Rock shook his head in surprised disgust. "But, man, can you do it?" "I believe so, though that reflects less on the skills in me than the lack of them in the coiners. They would scarce notice if the gold were debased by half, so long as it took their dye stamps prettily enough." "By half!" exploded Rock, and then he began to chuckle. "You'd better be right, my lad." "About the coiners?" "About your plan. Make the best of that gold, for I fear you're going to need it. But whence comes the other stuff?" "I sent word I needed that for the coining. The first boatload arrived this morning." Rock stared at him wide-eyed and exploded into laughter. "He's fostered your felon's instincts only too well, I see." But Elof's smile did not change, and Rock understood suddenly that it was rigid with self-disgust. "He has. And if one day it should lead me to forget that I am a master-smith, and no common assassin, be it upon his head." The winter that came was harder even than those before, and it was among banks of snow and bitter winds that Elof entered the 8th year of his thraldom. He scarcely noticed. He was too busy, laboring with Rock upon the king's gold, or by himself in the depths of the furnace chamber. Rock was glad to see that his burns were healing, and that he took no further such risks. He seemed to feel now that he had greater cause to keep himself as whole and ready as he could. Only at times, when he could not sleep of a night, he would go stand hip-deep in the snow that not even the rising earth-fires could dispel now, and gaze long into the skies, whether clouded or frost-clear. And for that Rock hardly had the heart to rebuke him. But he saw no more wings. It seemed that Kara had vanished as mysteriously as she had appeared. Chests of gold went ashore, and were received at the mint without complaint, the more so as Elof had set within the tainted gold a potency which might cloud a prying mind. The new-made blanks rang as clear and heavy as any pure gold between the dies. Upon one face, as was customary, the sign of the sun between the horns was set, but upon the other was shown Nithade in his armor, bestriding a dying Ekwesh warrior, for he wished the coins to embody the confidence of his realm and rule. "And so it does," said Elof bitterly, "for it is as false at heart, more false even than he himself suspects." He let the coin slip through his fingers onto the table, and from there roll unregarded to the floor, and wiped one hand against the other as if to shed the taint. Then, gathering his crutches, he heaved himself upright, swung towards the door, and slammed it behind him in an icy blast of air. Rock looked after him and shook his head sadly, but he did not neglect to pick up the coin and stow it carefully in an inner pocket. Elof floundered out through the snow, climbing laboriously to the summit of the hill, drinking in deep draughts of the clean air as if to wash out the clinging taint of dishonesty. A cold north wind had scoured the sky to a dome of onyx traced with diamond, glittering and hard. The oaks looked suddenly aged, for the snow clung to their bare branches in place of missing foliage, and they drooped beneath its weight. In summer this little grove was a place of peace for him, a green shade where he could lie and be lulled by the drone of insects and the thousand shifting shadings of the broad leaves. Stark and cold now, it held little promise of peace for him, and yet it helped strangely to lean his aching head against the coolness of the gnarled bark, and know that somewhere beneath life and growth went on in hope, readying for the spring that was not far off. He had done well to spare these ancient trees. "You did well, indeed." Elof jerked back from the trunk as if it burned him, and barely kept his balance on his crutches. The voice was impossibly faint and distant, vast as a wind over infinite forests, the susurrus of unnumbered tossing tree-tops, and blowing like them in gusts that came and went. Yet he heard each word clear in his mind, and knew who it was who spoke. "You again." "I, indeed. I am glad you remember me. Moss and creeper invade that cunning forge you built in my realm. Dead leaves blow over the floor, gather and rot to fertile earth. Seeds swell and split among the crannies of the walls. Roots slither under flagstones. Small beasts tunnel beneath the cold hearth. In the spring gales the roof shall fall at last. You may wall out the forest, but you cannot keep it at bay for long." "What do you hear, so far from that realm?" demanded Elof, seeing his breath smoke against the trunk. "If you've come only to mock me—" "I have not come anywhere. I am here, as I am where stands even the smallest sapling of a tree. And I do not seek to mock you, or enchain your heart as before. As the world is now, we have common cause, and I speak only to bring warning." Elof snorted. "Warning? What have you to warn me of, who set me such a snare?" "Heed me none the less. Too gravely stands the cause of life to let any enmity divide its defenders now." "If you could bring some kind of help, I might believe you." "You must believe me. I can give you no help. I must put forth the utmost of my strength, even to speak, in this land of men that has slain its trees. I can only bear warning. Then a message. Could you not bear one to my own land, to Keren Kermorvan, its king? There are trees enough, but none to hear their voices. Few hear me, save at the edge of thought, who have not dwelt long in my realm, or trafficked otherwise with the powers. You have tasted the blood of the worm, that is a minor power embodied, and you have your smithcraft, that is the gift of a power to men. Few have as much. In your eastlands, none. Elaf caught his breath. But you can see that land? Then do you tell me at least how my friends there fare? How stands their realm? I beg of you. For a moment no answer came, only silence. Then in a sudden gust the great voice called again. I look, and it is well. Though trees are felled, others are sown. The land is tended, and not laid waste. A land at peace, a land that looks to the coming years, a wise land. Were all such, I would have less quarrel with your kind. I see men and Durgar meet in harmony beneath the trees, and praise their lords who drew them from the west. Of the city I see little among stone, but on the shore are stood 2 watchers more. You would know their likeness. I can see no more. The sudden heat of tears over his cold cheeks startled him. I thank you, Lord of Forests. It is more than enough. Of what, then, would you warn me? Of one thing more I cannot clearly see. For in the realms of the ice less grows even than among the stones men raise. Yet something is stirring. Moss and lichen feel it, and the seeds that sleep beneath the frozen ground against the day of its withdrawing. They are my spies, and they bring me word. The ice prepares to tip the balance at last, and this is the place appointed. Against Tauntar I cannot stand, where trees are so few. But you who break the wills of powers upon your anvil, it may be that you can. It is laid upon you to try. But how? What will the ice do? It is too far off to strike a spearhead against Keris as against Morvan. It is nearer than you may think. Already Taun's ground ice gnaws the roots of my highland forests, and they falter. This winter will be long, but the next one will seem to have no end. Then, sometime in the summerless months that must follow, the glaciers themselves will throw their weight upon the scales. Abruptly the voice broke off, grew harsh and shrill as a storm wind. One is here who listens. I speak no more. You know enough. Reflect in care and fear. The silence was as sudden and absolute as the slamming of some distant door. Wait! Who listens? Elaf whirled around wildly, searching the tree shadows. He fought for balance and toppled into the crisp snow, his crutches clattering apart. The icy chill on his neck was so sudden it was terrifying. He felt his heart race, his breath grow shallow, so strong was the sense of presence, of being watched, closely, intently. His mind flooded with thoughts of those terrors, thin and shadowy, that stalked the outlands on just such nights as these. He had to get up, to jump up and run, and to know he could not was to live a nightmare. He fought to call for Rock, but his voice was dry in his throat. Frantically he twisted about, grabbed his crutches, and struggled to find a footing on the hill. But even as he somehow managed to rise, he stopped, swayed as if struck, and reached out a hand, not to strike, but, unbelieving, to touch. She stood there at the margin of the grove, a pale face atop a mantle of shadows, her eyes wide and gleaming. But what he read in them he could not be sure, whether it was love or hate, pity, disgust, scorn, all of these or none. She saw him in all his weakness and shame, broken, halting upon his crutches, and what she thought he could not guess. Another moment, another fraction of a heartbeat, and he might have read the mystery of her gaze, fathomed the pools darker than the darkness that were her eyes, so long lost to him, so dearly, so painfully remembered. But even as he reached out, her mantle became a flurry of motion. Even as he cried out her name, a great wind beat upon his face, a shadow passed over the moon. And when Rock, horrified, came running from the hut, he found Elof staring lost and empty-eyed at the distant skies. In a few curt words he told his friend what had passed. Rock could do nothing but shake his head. "It's beyond me, either of them, if you didn't but dream them both up." "No! It was more like awakening. This could be the dream, and I would to all the powers it were." Rock scratched his head and chuckled. "Sorry, I'm all too real. Tell you what, though, I'll stand here a while with you, if you will, and scan the skies, though your eyes are sharper than mine, and I don't think she'll come back. Not tonight, I mean," he added hastily, "but another night for certain, and each time she's come closer. That's something, isn't it?" Elof scraped a crutch in the snow. "Thanks for that comfort. I should accept it. I might, if she had not come so hard on Tapiau's warning. What did she mean? What was her purpose? And whose? Her own or Louhi's? Who am I to say? But it's a question better pondered within doors over warm wine, or better yet slept on. Will you not to your bed?" Elof resisted, but soon let Rock draw him away. But ever and anon he looked about him as they made their way down into the hollow where the forge stood, spilling golden warmth across the snow from its open door. As they turned the corner towards it, Elof cast one lingering look back, and stopped dead, though his crutches sank deep into the snow. "What is it?" Rock whispered. "Do you see her again?" "No," whispered Elof. "Do you look there?" "What then? The slope? The water? The further shore? Snow upon snow, and the first clear night we've had for an age and an age. Clear it is, clear as glass, and as brittle. Look up, man, up! To the shore, the hills, the far horizon. There the night is not clear. A fell word is written on it. Have you the eyes to see?" Rock saw, and caught his breath in anguish, for that sight he also knew too well, and too many memories came flooding back. More than the light of moon or star picked out the peaks of the most distant hills. Faint and tenuous though it was, there was no mistaking it. Like the light of some distant lake, impossibly still, the radiance of the ice flew across the night, and in it, through it, the lights of the aurora danced and flickered. "But it's hardly closer than it was," exclaimed Rock. "Still far too far for any direct assault, whatever Tapiau told you. There are other ways of being close. Perhaps he sensed Kara's presence, for something of the ice must cling to her. Or did he mean— Rock, what wind has chased the clouds so swiftly?" "Why, a bloody north wind. Can't you feel it? Straight off the ice. Brr." "Yes, all along the horizon, so the ice can shine out clear, like a signal or a banner." Rock shrugged dismissively. "As far off as this, it'll not daunt us." "Aye, but is it for us? How will it look close, too? Remember what Kermovan and I told you of, on the glacier?" Rook whistled. "As if the sky'd frozen, and the stars come down to dance. A fine rallying for the forces of the ice." Elof nodded. "That assault I foresaw. I'll wager it's that. It would make sense. To have it 2 years in the brewing, building up their forces, and these raids a mere sham of Louhi's devising, to keep them well-blooded but preserve their strength." "And wear down Nithades," muttered Rock. "We'll have to warn him." "How far will he credit me, after I warned him last? Hell, they won't even be able to see that display from the mainland. They're too low. A few lights in the sky, and words in my head. You know what he'll make of that." "Whatever he does, we've got to try." Elof frowned. "Yes. But there's little we can do till daylight. None save Nithade himself, or 1 or 2 of the guards, would come near Elan Gorenhayan by night." "Not even if we fired the whole forge," growled Rock. "And they're all up at the palace. So be it, since it must. At first light, and may it be in time." But there was no need. If it should seem strange that the chroniclers count that one night's happenings as crucial, then let it be remembered that the weightiest of balances turn on the finest of points. It is known that, even as Elof and Rock spoke, lights danced in the sky over Caris, as over the wild lands, angry sparks of red and gold. The beacon fires sprang from hill to hill like the first sparks of a racing forest fire, and after them the golden flashes of the signal mirrors. Even as Elof flashed a mirror towards the guard-post on the harbour wall, royal messengers were spurring their lathered mounts across the slippery cobbles around the harbour, and ere he had sent his warning, he saw beyond the walls the masts of the tall cogs stirring as they were warped from dock to loading quays, ready to re-embark the troops they had but lately released to homes and families. The assault had already begun. More word soon followed. The first assault had spent itself among the maze of Elof's defences, with terrible slaughter done by the light garrison, but they themselves had taken great losses, and feared another such attack would leave them unable to man the wall. There were signs that one was mustering, greater than the first, but strange beasts prowled the lands around, and terrors stranger still, and trackers and spies who sought to discover more did not return. Nithade was needed, and that very afternoon he set sail with such force as he could gather from the city, leaving his commanders to raise levies from the other lands and follow. Elof and Rock were watching from the vantage of the forge as the flotilla departed, but they were surprised to see the king's cog drop anchor in the lee of Elan Gorenhayan, and Nithade himself be rowed ashore. His greeting was unceremonious. "What's this about a warning of yours?" he was bellowing before his boat scraped onto the shore. "How'd you come to know something was afoot?" Elof told him only of the lights over the ice, making no mention of Tapiau or Kara, and he tugged angrily at his beard. "It looks bad," he muttered. "And you can't tell me more? No more cunning tricks to hand?" Elof studied the king a moment. His heavy face seemed to have loosened, coarsened. He had grown fatter, and there were dark pouches under his eyes, stale wine on his breath. "I have nothing ready to show you, king." Disappointment and desperation chased like clouds across Nithade's face, and the veins at his temples bulged. "Nothing?" he barked. Then, with a glance at the men in the boat, he lowered his voice. "Nothing at all? What have you been about these past weeks, then? What do you think I treat you this well for? You're still a thrall by Veria, and you'll serve as one. Are you needing the lash to remind you?" "I do have a work in hand," Elof answered truthfully, "which may be of great service against the ice, but it is not yet finished." "Then finish it, man. Finish it today, while I watch." "King, if I could, I would, believe you me. But you should know by now that smithcraft cannot be hurried. It will take some weeks still. But when it is done, I promise the first to see and wonder will be you." "If I'm still here," muttered Nithade, and then added, "If I'm not, you are answerable to my sons, remember. The throne will be theirs soon in any event. I grow old. I can stand little more of this." He drew a deep breath, then straightened up, turned on his heel, and stalked back to the boat. Over his shoulder he shouted back, "I'll have it the moment I return, mind you." "There goes a man afraid," observed Rock thoughtfully as they watched the king rowed back to his ship. "Looking for some straw to clutch. Now he'll be telling the rowers he's had counsel from the sorcerer, so they can spread the rumor to hearten his troops. And so he can blame anything that goes amiss upon me," said Elof with a grim smile. "Well, to work. I have a promise to keep now. At least it will be many weeks more till we are disturbed again." In that, as it turned out, he was wrong. It was only some 3 weeks later that Rock's cry brought Elof hurrying and stumbling up from the depths of the forge, the light hammers and shapers he had been using spilling from the pockets of his forge leather. He leaned on the window ledge and squinted into the bright morning sun. "You're right," he said in some surprise. "A royal barge, painted like a jaybird and flying the sun emblem. But Nithade never uses such a thing to come see us." He and Rock looked at each other. "Someone more fond of pomp and luxury. I'll wager it's them." "No stake," said Elof dryly. "I can see them, and it's here they're headed." "Then do you go clean up and don a robe, something ceremonial. The more mage-smith these two see, and the less thrall, the better." Elof nodded thoughtfully. When a horn sounded a flourish from the hill outside, it was Rock who swung open the heavy door of the forge. Elof smiled to himself as he heard the flourish falter. Someone was evidently nervous at finding himself here. The two tall figures who stepped over the threshold, however, could hardly have radiated a more arrogant confidence in their manner and their rich dress, scarlets and greens. It might only have been interest that had caused them to hesitate before the great sun symbol upon the door, or the dimness within. Elof had closed the shutters and plied the bellows to the forge fire by whose hearth he now sat. He had donned a robe Nithade had given him, and which normally he hated. It was of smith's black, full about the sleeves and hood, worked about breast and cuffs with symbols of smithcraft in gold, and he suspected it had belonged to Amelhis. But now it served his purpose admirably. He had pulled the hood over his face, and as he rose from the hearth-side he felt he looked every inch the sorcerer. The crutches he could not help, but to offset them he held, as if ceremonially, a huge long-shafted hammer. The sight of him, shadowed against the head-high forge flames, stopped the princes in their tracks. "Hail, my lords," he said, and his voice rang beneath the high rafters of the forge. "You honor the Isle of the Sorcerers with your presence. How fares the king your father in his wars? Does he send word by you?" Behind the princes he saw Rock striving not to laugh. He evidently thought Elof was simply out to keep these young popinjays off balance. But Elof's purpose was more serious, and he pressed it home. Were these the new lords of Keris he spoke to? The thought that Nithade might be dead flamed agony in his heart. "Do you set foot here today by his command?" The older one, Geraid, was that his name, looked Elof up and down with elaborate unconcern, and then turned to a workbench and idly picked up an elaborate piece of gold work, a gem setting in fine wire. "Quite cunning," he remarked. "I see now why he trusts you with so much gold. But then you have shown yourself worthy of trust, have you not? Many and oft a time, and yet you have reason to hate him. Is that not so, Master Valiant?" "I have never pretended otherwise, Prince." Geraid rounded on him sharply, taken aback by this casual mode of address. But he held back his words, and stood stroking his curling black beard, though something burned still in his eyes. You hate a man, yet serve him faithfully." He looked around. "And for a poor reward, it seems to me. Eh, Kenarek?" The younger prince chuckled. "I wouldn't kennel my hounds in such a hovel as this. You're a puzzle, sorcerer. Gold flows through your hands, yet it seems that little sticks. I think our respected father has been rather unfair." "Quite so," mused Geraid. "I think that such service deserves its proper reward. You know that he has left the kingdom to us jointly, Master Valiant. Well, if my brother is agreeable, I think we can certainly do better for you than this." Kenarek chuckled. "Of course. We'll set you free, sorcerer. How about that, eh?" "At the very least," said Geraid emphatically, gazing a little reproachfully at his brother. "Freedom alone is small repayment. In the old days a king would have ennobled a smith for that armor alone. I think a barony might be in order. A titular one, of course, with a stipend instead of land, to free you from responsibilities, to allow you to remain with us at court and practice your art there." Kenarek chuckled. "Say, then, would you not rather serve a better master, one who rewarded you more to your liking?" Geraid stiffened, and his dark eyes flashed a sudden anger at his brother. Elof read in it a warning. If it were possible to have them talk more freely, they would have to believe they were on safe ground for that. He bowed his head slowly and laid down the hammer. "I have done so in the past. Gladly would I do so once more." The two young men visibly relaxed, and Kenarek smiled mockingly at his brother. "You will serve us, then, sorcerer?" "That may be," said Elof cautiously, "when your father wills it." "Yes," chuckled Kenarek, "and willed it he has, for his last testament is made and witnessed." Elof bit his lip. "Do you tell me he is dead, then?" "Cannot your dark arts reveal the truth of that?" inquired Geraid sarcastically. "What if he is?" "What indeed?" said Elof calmly, and shrugged. "That, if I mistake not, you will tell me." Kenarek glanced nervously about him. "Send your men away. This is not for the ears of thralls." Elof, smiling inwardly, glanced at Geraid, but saw only fierce and wary attention. Well and good. For all their scorn, they had soon forgotten that he also was a thrall. Imperiously he waved Rock outside. Rock tugged his forelock, and altogether overdid his show of deference, mopping and mowing. Fortunately, neither prince paid him the least attention. Their eyes were fixed on Elof. On Kenarek's smooth brows beads of sweat had sprung out. He sought to speak, but his voice had dried up to a hoarse croak. Geraid's eyes narrowed, and he tossed the gold work into the air and caught it deftly. He was a burly man like his father, but taller and leaner, and at some 24 years a far more impressive figure. Save in the eyes. His were narrowed, and without Naivade's glittering vitality. "Under his will we inherit you with all else. We may do with you as we will, sorcerer. You would not wish to displease us, I am sure, but I need say no more than that." He smiled suddenly, a handsome, engaging smile. "You see, it is not my way to govern with threats, or my noble brothers. We are not, shall we say, so single-minded as our father. We would not spill blood needlessly, nor dice with the lives of men. We believe in justice and peace." "I would be glad to see such a one king of this land," said Elof smoothly. "You will work your wizardry for us, then, Master Valiant?" broke in Kenarek impatiently. His brother hissed wordlessly between clenched teeth, and he added, "I mean, since it is willed so. Aid us, and you'll find us generous." Geraid gestured him angrily to silence. "This sorcerer is a wise man. I'll avow that he and I understand one another. He'll serve us far more willingly than ever he has Naivaid." He paused a minute, tugging at his beard with an air of deep reflection, and met his brother's eyes a moment before adding, "When the time comes, of course." "No, sorcerer, it is not yet here. Our father lives still. Word has reached us that he has beaten back the worst the Ice Witch could do, at a great cost in lives, and there is talk of peace. He stays only to be sure her forces have all drawn back. Soon he will return and take up his throne again." "For years and years, maybe," spat out Kenarek, a frustration in his voice that sounded close to tears. He was shorter than his brother, and though little more than a year younger, the plumpness he kept gave him a boyish look, which his trim mustache only served to accentuate. "You couldn't ask for better, could you, Smith? Years more swinking under his thumb, in this place. Years before you can come into our service." He gazed moodily into the fire. "No more could we. Years of guzzling mouths, of endless levies, of eating, sleeping, breathing nothing but war." "Of shedding a great river's worth of blood," put in Gerade. "Terrible, of course, but absolutely necessary, you understand." "Oh, of course," complained Kenarek, sprawling back on a bench. "To win back all those wild wastelands on our northern borders. Absolutely. Why should it matter, after all, that they've not been ours for 2 generations past, and that we've never missed them? Or the gate, that had become a punishment posting for mutinous soldiers, so far was it from anywhere civilized. Let the savages have them. That's what some people might say. Give up chasing about after every flea-bite of a raid. After all, those border folk are half savage anyway. Leave them to fight one another, and the rest of the country in peace. That's what some people might say, but never us." He snorted. "We're with our father every step of the way. We can't wait to go blundering about the backwoods with a huge force every time the savages lift a few cows from the peasants. So we stir them up and have to spend another fortune quelling them. Eh, Gerade? Can we? We're afraid the Ice Witch is going to come and get us." Gerade smiled thinly, like a kindly adult entering into the spirit of an infant's game. "I lie awake worrying about it," he remarked. "Never mind that I've never seen the ice moving any nearer in my lifetime. Our father is quite right to encourage all that cloud of superstition about it, and this witch-woman the savages worship. How else would he drum up so much support?" "How else, indeed?" laughed Kenarek. His brother seemed content to let him run on, as if confident what opinion of him Elof would form. "After all, if it isn't the ice he has to deal with, it's these border lordlings. Now there are those might be content to let them run free and be hanged if they like, with their endless provincial bickerings. Not as if they brought in their worth in taxes, after all. But no, let's butcher every savage and whip every lordling into line, say I, and beggar the kingdom for a century to come if we need to." He bit off what he had been about to add and spat viciously into the fire. Gerade, who had been looking wary, relaxed and nodded calmly. "Our esteemed father is certainly a man of great and warlike ambitions. If he makes peace with the savages, he will turn next to uniting his borders. That will be a bloody business. Yet already he talks of it. And then, why, he dreams of the lands across the sea, whence I believe you came. Naturally, you would wish to see him rule there also. There is no limit to his ambition. And of course," the prince shrugged, "he is fully entitled to it. He is, after all, the king. But there is no treason, after all, in favoring, as we have on occasions counseled—" "A less dedicated approach," suggested Elof, resting heavily on his crutches. The rumor of peace had shaken him, and he could think of little else at that moment. "I see you understand. But, as he is entitled to do, he has ignored that. These things cannot be helped, of course. Our father is the rightful king, and we, his loyal sons. There are those, of course, even many great lords, and men of wealth and influence, who feel that our father's rule grows daily too costly, and not only in money, that he throws away lives like so much wine lees. They complain, if you will credit it, that they are weary of glutting this strife with their taxes and their sons. But this is dangerous talk of rebellion even, and there has been far too much of it around the court of late. We have done our best to suppress it, of course, but these things are particularly hard to contain, especially while the king is away. You take my meaning." "Of course," said Elof, with a slight bow. Having endured Nithade's doting upon these his own flesh, he felt an almost physical surge of sickness. He had seen without difficulty the way they were leading, and without surprise, but to hear this monstrous ingratitude from their own lips was almost beyond bearing. "We are particularly afraid that some such foolish rebellion might be prepared to strike before he could return. In such a time we must move with circumspection. A personage such as yourself could be of material importance in assuring the success or failure of such a revolt. If, for example, you are preparing some powerful engine of war for Nithade on his return, as it is rumored, you might be approached, or even abducted by such rebels." "Tortured, even," Kenarek chimed in. "They'll balk at nothing, men like that." Garade nodded, tugging his beard. "It is possible. I do not like the idea, but it is possible. When the stakes are so great. We came to warn you, therefore, and to assure ourselves of exactly where your loyalties might stand in this matter, were you approached, pressured even, by any such misguided faction." He paused, expectantly. "You may be sure," said Elof slowly, "that my loyalties are engaged as you would wish them to be, and that if the worst should come to the worst, I would hope to serve you and your brother in exactly the same manner as your father. As it happens—" He leaned on his crutches and steepled his hands, watching the sudden flaring of interest in their faces. "As it happens, I am indeed working on such a device, which could be of signal advantage to either side in any rising, if they were clever enough and enjoyed sufficient support. I would feel a great deal better if you knew about it, and perhaps took charge of it," suggested Kenarek. His brother glared at him. "Some details, at least, might be of assistance. A demonstration, even, if you are not saving that for Nithade." Elof smiled. "For him, yes. But in the circumstances I consider this more important. Provided all this is kept in the utmost confidence." He looked at Kenarek and then meaningly at Garade. "That goes without saying," said the older prince sharply, with a sour look at his brother. "Then I will be pleased to show you what I am working on, when it is ready." The two keen faces clouded with impatience and disappointment. "Why not now?" demanded Kenarek. "At least give us some idea." "If we are to forestall any such treacherous action," put in Garade quietly, "we must have some sight of it before he returns." "Till it is ready, there is nothing to demonstrate," said Elof firmly, thinking of the shimmering beauty that hung concealed in the cooling furnace below. "How long will that be, think you?" "No more than 3 weeks away, I'd guess." "Well, can you achieve it in that time, sorcerer?" The tone was a threat in itself, but Elof smiled as if he had not heard it. "I believe I can," he said. "I must consider and study. If I may send word to you, no later than 14 days hence. By my thrall. He is to be trusted entirely," he added, as their faces darkened. He watched greed war with caution in them both, as clearly as metals that cannot alloy. At length Garade nodded. "Very well. But take care. The conspirators may be all around you. Why, we have not even dared warn our father yet. So certainly would any such message be intercepted, and the rebels alerted. There is no need to bother him, for now." Elaf smiled broadly and bowed. "You need have no fear I will turn aside in this matter. What more could I wish, after all, than to enjoy the gratitude of the heirs apparent, and the just reward of my toil? I would wish you no less, my princes." Kennerek chuckled. "When our father returns, we will see to it that you have your reward. Whatever a cunning sorcerer takes delight in, eh?" He chuckled and clucked his tongue lightly. "Whatever your desires, whatever your tastes, set yourself no bounds. You may indulge them all." His mustache worked as his mouth pursed at the thought. Garade shook his head reprovingly. "This learned and cunning man would scarcely bother with such things," he said with calm certainty. "Come, brother, let us take our leave ere you offend him further. We await your word, sir, and leave our lives and the good of this poor bleeding realm in your hands. Come, Kennerek." Elaf bowed deeply as the tall young man turned his brother towards the door. Kennerek acknowledged him with a jaunty and patronizing wave, but Garade studied him a moment out of his narrowed eyes, and then inclined his own head slightly. Elaf watched them step through the door and out onto the hill, and was about to sink down in his seat when Garade plunged back inside and strode over to him. "My gloves," he remarked somewhat loudly. "I must have laid them down somewhere. Ah, there." They lay on the bench beside Elaf. As Garade bent over to pick them up, he paused and murmured, "Hearken to me, wise man. You heard my brother prattle. You will have formed your own view of his discretion. He is scarcely to be trusted. I counsel you, when you send that word, do you send it to me alone." Kennerek poked his head around the door. "What keeps you, brother?" "I had left my gloves, and I was remarking that I will wish to command an armor also, when times are more settled." "No, Sir Sorcerer," laughed the younger brother. "Do you shape me one first, for he hardly cares to bestride a horse, this one, let alone fight with his own 2 hands. He'd sooner crouch over the coals and plot." Garade ushered him firmly out, and Elaf slumped down and rested his head in his hands. When Rock reappeared, having seen their boat safely away, he looked up at him. "Pour me a stoup of wine, will you? I've a foul flavor needs rinsing from my mouth." He tossed back the cup at a gulp. Rock refilled it, and Elaf nodded his thanks. "When I think how the king has doted on these 2 young vipers, how that old brute has driven himself half into his grave these past years, killing himself with the effort to leave them a kingdom secure, united, and at peace." Elaf shook his head furiously. "I could almost find it in me to pity the man." "As he raised his seed, so he must reap it," said Rock censoriously. "It might be a hard and scarring thing to be raised by such a man. I'll wager his devotion could make twice the tyrant of him, and crush those it fell on." Elaf nodded. "Crushed they are, out of their natural shape." "You don't know the half of it," grunted Rock. "That little swine Kennerek, as we're turning down to the boat, he makes as to toss me a coin, and stands fumbling in his purse. Well, I'm playing the daft mechanical, so I stand and wait, and damned if he don't whisper to me that I'm to warn you his brother will betray and cheat you, as he's cheating him, and you're to send the word to him alone. Failing that I'm to bring it to him anyhow, and he gives me a gold piece, no less, as an earnest." Rock tossed it on the table. "Another of yours, damn it." They laughed, but Elaf swiftly grew serious. "I wonder if Kennerek is quite the fool his brother thinks him. Garade did not think to bribe you, which might have been the surer way of getting the message, had you been the usual thrall, though he did contrive to assure me he would still have a use for me afterwards, with that mention of armor." Rock poured more wine. "There's not a hand's breadth between them. Hell, I have the pair of them for me." He looked anxiously at Elaf. "Not really going to aid them, are you? not even for revenge on Nidade. And give Caris to the ice? Hardly. I could simply betray them to Nidade, for what revenge could be keener than showing him the treachery of what he loves the most, his own flesh and blood? Elof considered. But I do not seek so base a vengeance. And as they warned me, I might not manage it. Yet, he sipped absently at his wine. There is too much that does not satisfy me, Rock. Too much I fail to understand. This talk of peace with the ice, what in the world could induce Louhi to offer that? Maybe the hiding Caris has given her. You suggested that once. Made her think she'd be better off turning her powers elsewhere, against Morvenhall, maybe, as we feared. It might be, and yet I cannot believe it. Nidade has only just held back the Equesh, and they are no more than the advance guard of the ice. There is none of that unity of heart and mind here that the ice seems to fear. As witness those two, they endanger the land. And something more worried me. So it bloody well should. Bugger the land. What about you and me? Can't you see? They fear what you've shown you can do. If you don't help them, they've as good as threatened to slay you, just to deny their father your help. I know, said Elof calmly. I meant something else, something lurking under their whole approach to us. They spoke as they did, so that no word could be reported. In another's voice the true meaning would be lost. Yet would you have babbled out so perilous a plot so lightly to one you hardly knew? However badly you needed his help, however sure you were he hated your victim. They seemed in such haste, too hasty to make caution worth while for them. He paused. Or for me. As if they knew something might happen to me. Or they planned it to, muttered Rock. The treacherous little swine's heads. Then he brightened again. But you must still be all right for those 2 weeks, or they wouldn't have swallowed the weight. And after that... After that we'll see. I will deal with them another way. But we must hasten our plans, Rock. At least I've won time to work without interruption still. But in that, as before, he was mistaken. The days that followed were a time of unrelenting toil. They had known many such in their lives, but seldom if ever had they had so clear and steep a brink marked out before them, or so dark an abyss beyond. They knew their span. In 14 days they must be ready, for after that might lie ruin for themselves, and so perhaps all that they cared for in the world. Their work began before the sun, and finished after it, though it was high summer, and the evenings growing long. Through light and dark they labored, and sought rest only when they were close to falling, when the arm would no longer support the weights it must, when the fingers trembled perilously over delicate work, and the details of it became dull blurs under aching, smoke-ridden eyes. Once in a while rest was forced upon them, chiefly when the furnace must be left to cool, but Elof grudged the rest even as he welcomed it. For him sleep became a monster that drew him down unwilling into shadowy deeps, into nightmare and turmoil that left him feeling almost worse when he awakened. Rock slept better, but all his food smacked of little save smoke and soot. Late one evening, that of the 12th day since the coming of the princes, such an enforced rest found Elof slumped upon the hearthside seat, where his aching limbs and shoulders could draw in the milder warmth gratefully, taking bread and drink he could scarcely taste. His eyes burned from the endless intricacies of his task. The urge to haste burned in his veins, and with it the fear that all might come to a crux too soon. He felt a fierce restlessness, and the need to distract his racing mind. It was a jeweller's craft he exercised here, yet the power in it was vast, and must be tightly secured, firmly controlled, lest the work shatter under its own stress. So also it was with him. Rock was throwing open doors and windows to clear the manifold smells and smokes of the labors, and let the scent of the myrtle bushes near by drift in on the warm airs, alive with the creaking of cicadas. But at the window that looked down to the river he stopped, gaped out, and swore horribly. "What is it?" Elof shouted. "There's a bloody boat down there, beached and all, sail furled, and a couple of sailors dozing in her lee. Someone's sneaked ashore." "But who? Is it that royal barge?" "No, half the size, but it looks rich enough." Elof swung around on his crutches, but even as he did so he saw the shadow that crossed the doorway. He raised his voice in an impressive challenge. "Who comes unheralded to the Sorcerer's Isle?" The voice that answered him was a woman's, hard and clear and proud. "No herald needs the Princess Beathile to any servant of the king her father. Bow down to receive her." Through the doorway stepped two tall and haughty women, angular in rich-hued gowns of court, and stood flanking the entrance, their eyes flickering nervously about the strangeness of the forge. After a moment, seeing no lurking peril, they turned and bowed, and between them stepped a shape shorter and more shapely, of a girl of at most 20 years, probably a shade less, startlingly pretty, clad in a divided hunting gown of green as bright as her eyes, with breeches of the same beneath. She hesitated only a moment before she saw Elof, standing stunned behind a great anvil, and advanced to meet him. Her body, slender and lissome, moved with a skipping grace that set her mane of long chestnut hair asway. That and the hair alone allowed Elof to recognize in her the little girl of 11 who had witnessed his downfall and disgrace. And now, of all things, she was holding her hand out to be kissed. "I seek the master-smith," she said, in a soft voice, slightly tremulous, as, speechless with astonishment, he took it to his lips. "The crippled one, the Valent, the sorcerer." Elof placed his hand at the open neck of his shirt, upon the small stamp that hung there. "I am the master-smith, my lady, Elof Valentor. You will find no sorcerers here." And he bowed as best he could on his crutches. She made no reply at first, but stared at him wide-eyed, her feelings coursing undisguised across her face. There was fright at first, and surprise. She stepped back a little, and her hand flew to her throat. Then came awe and sudden interest, and she looked him up and down with a heedless arrogance that made him acutely aware of his maimed legs. "But you are so much younger than I thought to find," she said. Then her eyes grew apprehensive again. "Or is that only the way you choose to look?" "I am as you see me, my lady," he answered, a little stiffly. She had looked on him last with the eyes of a child, 8 years since, and though even now he was not yet in his middle years, she had evidently been expecting some snaggle-toothed spellmonger out of romances. Perhaps her brothers had been telling tales and exaggerating the mysterious figure he cut. "Of course," she laughed a little too blithely. "Why, you might almost be handsome if you kept yourself cleaner, and if you could manage to smile now and again. Or are you so set in grime and grimness that your cheeks would crack?" "You come upon me in the practice of my craft and mystery, my lady. At the day's end you would find me scrubbed as clean as you could wish to look upon. And should I, in my plight, smile as lightly as any careless mayfly of your father's court? I saw you weep once at a certain sight." She laughed again and wrinkled her dainty nose. "Oh, I was only a child when last you saw me. Father would not let me come here in all these years." "Then should you have come now, my lady? Will your father not be wroth with you? If you go swiftly, he need never find out." She arched her brows at him. "So eager to be rid of me? Do you have so many high-born ladies visit you that you must drive one forth ere the next arrive?" Elof smiled wryly and bowed again. "Doubtless they would all pale away before your fair presence, my lady Beathile. I spoke only out of concern for your gracious self." She laughed and clapped her hands. "Ah, so you can smile when you wish, I see, and play the courtier also. But my father is far off, deep in endless wrangles with the barbarians or some traitorous lord, I know not which, and besides, he grows old. He will hardly care about such a petty thing, not now." She checked at a thought and began to rummage in the long and heavy sleeves of her outer robe. "Not now my brothers have set foot here, I meant. But still I have no time to waste. There is dancing tonight in the hall. I came not out of vulgar curiosity. I wish you to mend something for me. A gaud, an ornament. Ah, here it is." And before Elof's appalled eyes she cast the two halves of the golden arm-ring chiming upon the anvil beside him. He stood staring at it, and felt the blood drain from his face. "Is aught amiss?" he heard her ask, sudden concern in her tone. But her voice reached him, as from some infinite distance. "Are you unwell? Or can it not be mended? Has it been resoldered too often? Speak freely. You need not fear my displeasure. It is the least of my things, but I have had it since I was a child, and am grown fond of it. Only it is forever breaking, and my ladies insist that I cannot wear a broken thing now I am no longer a child, and that I must give it up or have it made whole. Only," she added a little wistfully, "there is no goldsmith in the city who has ever been able to heal it neatly or lastingly, not without melting it down altogether, and I fear they would spoil it then." Elof drew breath and recovered his calm. He guessed there was more, that word had indeed got round of the prince's exploit. Probably Kenaric had been boasting of it, though hardly of his true reasons, save to a select few. Almost certainly she was not among those, but she had been delighted at having such an excuse for a slightly daring exploit of her own, of being able to boast that she too had bearded the mysterious sorcerer in his den, all the more because her father would not approve. "It can be remade well enough here," he told her, caressing the pieces with his fingertips, feeling the ridges of solder built up about the broken surfaces. He would gain little from lying about that. She would only take the pieces away to cherish. And so it should be. But, my lady, do you know what you have brought me?" He chose his words carefully. "This gaud was made by me, and taken from me against my will, and the loss of it all but broke my heart. It was the first gift from me to my wife, who is lost to me." "Oh," breathed the young woman, and laid a light finger on one of the serpentine pieces, so that it rocked back and forth. "How sad that she is lost, sorcerer. But my father would have found you another if you had asked him, a very fair one, even though you are not a whole man." "I have never wished another," answered Elof, as calmly as he could, still holding back from open appeal. Beathile looked at him more closely, and her green cat-eyes grew softer. "That is sweet. You must have loved her very much. Make me the ring again, Valent, and maybe you will find another love." Elof grew desperate and clenched his hand on the anvil's rim. "Princess, I ask it of you. I beg you, do not keep it from me. If I could, I would throw myself at your feet for it. Give it me, and I will shape you such jewels as never blazed about the body of any princess of this earth. I will draw down the light of moon and stars, and girdle you with them. I will crown you with the rays of the sun. I will make you a vision among the powers. But do not keep it from me." She was all astonished attention now, biting at her neat forefinger with unconscious childishness. "Could you do that, indeed?" she whispered. "How soon? Would it take long?" "It could not be hurried, my lady," admitted Elof. "A year, perhaps, if my labours are as light as now. A brief time for such an end." "My lady," give it me." Sadly, regretfully, she shook her head. "Alas," she said softly, "it may not be. I would have you work your wonders, but soon." She checked herself once more. "But, Valent, I did not take the ring from you, and it was given to me, and I love it. I cannot let it go for a promise. You may keep it a few days at least, to remake it. Do that, and make me these jewels you promise, and then maybe I will let you ask it of me again, and I shall take good care of it in the meantime, never fear." "My lady," cried Elof in anguish, "do not sport with love, as you hope for love yourself." Her neat mouth pursed, and she stamped hard on the earthen floor. "You presume upon my good heart, smith. What are you but a thrall, my father's broken bondsman, unfitted even to address me, let alone beg? All you have is mine by right. All the jewels you can make me, mine if I but wish them. It is not for you to bandy bargains with a princess of the Lonuan. 5 days from now my father is due back. I shall return on the 3rd. If the ring is not made whole, then do you look to that wise head of yours, and seek not to gull me with substitutes. I have worn that ring these many years, and even remade, I shall know it. Meanwhile you may reflect on what respect is due a princess." She spun on her heel, waving her women away before her. The wide skirts of her gown flared about her, her riding boots clattered on the threshold, and the door slammed. Elof bowed his head down over the anvil till his forehead almost touched the cold iron, and his fingers gripped the rim of it as if to dig deep into the metal. "Phew," Rock breathed eventually, breaking the tense silence. "Old Nithade's losing his grip for sure, if even that chitin child rushes to defy him." "No, Rook," said Elof. His voice was stern, though the grime on his face was streaked and moist. "There is more to it than that, I am sure now. She also was strangely in haste, and twice she all but let slip that time, my time, grows somehow short. That is why her dear brothers were in such haste then, and it all has some connection with Nithade's return." He hobbled laboriously to the window and watched the little boat pulling away from shore, the sail hoisting and swelling, shining suddenly scarlet as if the rays of sunset filled it. He could not see whether she was looking back at him. "It grows shorter than you dream of, lady, that time." "But can you?" demanded Rock. "In 5 days, if it's true what you fear? Can we finish our work in that time? We must we not? And one thing more even. For this. He caught up the halves of the ring, clutched them to him, held them to his lips, his eyes, his breast. "Whatever may befall, this shall be made anew." What means Elof used are not recorded. Most probably he encased the 2 pieces together in the finest clay or sand, as the ring was first moulded, and fired it with long and delicate care, as it first was, in the upsurge of earth fires. He would have sung the same soft songs over that chrysalis within which the sundered gold sweated, shivered, and at last grew liquid, as it seethed and flowed in currents of convected heat, pent within the shell of its own shape. But within that shell there would be nowhere it might flow, save into itself, uniting, mingling. Within that shell the process of change was brought to its absolute, only to be turned back upon itself. A dissolution so total it restored form, a turmoil so fierce it imposed unity, a storm that served only to create a greater calm. However this may be, there is no doubt that Elof succeeded, for as he gazed upon the ring remade, it is set down that he wished aloud he could do as much for himself. "Melt myself down in my own furnace, mould myself anew, mended and whole, and in doing it I might even skim away the clinging dross of all my past, all my follies and my cruelties. All the wrongs I have done, all the wrongs done to me, I might forget them all together. I could just escape then, and have done with it, this damnable hunger for revenge. I grow to hate it, Rock, hate what I must do to glut it. It is a master almost crueler than Nithaid. I hate to deal in this way, even with such as they. What's this, then, from you of all folk? Mercy? Compassion? Rock looked around from the bag he was packing, and his voice grew edged and bitter. It's never yet held you back from what you thought needed doing. Didn't stay you with poor old Ingar, did it? Or Corinton? Or Kara? Why then now, with these creatures that are 100 times the worse? Elof writhed beneath the sting of the words, but he made neither protest nor denial, for they both knew too well there was none. You've never scrupled to mess with your friends. Why balk at your foes? Regret's cheap when it comes too late, my lad. What you've planned now you must do, or all's to rack and ruin, more maybe than you know. You'll not make yourself a better man by turning stupid. No, muttered Elof, still burnishing at the gold, though it shone bright as it ever had in the midday sunlight. But I may yet make myself worse. Enough. High time you were on your way. The guard boat is waiting. And take care. Rourke nodded curtly and turned to the door. I'll do my part, never fear. Only do you yours. The door closed behind him. Regretfully, Elof wrapped the bright fair thing in a square of dark velvet and laid it aside on one of the benches beneath the window. He leaned there for a moment, resting his weary shoulders, and watched the guard boat with Rock on board pull away across the great smooth flood of the sunlit Ischianus. It was the last piece he could move, in a play that stood either to lure his foes into the check he had laid with such care, or to rebound upon him so utterly as to sweep him from the board, and Rock with him, perhaps, and many more. Had he been overbold? Too late if he had. He should be thinking of his work. They had loaded the furnace earlier. High time he shut it down. He limped over to it and began to spin the wheel back. Beneath him he felt the door grind across, though it seemed to be growing harder than usual to move. When it was 3/4 closed, it began to stick. He cursed, tugged at the wheel, wound it back, and then sharp forward. It turned a little further, then stuck. Alarmed, he had to jerk it again and again, throwing all his weight upon the wheel, till it seemed to clear the obstruction. At last it slid a little way smoothly, then a sharp clang told him the door was shut. He cranked the air vents open wider, knocked free the bolts on the outer door, and heaved it up, ducking back to let the gush of searing air disperse. Then it was only a matter of more waiting, until the stalks had spread their leaves wide enough to show him it was safe to enter. Waiting, and he could not even pace up and down. With rags wrapped around hands and feet, he swung himself down onto the stairs and shone his lamp into the mephitic gloom, coughing as the fumes caught his throat. The floor seemed different somehow, its slope changed and less regular. He limped down the steps, though the rags were charring, and saw that at the rear, by the door's foot, the floor was no longer a smooth incline, but had across its center an irregular tongue of smoking slag. Small wonder he had had to fight that door shut. Whatever the reason, the earth fires were certainly growing fiercer. Now, from out of whatever vein lay open behind that door, they had come boiling up into the furnace itself. The sight filled him with horror. His labor, his creation, his last gate to freedom, all depended on the furnace, his very life even, if his play went as he planned. And it was no longer safe to use. Yet, safe or not, he must open it again, if he still could, and risk unleashing what dire consequences he might. Suddenly he became aware of the smoke arising round him. His rags were smouldering, and one trailing strip burst into a little yellow flame, easily stamped out. Only he couldn't. He cursed and swung himself up the stairs, but that took time, and the rags were well alight as he emerged. He had the sense to smother them in sand first, rather than pour water over them, which would have carried the heat through too swiftly. Angrily he peeled off the scorched cloths and slumped down with his back to an open window. He must think, and fast. On reflection, he decided it could have been worse. It must have taken time to rise, that flood. It could only have happened moments before he shut the door. So it would again, most probably. He should be able to work in short bursts, ever watchful for what might be rising beneath. It would slow him, perhaps too much, yet there was no help for that. He would have to work all the faster now. Thoughts of what that would mean, problems present and foreseen, whirled and tangled in his mind. And though the forge and its engines stood quiet now, the creak and tick of contracting metal, the wind in the air vents, and the flow of water in the troughs were so loud that he did not hear the hull that ground onto the beach, the footsteps on the grassy slope, till they touched the very sill of the open door. He sat up in sharp surprise. Upon his threshold stood Beathile, alone. She was clad now in a light silken gown of a leafy pattern, girdled with silver. The low sun behind it made a willowy silhouette of her body. She seemed tentative, almost shy in her manner, but she stiffened as she saw him. He bowed to her from where he sat. "Good even to you, lady. I expected you tomorrow. You return earlier than you said." A haughty smile quirked her lips. "Why should I not? It is up to me. You have had ample time in any case. Well, is it done?" Elof bent to gather up his crutches and did not reply. "Well?" she shrilled, and stamped her foot. "Have you mended it, as I bade?" Then the arm-ring caught her eye, gleaming on the velvet like the sun over storm cloud. "Oh," she said flatly. "You have." She sniffed contemptuously. "I see you know how to obey your betters after all, like a good thrall." To Elof's acute ear, the tinge in her voice was almost clear enough to be called disappointment. She stalked over to the ring, and was about to take it when Elof's hard hand closed over the shining gold. "Lady," he said quietly, "I have made that fair thing whole again, but I never said it was for you." "How dare you!" she squealed, and stamped again. "Lady, that arm-ring is not for you. There is a potency in it, a strong one, its virtue a binding bond. It cannot create one where none exists, but where one is, it may act upon it, lend it strength. In what ways, who can tell?" She snatched at the gold, unheeding, but he did not release his grip. "Lady, I warn you only for your own sake." "Give it me," she said, her front teeth white against her carmined lips, "and have done with your conjurer's cant. Have I not worn that ring all these years? Do you think I am still a child, to be frightened with tricks and shadows?" She shook the ring in Elof's grasp, and though she had none of Kara's strength, the memory defeated him, and he let it slip through his fingers. He caught earnestly at her arm, preventing her donning it. "Lady, upon your head be what follows, if you take that ring to yourself." "Get away from me!" she cried, springing free and forcing the ring onto her arm. "Thralls have died in torture for less gross offences. Ah, you soil me! You stink of sweat and soot!" Elof sighed. He would achieve little by offending her, in her nostrils least of all. "Lady, I apologize. I was about to wash when you arrived." Doffing his sweat-stained tunic, he turned to the trough that flowed through the forge, reached for the bag of fatted lye hung beside it, and quickly splashed the cold spring waters about himself. He was half afraid she would simply march out on him, but knew she was still standing there. He could almost sense the intentness of her. Upon the ring? Then he heard her say sardonically, "That is a fine crop of scars you bear, thrall. One might almost take you for a warrior or an adventurer, rather than a sorcerer and an artisan?" He laughed and tasted the bitterness on his lips. "I have been both at need," he said, without turning. "Once. I have crossed a whole wide land and sought out the Durgar in their mountain fastnesses, and lived with them 2 long years. I have lived with the Alvar of the forests, Tapiau's children, and escaped the forest's power. I have sailed the seas of the sunrise. I have fought beside an exiled lord against the Ekwesh by land and sea, and when he won himself his kingdom. I have battled a dragon beneath the earth, and the Ice Witch herself on a palace stair. Aye, and bested her. And yet I would far sooner be a man whole and at peace in the land I made my own, with my true love by my side." He heard her laugh. "A braggart as well as a boor." Elaf turned about in annoyance and heard her gasp. She reached out suddenly, and he felt her soft fingertip trace out the faint mark on his breast. "That is a scar also. That is the same scar as at the back. Your father remarked on that wound once, shortly before he had me crippled, before he made me a pinioned swan, a tethered hawk, less than a man." He turned away impatiently, and again she caught her breath. "I see another pair, even more faint. But one such wound should have been mortal. How did you come by them, and how survive them?" "Ask rather why," he said, and went on washing. Behind him there was silence, until a small voice said, "Would you tell me some of your adventures?" Slowly he rose and turned, reaching for a cloth to dry himself. "To a well-wisher or a friend I might. But what joy or profit can there be for a listener who does not care?" To his astonishment, a hand was laid lightly on his arm. "Did I say I do not wish you well? I will listen gladly, if it please you." He looked down at her, and suddenly her hand seemed to sear him worse than the forge flame. It was long, long since a woman had touched him. His breath faltered and grew fast, and forgetting all he hoped to gain by patience, he crushed her hand beneath his own, hard against him. She stiffened, but made no attempt to pull away. He swallowed and heard his breath whistle through flaring nostrils. Hesitantly she lifted her free hand and laid it upon his breast. "Your heart pounds like your hammer," she said, and giggled softly, her eyes lowered. He felt a taut smile settle on his lips. "Does yours?" Her grip tightened on his arm, and slowly, tentatively, she bore it to her side. Equally slowly, with deliberate malice, he stroked his fingers down her ribs to her waist, and then up again, to slide one by one across the curve of her breast, gently passing over the peak taut beneath the gown's silken lightness. He bent to whisper in her ear, "It does," and stayed to kiss the lobe of it, the neck beneath, the satin cheek, and so at last her parted lips. She met the kiss fervently at first, a little clumsily. Then suddenly she squirmed, wrenched free, gasping. "How dare you?" she squealed. "What are you? What have you done? What have you done to me? What spell have you—" Elaf shook his head. "I have cast no spell upon you, my lady, but you took one upon yourself. Will you be able to shed it so easily? It has power, yet remember there is none in it to create what is not already there." "No!" she shrieked, and plucked the ring violently from her arm. It tangled in her gown a moment, fell and rolled against some sacking. But then she let out a despairing wail, hugged herself tight, and burst into hysterical sobbing. Elaf reached out to her, cupped her face in his strong hands, and she did not resist. His thumbs wiped the tears from her cheeks and tilted her head back to meet his gaze. Her eyes looked into his, and now his hands plowed among her crisp hair, stroking her neck from behind her ears to the neck of her gown, tracing its edge around to the front. Her eyelids fluttered, and her head relaxed, lolled back, as the topmost fastening parted under his deft fingers, and they met and caressed in the hollow of her throat. She clutched at his shoulder to steady herself as they swept back, parting another fastening, and so on down till they curved around her neat small breasts and laid them bare. He clutched her close then and kissed her breast to breast, and she did not pull away, but drank at him as if he were a spring. He felt her heart flutter, and a flutter of a different pace below her ribs, down the whole front of her body, as though it were a bird imprisoned behind those bars and beating to be free. Slowly, carefully, as her gown fell open and apart, his fingers tracked it about her and down to its source, tracing it tangled amid damp curls. Gown and girdle slid unheeded to the silver sand. Her forehead lay on his shoulder. Her shifting thighs imprisoned his fingers as they explored, and she clutched at him in her turn, tugging at his belt, pulling at his breeches. A wave of hesitancy welled up in him suddenly. All these long years he had half believed himself become less than a man, maimed in more than limb, and he feared to find it true. But as her long fingers discovered him, probed and plucked at him, spider-light, his fears were fiercely overborne. He managed to croak a word in her ear, and together they swayed and stumbled towards his bed, her fingers playing about him still, her lips smearing his chest with their color like so many fresh wounds. He flung aside his crutches, and they toppled together among the coarse blankets. She raised her head to kiss his lips, his throat, his shoulders and armpits where the crutches galled them. He lifted himself on his arms. His lips touched her breasts and lingered, then swept down, drinking her in, a feaster after famine, till her back arched like a bow, and her fingers wrung in his thick hair. Then, with a single shuddering gasp that two throats shared, they writhed together like serpents and joined. There was no love in that unity save its very intensity, only a community of need drinking from a common source, clambering one upon the other to reach a common peak. So savage was that need that it knew no barrier, no obstacle. Even braced, Elof's legs were almost useless, but by strength of arm alone he bore up the girl like a leaf in a whirlwind. The single fire that burned between their thighs breathed and quickened in that wind, grew hotter, brighter, and at last swelled out in a searing globe to envelop them, the room, the world, in a scalding burst of light, in which nothing existed save their shared flesh. Timeless, rigid, they hung there. And then it passed, and the world rushed in on them again. They fell sweating among the blankets, their thighs still thrusting convulsively one against another, the spasms of fighters dying upon each other's blades. They gasped for breath, through lips that trembled and would not form words. But as the fires in Elof's heart were slaked, so it fell to embers and ash. A black mood settled upon him, in which all that had passed seemed to him little better than rape, and an ugly parody of what he had felt with Kara. Missing her was an acute ache in his heart. Beathile sensed something amiss, and sought to distract him with mumbled endearments and caresses. She was inexperienced, but not unknowing, and gradually, despite himself, the brush of her breasts against him, the play of her lips, brought a reviving warmth. He stifled his sense of loss beneath cold cynicism, telling himself it scarcely mattered, and he should enjoy himself while he had the chance. He had held back long enough. She giggled again as he caressed her, and she felt him revive, and with a mischievous flicker in her eye she laid her head in his lap, tongue darting. He gasped, laughed, rolled his head, and saw the long shadow that stretched out across the forge, seething, shapeless, demonic. Saw beyond the open door the slender woman's shape that cast it, the cloak that billowed from her arms, the short mail shirt that was her only garb, the helm above like the head of some great bird of prey. Beneath its eye slots, slanting, narrowed, bitter rage burned in the dark gleam of her gaze, a rage he saw echoed in the very stance of her, tensed as against a high wind, spear outstretched. Then Beathile saw her too, screamed and sprang back among the blankets. But Elof had all but forgotten her, save as a fragment of his shame. He sprang up, forgetful still, in hope of running to the door, but only managed to sprawl headlong upon the sanded floor. Half stumbling, half crawling towards the light, he reached out an arm to her, but it seemed to him he read words in those wide, dark eyes, heard her voice clear in his mind. "Now you have lost me forever." His arm fell. He could not face her, and bowed his head. The long shadow changed, as if the cloak swirled now from arms upraised, and suddenly a great wind scoured through the forge, lashing his face with blown sand. The light pulsed, then was clear, empty. Elof turned away, blinking gritty eyes, and sank down by the bedside. Beathile sprang up from the bedclothes and clutched his arm. "Sweetheart, who was that? Will she tell?" In a fury of loathing, Elof rounded on her, swinging his arm to lash out viciously. "Away, you riggish little viper! Get out! Out and leave me be! Get you to Hela, you empty she-whelp, and beg a heart of her that some better soul has lost." She shrank back with a squeal and began to wail, open-mouthed like an infant. Elof sank his head in his hands. No, I am sorry. The fault is mine alone." He looked at her. "Mine alone. Only the folly is yours. You came here for no good purpose, came to taunt and tease the tethered bear." "I came because I was sorry for you." Elof shook his head sadly. "No, Princess, not so, whatever you told yourself. True, you pitied this man you thought fair, for being alone and womanless, and since you do not understand love, you thought to dangle your charms like a toy before him. Why not? It would be an extraordinary condescension from one of your rank. He should feel honored. You came alone, and when you had made sure he was alone, you thought to sport with him a little, assuage your own feelings, but escape unscathed, unstained, and laugh at his frustration. But such feelings are dangerous to play with, my lady, most of all one's own. You were tethered by them in your turn. They were the chains. Well, do I speak false?" She had stopped crying almost at once. A look of blazing outrage crossed her face, but Elof held up his hand. "Shall I tell you why I am so sure? Because if you had been truly sorry for me, you would not have sought to deceive me. You would not have kept from me what your father plans for me as soon as he returns, what it is that made me one of the few men you could safely indulge yourself with, because you thought that soon my mouth would be far away, or stopped forever. But of course you had to have me repair your precious arm-ring first." Her mouth opened in a shriek of anger, the tantrum of a child humiliated. But then she saw his bleak eyes, and slowly she subsided, cowering among the bedclothes. "Do not look at me so," she whimpered. "Do not hurt me." Elof gazed down at her, unrelenting. "What does Naiad intend?" "He means
the ice witch, she offered him peace, complete peace, on one condition only.
That he hand me over to her?
She nodded frantically, clutching the blankets to her bare body. He didn't agree at first. He's been haggling. Now they say she has offered the gate back, and all the wild lands, to leave Caris be and take her savages to another land. They say he is coming back to announce his decision.
Aye, before I get to hear of it.
Yes, she breathed. So...
She began to weep again, slowly, looking up at him in terror. He sighed deeply, and when he reached out a hand, she cowered, but it was only to stroke her shivering shoulder. I spoke too harshly, he said. There was some pity in you, though much else. I alone am to blame. I wish you no ill, Beathile, and none shall hear of this from me. Get you dressed and go. Leave me here with my own company. I deserve no other. So afraid was she that she sprang up and ran to the door, almost forgetting to gather up her gown as she passed. Once she looked back at Elaf, still sitting by the bed, and at the arm-ring gleaming against the dusty sacking, but she made no move to take it. For a moment it was her shadow that filled the doorway. Then, still naked, she ducked out into the light and was gone. Early next morning Rock returned, staggering up the hill apparently much the worse for a night's wine. But once within the door, beyond sight of the departing guard-boat, he became alert, even elated, and thumped his fists exultantly on the great table. "That's it! All your errands discharged, every message delivered. Say, have I not done you proud?" He stopped then and peered at Elaf, saw him seated at the other end of the table, toying absently with the ring. "What's the matter, then? Not want to hear? What have you been up to, then?" He circled the forge, peered into the furnace, and turned on Elaf savagely. "Not your bloody labours, that's for sure. You've not done half of what was left you, and when every flaming minute counts. Man, what's amiss in your head? A fine damned trial you can be to a patient man, and at what a time! Want to toss away your own life and mine, too? All because you've suddenly sprouted a tender shoot of conscience, and for a crew of bastards and betrayers who merit it less than most I can set mine to. You and your bloody maunderings. Stop mucking with that thing. Pay some heed." And in his anger he might have sought to strike the ring out of Elaf's hand, save that his wrist was seized in a grip that, for all his own solid strength, held him clamped like his best vice. Elaf glanced up, and he sounded as grim as he looked. "You mistake me, my friend." He released his grip. "It is not that which concerns me. I have managed some work, and I had a new task to complete. What remains we can finish in time. Just. Beathile was here." Rock looked at him sharply, and at the arm-ring. Then his eyes widened as they took in the blankets, rumpled and stained, upon a bed that had manifestly not been slept in. "Oh-ho! Was she now?" he breathed. "And so was Kara." He held up a hand to cut off Rock's exclamations. "Wait! I know now what Naiad plans, and it is ugly. Whatever else befell, it was a mercy Beathile came when she did. Rock, there is no time left you, none at all. You are sure all is done?" "So you do want to hear, then? So be it." It had seemed simply one of his usual errands that took Rock ashore, this time to the palace. He had delivered a minor order for necessaries, and contrived in doing so to exchange words elsewhere. It was with a full purse and little extra effort that he had managed to entice his guards to come in search of some old friends to drink with, around the harbor quarter. So, all was indeed done, and the hook swallowed. "Just as you said. A summons to come to you, alone and utterly in secret, all conditions as you laid them down and at the hours you said. Tonight. It wasn't too well received, that. Not with the name this place has got for itself. But then I gave the rest of the message. Then I will show you a secret that shall give you mastery over your brother at a single stroke. Your very words. And didn't that summon up a grin?" He was grinning himself as he described it, but Elof seemed grim and preoccupied, and drew little cheer from the tidings. He nodded wearily, and with an awful tenderness he wrapped up the arm-ring and put it gently aside. "Thank you. You've done well, Rock, as always. Would there were no more, that I could know you at least were safe. But, as you say, we must work, and not forget to make ready to receive our visitors as befits them. And you must hear of the new cloud that hangs over us, for you are proven right. Louhi has guessed where I am, and if Kara has not told her already, I fear she may now." That day's labor was the worst they had endured, all the worse for the sense of apprehension that swelled in them both. Like the heavy air before a storm, it hung about them, setting their nerves on edge, distracting their thoughts. 100 times that day they might have exploded into foolish quarrels, save that they could not waste the time. They would look up to dash sweat from weary eyes or free a cramping muscle, and their gaze would meet in a sudden mutual awareness of dread. Only once did Elof break off for what seemed to Rock no good reason, and that was to search out 2 wide silver cups, plain things he had made long since as trial pieces for a gift Nithade wished to bestow. Only at the day's end, though, did Rock find time to ask about them. Elof turned over the wide cups in his hand. "They are not important in themselves, scant art and no virtue, just a little of Nithade's silver. I mean to show him one small mercy, Rock." Rock stared. Even after what the girl, all the more so, though little he may appreciate it. As I said, I'll not betray those treacherous limbs of his to him. Let him go on thinking them loyal. Rock shrugged. "Why bother yourself? He's no fool. He's bound to guess the truth when he starts to think about it." "Yes, unless he cannot, unless the shock to him is too great. So I must see that it is." His voice faded. Rock waited, but when he spoke again his words were brisk and lively. "What's the hour?" "The last before the middle hour," Rock answered calmly. "And there's a small boat tacking in towards the west beach. They gather, Elof. Do you cool your head, and your heart'll harden once more." 2 weeks had passed since the coming of the princes to Elan Gorenhaien, and for Elof they had been 2 weeks of remorseless labor, both arduous and minute, work that might have killed a common thrall outright. To that he had been hardened since his youth. He made no complaint. But he was heart-weary, and that which he strove to make was not finished. Yet he must now lay all aside, for this was the night he had laid down in Rock's message, the beginning of the hour. "It's Kenarek, right enough," hissed Rock. "A showy sailor he is, but skilled to my eyes. And he's taking care to hide the boat, as you asked. Aye, here he comes now." It was not long before the younger prince stood on the threshold, his face so reddened by excitement and the climb that in the forge light he seemed to glow. A dark mantle covered his rich garments, and Elof was sure he detected the line of a mail shirt underneath them. He bowed. "Enter, my lord. Surely you do not fear to come to Sorcerer's Isle when you have met the sorcerer?" Kenarek scowled. "I do not fear any man, but this place was so called and bore a bad name long before my father set you here. Why think you it was kept for exiles?" Rock and Elof exchanged swift, significant glances, but Kenarek did not seem to notice. Nettled by any suggestion of fear, he stepped briskly into the forge and glanced about. "Well, Master Valiant, what's this secret you have for me?" Elof bowed again and pushed back the hood from his face. "It has been long and hard in the preparation, my lord. It wants only a short time more." "Oh?" Kennerec scowled around the forge. A wheel was turning slowly, silently, and the forge fire was glowing, but there was little else intelligible for him to see. "How long?" "Before the middle hour, my lord. It should take shape." The prince's face cleared. "Oh, well, that's well enough. Do you have any wine?" The wine was the best Naiad had sent them, and though he made Elof taste it first, it mellowed Kennerec's mood even further. He seemed content to wander round the forge and cluck with admiration at the bits and pieces of work lying around, not least many crystals set in webs of gilded wire. He remarked how weary Elof looked, and hoped the effort would be worthwhile. At last, very close to the middle hour, Rock, whom he had disregarded completely, appeared from the shadows and bowed. "It nears completion, my lord." "Then bring it to us," said Elof quietly. "My lord, we will need darkness." "As you will," said the prince uneasily. Elof saw his hand settle near his sword and smiled. "Take whatever precautions you will, prince, but I shall keep my word." Kennerec nodded curtly, striving to appear unafraid. Elof lifted a long left sleeve, and darkness seemed to fall in upon the forge like a net. He heard Kennerec's sharp breath in the darkness. "Silence, my lord, for only a minute longer. Have patience. It is here." The door creaked back, a faint outline of silver in the darkness. A shadow filled it, and a heavy tread rang upon the floor. Elof drew a deep breath and let his sleeve fall back. Upon his arm was the gauntlet, his fist clenched tight upon the crystal at its heart, that only a short time since had drunk the blinding glare of a rare metal in flame. He heard Rock slam the door shut once more, and his hand flew open. The forge blazed into sight, stark and demoniac in its glare, impossibly sharp and shadowless. And in that terrible clarity stood revealed, frozen and grey as a mantled statue, the shape of Geraid, the prince. For Elof's message had been delivered to them both, differing only in the time of their coming and the place where they must land. And in that fearful light he had revealed them each to the other, beyond the reach of bluff or hypocrisy, in the very moment of their treason. "So then," he cried as the glare died, and the lights of the forge burgeoned once again, "so you would think to enlist me in your treacheries, and betray me in my turn. But do you bear witness that I have kept my word. For each of you has only to draw and strike down his brother before him, and mastery shall be his indeed." They stood there, those baffled princes, for longer than Elof would have thought possible, blinded both in body and mind by the bright light of their exposure. He could measure that time by his own heartbeats, that roared so loud in his ears it seemed the walls must be shaken. Then, with perhaps a greater unison than ever in their lives before, they turned their bloodless faces upon him, and their gaze was fell. They snatched their swords from their scabbards, though Elof stood unarmed. Kennerec, who was nearest, advanced on him, breathing heavily, with the menacing pad of a cat to its kill. Elof made no move, but held him with his eyes. Geraid circled the benches to get to him, but slowly, content it seemed to let his brother strike the first. Closer came Kennerec, till Elof could see the quiver of his lower lip, and the tears of rage hot in his eyes. Then he swung up his sword and brought it down upon Elof's unguarded head. Like a snake striking, the gauntlet sprang into the way. The blade passed between fingers and thumb and struck the pale jewel in the palm, and there it lodged without even a sound as the fingers clamped tight, for the jewel had drunk the force of the blow. Elof clutched the blade, twisting it, pressing it back with a strength so great that his left arm prevailed over both of Kennerec's. The prince saw what promised. His mouth fell open to shriek, but then Elof unclamped his grip. The blow had not been so hard, for though both princes were polished swordsmen, they had seldom, if ever, had to fight in earnest, but it would have served to split a skull. Now, though, the blade was turned back against its wielder, while it was still in his hand, and its force unleashed. Straight through Kennerec's throat it struck, and in a great spray of blood his head flew from his shoulders and went bouncing away across a bench. His body dropped convulsing to the sanded floor. Geraid sprang back, remembering all too late that he had to deal not with a helpless cripple, but a sorcerer of craft and might. He sought to break for the door, but found himself facing Rock, grim-faced, his heavy longbow drawn to shoulder. He wailed like a beast and raised his sword as if to throw it, then whirled about and hurled himself with desperate frenzy on Elof. Elof seized his sword wrist as he struck, but the impact knocked him off his precarious balance, back against the great anvil. Kennerec's dark-smeared sword lay almost at his feet, but as he sought to stoop for it, Geraid's other hand clamped tight on his. Fighting to stay on his feet, Elof could not bring his greater strength to bear, and so they swayed there, locked together for what seemed an eternity, though Rock had barely time to down his bow and seize a forge spike. Geraid was screaming like a lunatic into Elof's face, spraying him with foam and spittle, snapping at his throat like a wolf, while Elof's back creaked agonizingly under both their weights against the sharp edge of the anvil. It might have gone hard with Elof, unable to use his legs, but Geraid, desperate to escape, suddenly let go Elof's wrist and twisted to snatch a poniard from his belt. Even that slight relaxation was enough. As he raised the dagger, Elof's powerful fingers clenched in the gaudy slashes of his jerkin and thrust him back, staggering. Then they jerked him forward and to one side. The anvil's edge caught the taller man in the midriff, and he folded over it with an impact that drove the wind from his lungs. Elof stooped with an equally painful gasp, and even as Geraid rolled over, wheezing, to bring his blade across in a slashing cut, Kennerec's sword glittered high against the shadowy roof. So near came Geraid's sword that it slashed Elof's robe across and left a deep scratch over his ribs. Kennerec's smashed down upon the anvil with a dreadful clang. It was not a blade of Elof's making. It shivered like glass into flying fragments against the time-tempered iron. But it had done its work. Geraid's blade clattered to the ground, slowly, leaving a great smear of blood like the trail of some unclean creature. His body slid down off the anvil, nerveless fingers scrabbling weakly at the iron. Rock exclaimed in disgust at the head that rolled past his feet. But Elof paid him no heed. The bare hilt dropped from his hand. He tore off the ruined robe and cast it across the severed heads as they lay. With a strength that appalled Rock, he seized a limp arm and began to drag the corpses to the back of the forge. Rock bent to help, but Elof waved him away. "This is for me to endure. Do you keep your hands clean of it." Rock shuddered as he heard the furnace door creak back on its hinges, and sounds first of one heavy fall, then another, and at last the deep, dull clang of the closing door, final and dreadful as a passing bell. A wheel spun, chains clanked and rattled, the floor trembled, and the leaves of silver writhed and curled like their live selves caught in an autumn fire. Then, letting fall his props, Elof half sat, half fell upon the seat of bricks at the hearth. For long minutes he huddled there, head bowed, the back of his hand to his lips, as if listening to that devouring roar beneath. "Well," demanded Rock, "not having second thoughts, are you?" Elof shook his head. "No," he said. and his voice was steady, though very bleak. "All other gates are closed to us now. Some blood splashed upon my lips, that is all, and it has a bitter tang." Rock nodded. "They say it does," he said. "I'd better look to my packing now." It did not take him long. When his pack was full, he gathered up his steel-shod bow from the floor, unstrung it and brushed it clean, and slung it carefully on its quiver at his back. Only then did he turn back to Elof, and found he also had been busy. Of the robe there was no sign, but by Elof's side was a good-sized casket of plain wood, with a richly worked clasp. Rock hefted the pack. "Time I was away." "Aye," said Elof quietly. "High time." He lifted the box. "You know what you must do with this." Rock took it gingerly, made as if to open the catch. Elof's hand restrained him. Rock tapped his foot a moment, considering. "I'll take Kennerec's little boat. It looks the handier for a no-sailor like me. Garrade's I'll leave for you, just in case." "No. Do you scuttle it, or set it adrift in the channel. I am weary, Rock, bitterly weary, of suffering and of making others suffer." From the breast of his tunic Elof took the feather Kara had let fall, and beside it another almost as black, but with a faint sheen of gold. "If I succeed, well and good. If I fail, I fail. But our warning. That burden falls on you, then. Steer as truly westward as you can. Air to the north, if anything. At worst, follow the margins of the ice." "If we make it in time," said Rock quietly. "All right. West and north. I'll try." Elof heaved himself up suddenly and caught the shorter man by his broad shoulders. "Rock, fare you well, truly well. 100 times you've been my good fortune. The powers know you've earned some of your own." Rock cocked his head to one side and grinned. "It's not every forge hand gets to serve such a master. That they know also. Whatever else, it's never been dull." He clapped Elof on the arm with his own heavy hand, and turned away. At the door he paused, then flung it wide and filled his lungs with the clean night air. "Ah, I'd all but forgotten how fresh a tang it has. Freedom. Fare you well also, Master Smith." He closed the door softly behind him, and left Elof alone among the muted thunder of the forge. Elof sat a while, feeling more profoundly alone than ever in his life before, and then wearily he rose and began to sweep the bloody muck from the floor. In its place he sprinkled clean silver sand. The hardened earth beneath had drunk its fill, and the stains did not reappear. That luxury he allowed himself, meaningless though it was. Then he threw himself into his labors once more. He had lingered long ere he opened the furnace, almost too long. He felt the earth tides fight him at the door, and when at last he went down the steps he heard their grinding thunders behind it, but they hardly stirred the pile of cooling slag at its foot. All through the night he labored, pausing only to gulp down a cup of wine, a morsel of meat, whenever the work allowed him. The work grew in his mind, under his hands, till it seemed to fill the whole universe. He almost forgot there was anywhere beyond the stifling forge, any future beyond its completion. He hummed at first as he labored, and soon he was singing with little heed of the smoky airs that arose from the furnace to claw his throat and burn in his breast. Into that song he poured his heart, a lilting, ecstatic music of joy that knew nothing of treasons and bloodshed, that soared high above that somber vault of fire and the toil that scorched his flesh and drew blood even from his hardened fingers. "I am a leaf on the storm wind, sailing, sailing. I am a flame on a feather on the wide air, dancing, dancing. I am a cloud on an east wind, bearing me homeward, singing, singing. And into the work that song was woven. Yet for all his absorption, in some remote corner of his thoughts he could not help imagining the train of events he had set in motion, so minutely that he seemed actually to be seeing them all, building up like strange simultaneous layers of motion. He saw Rock's little boat glide across the darkest Kyanus to shore, beaching clumsily, no doubt, but safe. Rock leaving that casket with some of the gate guards he knew, repeating the instructions on its lid that it was for Naidade's eyes alone, and then melting away into the end of the dark. Taking to the boat again, though not for long. Rock would sooner make his way ashore. Rock on his way, the casket borne by mounted courier through the sleeping streets of that immense city, to the walls of the strength of Caris, and within to await the coming of the king. He saw the sun arise over the horns of the bull more clearly than through his own shutters, his own eyes blind to all except the piecing together of things delicate into a binding whole. But then it grew less certain. Nidade might return by water, sailing leisurely up the channels, or by land, to ride in triumph through the streets and enjoy the acclamation of his people. That was more likely, now that he brought peace to offer them, and the appearance at least of victory. He would come by the westward gates then, and reach the palace sooner, about midday, perhaps. He would find troubled faces awaiting him. The princes would have been missed by then. Perhaps Beathile would tell then, something at least. They would bring Nidade the casket. Elaf swallowed, and bent himself to his labors. That scene he had no wish to see. Ironic that mercy should be cloaked thus in the appearance of fiendish cruelty. Or was it mercy? A strange kind, if so, twisted and deformed. But so Nidade had made him, and must take his mercy as it came. He could not banish it from his mind. Nidade, grim-faced, being handed the box, the courtiers who gave it melting away into the crowd, beyond the reach of his wrath. Nidade, pale and apprehensive, balancing the box on his knees against his bloated belly, hesitating, then angrily snapping back the catch, and swinging up the lid. Elaf started, and almost burned himself on the furnace's outer door. There, in the two wide cups, with clasps of gems and gold to weight down their eyes, to uphold the sagging jaws, the severed heads of his two beloved sons. Even in memory that vision almost unmanned Elaf. Yet without it the king must begin to wonder how Elaf had enticed his sons, and inevitably somebody would talk. Now, though, there would be room only for horror and grief, agonies of grief, and then wrath such as even Nidade had rarely displayed. Wrath against Valent the dark sorcerer, Valent the murderer. He would draw the black blade, and then— soon? How soon? Elaf threw back the shutters, and was appalled. The sun was already past its zenith. Little time remained. Hastily he flung back the furnace door, and smelt the hair scorching on his hands in the air that blasted by. The inner door must be scarcely closed. Most of the delicate work was finished, woven already into the web of the whole. What remained was chiefly smith's work, making joint and frame strong and true against the forces they must endure. But that he must manage soon, soon. He glanced at the stalks, at the leaves that clung curled, and bit his lip. He could not wait for it to cool. He gathered up his tool-pack. The arm-ring, after a slight hesitation, he looped around the chain at his neck, for it was too small for either arm. He had not expected to feel anything, yet he was aware of a sudden strengthening, a reinforcement of his will, as if the power he had poured into that gold long ago had returned to him now. Over his left hand he drew the gauntlet, and slowly, carefully, He heaved himself over the hot metal rim and down into the depths of the forge. The walls were shaking around him now with the thunder of the earth fires, but he set his hammers as counterpoint against them. After a while, though, it came to him that the little chamber was growing hotter, not cooler. He paused in his hammering to risk a glance over his shoulder, saw the inner door too hot to touch, the layers of dross beneath it still aglow. He could guess what had happened. He had left the door open too long, and the earth fires had broken through whatever restraints the original builder had placed there. Now they must be welling up directly against the far side of the door. Even as he looked on, it began to change color slightly, developing the dull bloom of heat. No matter. It would hold long enough. Longer than he, perhaps. Every breath seemed to sear his lungs. He set his teeth, still humming his tune, varying it, broadening it, and finding words for its sweeping coda. Far from here bear me now, off to the smiling land of the spring, where what is lost I regain, and more than I was I become. He hammered with redoubled urgency, shaping and forming metal uncannily obdurate for all its lightness into the last fine welds of a framework for a light corselet of mail. The crashing chime of his blows rang dizzyingly around the stone walls. Would they hear it, out there upon the great river, and look up to see the plumes of smoke, the red glow, atop the shadowed crest of Elan Gorenhaien? Would they pull their oars to that frantic hammering time as their king urged them on, threatening, promising, half crazy with his wrath? He could see them as the thought came, the galley leaping through the water, the wavelets hissing and booming beneath its bouncing hull, its bows stirring the shallows, growling hollowly as they clove through the gravelly sand of the beach. Nigh now, leaping the gunwale into the shallows, his warriors at his heels, charging without pause up the slopes of the Sorcerer's Isle. And in that moment it came to Elof that he was seeing a truth, a vision that was happening. And even as the metal leaped and twisted beneath his hand, he listened for the roar of voices, the thunder of feet on the floor above. It came swiftly. Nighthaid, for all his years and the bull's armor he bore, must have made an almost unhuman pace up that slope, borne along by the wrath that boiled in his brain. "Valiant!" he screamed, while he was yet some distance away. "Come hither and be paid for the jewels you sent me! Valiant! Valiant!" His voice had a shriek in it, like that of a man racked to the tearing point. It froze Elof's heart. "Come hither, you skulking slayer! Coward, come forth!" Already he was nearer. He must be running like a man possessed. Running as once Elof could have, 8 years past, on 2 strong legs. His teeth ground with fury. 8 long years of misery, loss, and torment. He beat them out beneath his hand. With his last few strokes he hammered them away. "Valiant, come forth!" It was Nighthaid's weight alone that crashed against the sun symbol on the door and tore the whole thing from its hinges. His onrush carried him stumbling into the forge, crashing over table and bench before he could stop, staring at the red-lit smoke cloud that came boiling up into the empty room and swirled beneath the roof, as a rumble like unending thunder shook the walls. But against this sorcery he swung up his shield and shrieked, "Stay, fiend, and fight! My hounds have a claim on your carcass!" Then, out of the cloud, as it seemed, a voice answered him. His guards heard it as they came running up behind him, and though it had seemed to them till then that no voice could be more terrible than Nighthaid's in his torment, yet this one stopped them in their very stride as they came spilling into the forge. Where his was crazed, it echoed bleakly calm. Where his screamed, it spoke in tones elegiac, dark, and measured. But they quailed all alike at the pain it bore, and the judgment it pronounced remorseless, final as a passing bell. Unworthy borrower of your name, oppressor of the land you rule, king without honor, truth, or shame, the measure of your crimes is full. Nigh beheld in that last instant a dark shape rise amid the glowing center of the cloud, shadowy, formless, unlike a man's. Then with a last deafening roar the floor before it split with a line of fire and collapsed, caved inward beneath him in a roar of incandescent smoke. Into the gap slid benches and tables, sweeping men with them. The wheels and engines, baked dry by long heat, burst into flames and toppled. The troughs split, and the water blasted out into scalding steam. Tongues of flame roared against the roof and fired it. Great cracks raced up the walls, and they too sagged and split. Before any in the forge could move, those immense timbers of the roof shook free and dropped like the very props of the sky itself. Then toppled the upper walls, and with a crash and a roar the whole forge crumbled like a hollow coal, and fell inward in a thunderous fountain of smoke and flame. All the soldiers outside sprang back, dragging with them comrades who had leaped free at the last moment, escaping with bruise and burn. But they knew their lord was within, and they did not flee, not at once, not until one cried and pointed, and they saw the figure that rose out of that incandescent ruin. In man's shape it was, yet more than man, for on immense wings, pinions of shining black shot with gleams of gold, anchored in harness set with glittering crystals, it arose radiant into the rich evening light. Most fled at the very sight of it, but some stayed to cast their spears or shoot, for they were brave men. But from one outstretched arm, sheathed in metal, a spear of fire sprang that blasted the grass before them. Then all who could turned and ran for their ship. But Elof, rejoicing in the surge and power of wings once more, paid them no heed, for he was searching the wreckage, and called aloud the name, Gorthor. A gleam like a night of stars shone out in answer, and a faint, broken hail. Men, looking back, saw him glide down like a gigantic eagle, and they shuddered and ran on. But Elof came low, and hovered, and made out, amid a great mass of rubble, that shimmer of darkness, and not far from it Nithade's tortured face. One side of it was crushed and eyeless, the heavy locks matted dark with ashes. Yet he lived, and saw, and as the wind of the vast wings blew back the dust around him, his lips moved. Your armor was made well. Yet your revenge better. Leave my people lordless before the ice. Elof reached down among the rubble and plucked out the black sword, unmarked, unmarred, and the silver of the hilt poured a healing marshland coolness into his hands, so sorely burned. No, king, he cried. For better or for worse, I go now to bring them a worthier lord. Die in peace. In the ashes there lie with your kin. For them you fought and schemed so long. Now together you all may find rest. Slowly now he arose, higher and higher into the sky, and as he gained full mastery of the great work he had labored on so long, he turned as a bird turns, and flew off westwards, towards the setting of the sun. Chapter 9. The Heirs of Freedom. On and up the wings drove him, soaring towards the white clouds, while the land plummeted away beneath, and the airs of the heights streamed by, cool and exhilarating as new wine. The very power of their beat was intoxicating, awesome, for they felt almost like limbs of his own, and in those moments the maiming of his legs diminished in his mind. The shadow it had cast over him dispersed. In the face of such overwhelming strength and freedom, it scarcely seemed to matter any more. What he had lost was made good 1,000-fold. He shouted aloud and sang for the sheer joy of it. He had passed through the fires and was made whole again. A soft air surged beneath him, rising from the sun-warmed land, and he spread his wings and rode it easily as any bird. It came to him as an instinct. Had he not worn bird's shape many a time? Few who had not could have mimicked their flight so closely. None controlled it, for the wings were made in every detail as he remembered them, able to move in the same complex patterns, to sweep and angle and shift their shape. He had modeled them on the feather Kara left him, even to the tiny barbs that link each frond of the quill into a single surface. His material, the dark substance of the filament, light yet strong, with traces of gold to line it that could bear the virtues he needed. Yet though he flew thus as he had flown before, it was different, better. Now he was not cramped by the helm's powers into the mask of another shape, nor did it tell upon his strength, save to guide the flight with slight shifts of shoulder and thigh, for not even his steely arms could have freed him so from the clutch of earth. It was the gems of the corselet, drinking in the radiance of the sun as they had the furnace glare, that through the subtle virtues of the gold caused the woven web to shift and stiffen, expanding and contracting as the thews of a living frame. He was stronger and greater now than anything else that took the air, save a dragon or some other unnatural fosterling of the ice. Even the eagles of the Nordenbergen, shadows across the moon in his childhood, even the condors of the Meneth Skahas that came drifting down like dark clouds upon the slain of many battles, had scarcely half that awesome span. The shadow he cast was huge, and looking down and back he saw it pass at an incredible speed over the darkening blue waters of the great river, over golden shores and green fields and forests and brown walls of town and tower, as free as himself. He did not then notice, not consciously, the dark specks against the distant clouds that kept pace with him none the less. That first night took him far from Elan Gorenhaien. How far, he had no idea. As the sun sank, so the power in his wings began to dwindle, and the high airs grew colder. He had expected this, and looked for a place to settle. He chose at last to land on the outskirts of a lonely wood, far beyond the towns, on a narrow spot of riverbank protected by thorn thickets. Drink he had from the river, but he had not had time to bring any food. Save for a few coins in his belt, he had carried off only his precious tool-pack, the arm-ring and seal at his breast, and Gorthor at his side once more, and that seemed to him more than enough. Above all, he had his freedom. As darkness fell, he folded his wings about him, and was surprised at how sheltering and warm they were. A great weariness took him then, and he slept. Lulled by the soft ripple of the stream, the whisperings of the trees, he did not dream. Bird-song awoke him, and he laughed to find himself spreading wings of his own in the dim light. He washed swiftly and drank, finding his burns healing cleanly, and kindled a great fire with his flints to feed his wings. The gems drank it to dark ashes in minutes, and he sprang up with the sun, high into its first light. He felt hollow with hunger, light as a foam bubble, and still did not notice the distant followers. What concerned him was food. When he saw 2 peasants breakfasting outside a cottage, he swooped down to them, but they bolted like maddened horses in opposite directions. Fortunately, they left their food. It was rough country fare, coarse bread, goat cheese, and summer fruits, but to his heightened senses no less than a feast. He ate swiftly between gulps of rough wine, impatient to be aloft once more, and ere he rose again he threw down one of his gold coins in payment. It occurred to him though the coin might have bought the cottage twice over, that for all their fright it might mean even more to them to have such a tale to tell. It was then, beating up through the sky once more in a great spiral, that he first truly noticed the wings far off. But he thought no more of them all that day, so full was his mind of the joys of freedom and of the heights. He tested his wings to the full, riding ever higher on the warm air-streams, till he was among the clouds, sporting in and out of their chill contours as he might in water, and at last rising higher still, to where the sunlight grew sharper and the air thinner, till a tight band began to close about chest and temples, and his wings seemed to be losing their force. Then he plunged down in a long sweeping glide, towards a swirling fountain of clouds, awaiting the moment when they would part like curtains before him, and the great veil of Keris burst out like a bright banner beneath. Suddenly he was in trouble. The sun was blotted out, and for a moment of horror he thought he had somehow fallen back into his crumbling forge. Sulphur boiled in his mouth and nose, hot ashes stung his eyes, cindery particles lit agonizingly upon flesh too recently raw. A vast exhalation seemed to fill the universe, louder than a storm wind, but all too like the last breaths of a man half buried. He could have believed himself in the clutch of ghosts then, save that far beneath him there sounded a deafening explosion. The floating dust was blasted upward, branding his skin with new pain, and behind it the air filled with enormous masses whose passage he felt as much as saw, huge flowing gobbets the size of a house, cutting the air with an eerie whistle, trailing a wake of red-hot turbulence that tumbled him madly down the sky. Another blast, and this time a shower of such gobbets almost smashed into his left wing-tip. He knew now where he was, and that he must flee or die. He folded his wings and dived like a swimmer through the murk. Another concussion, and a spraying bolt past where he had been a 10th second before, sent him spinning like the merest leaf away and out of the cloud and into clean sky. The air seemed to sing around him as he spread his wings and fought to break his descent, the huge pinions lashing the air. Low over the waters of the Ischianus he swooped, till it seemed he must be sent skipping across their crests as a boy will skim a stone. But at the last he managed to pull up and take the sun on his shoulders once again. He looked back as he circled for height beneath the spreading ash-cloud, riding on the very airs that had threatened his doom, and saw the fire mountain blast again, spewing its glowing lava skyward. A volley of small stones passed beneath him, and he banked hurriedly across a glowing torrent of earth-fire to ride the heat that rose from it. It was an eruption greater than any he had heard of before in those lands, as great as any he knew of in the Nordenbergen, where he grew up. The ash-cloud towered over the mountain, hanging as if motionless in the air, high enough to mask the sun from the lands beyond. Its shadow lay far across them, in the likeness of an arm, upraised and threatening. Around a widening spiral he flew, and was high enough now to catch a glimpse of startling contrast in the distance, the ramparts of the ice glittering beneath the sun in all their deathly stillness. A contrast indeed, each with an awesome ability to destroy and lay waste, abilities totally opposed, but with the same results, a land blasted and sterile. Strange that so often they should lair together, and at their fiercest, ice and earth fires in the Nordenbergen, and now here. Could there be some link? Could Louhi be out to make use of them somehow? If there were powers of the fires, or whether there were or not, could there be some more material link? The fires had grown worse here as the ice advanced, as it ground down the land, crushing it beneath its overwhelming weight. His spiral swept him through the shadow of the cloud. He shivered violently, and his wings seemed to falter, though they had plenty of power left them. These windy airs, the sun's warmth banished, were suddenly bitterly cold. He passed out of the shadow into sunshine so warm and bright it felt almost like a caress. The chill remained with him none the less, sinking deep into his bones, He shifted his weight a little, and without seeking greater heights, he struck out to the westward again. He had begun to understand. The land sped by beneath him. The clean air whistled past and soothed his burns once more, and his mood of exultation returned. Less concerned now with the sheer marvel of his flight, he began to enjoy the view, to seek the sight of places he recognized or had been told of. Only now did the full extent of the land of Caris come home to him. Only now did he begin to understand the might upon which that great city was founded. A vast land opened beneath him, an expanse even that first sight from the cliffs had not prepared him for. There, where the vale was narrowest, he had seen only a miniature, a model of the true extent of the land. From the height he now enjoyed, he could look across great sweeps of field and forest to the northern wall of Caris Vale and the wild lands beyond, or he could turn his gaze southward and see for the first time the Ischianus' farther shores, and the different hues of the warmer southlands, the grassy meadows yellowed by midsummer, the light green of orchard and wood, the grain fields fast ripened to gold, and above them, on the slopes of the vale, the long stretches of dark green olive grove and fig orchard, the brown of vineyard and scrubby goat pastures. So clear was the air that he could make out among them the larger coastal towns, with their walls lime-washed in dazzling white, and their roof-tiles green rather than red. Kerbrahane had adopted that style. In the south, man's dominion did not stop at the margins of the vale, but went on further than the eye could reach, into the shimmering haze of distance, where the southern deserts began. Once it had been so in the north also, beyond the cliff-tops, a tamed country, rustic but civilized, much like Norderney, that had been his home, and settled by the ancestors of its folk. Now it was the haunted half-barrens he and Rock had escaped through, helpless before the inexorable advance of the ice, and the scars of war that had made it so had spread down into the very vale itself. He slept that night beneath the trees of an outlying orchard, overgrown and neglected this season. It yielded him some food, and its fallen boughs a sweet-scented fuel for his ascent next morning. By noon that day, less than 2 days after the fall of the forge, he reckoned he had come the distance it had taken Trigcar's cog well-nigh 7 days to sail. Prompted by that thought, he looked up and down the great river, but there were few ships of any size abroad. He saw the distant wings then, a pair of flyers as fast as himself, and curiously he swung towards them, but they scattered in panic, as what birds might not before something as huge as he. Ever westward as he flew, he saw more signs of war. At first, those that the greater towns were inflicting upon themselves in their frantic haste to build new fortifications on his pattern. Many an ancient building was torn down for the materials, and the lands about gouged up with trench and dike. But soon he came upon sharper devastations, wide slashes brown and black across the green earth below where holt and hamlet had been overrun and fired. Walls tumbled or whitened with flame, fields trampled to muck, pastures empty of beast and herdsman. A wide ring of such ruin marked out many of the greater towns from afar. That next evening he slept well in a proper bed with blankets, high in an abandoned tower, but he slept hungry. Every morsel of food seemed to have been stripped from the lands around. Hardly a bird sang, and no small creatures disturbed the undergrowth in darkness. At dawn, as he was kindling a fire upon the tower-top, he heard the approach of horses, and looking out saw a patrol of horse soldiers come to investigate the smoke. He had no wish for trouble with them, but he had little cause to worry. When he spread his wings across the tower-top, the horses neighed madly and bolted, their riders making no great effort to restrain them. Elof was surprised at how fearsome he seemed to be. Perhaps word of the sorcerer who had slain the king and flown away had reached them. Yet why should he scare the horses? Puzzled, he kicked the ashes apart, and rising upon the parapet, he launched himself out in a great glide. His quest for rising airs took him far out over the Ischianus, and when he passed high over two large cogs beating southward, he decided to try diving down towards them. One might be trig cars, and if not, he could at least see how the sailors reacted. It was almost the end of him, for even as he came gliding down the sky, confident in his invulnerability aloft, he saw a flurry of activity at the lee gunwales, but was slow to realize what it must be. He lurched aside just in time as the spurt of flame roared up at him. His swooping escape took him across the other ship's sails, and so only arrows were launched at him, but he left them far behind, and soared high to safety once again, very thoughtful. They had fired before they could possibly have made out what he was, the moment they had seen something with wings. What had they learned to fear, out here in what had become the forward lines of the war? That night he huddled, hungrier than ever, in the lee of 4 broken walls, and burned the fallen timbers for his morning fire in the damp dawn. The scoured land offered little else. Yet this was still within the lines. No enemies had passed here save a few reavers. Even the defending forces had left desolation in their wake, and not only they, for as he took to the air again he saw snaking across the land ahead what seemed the worst and ugliest scar of all. But it was not long before he could recognize it for the great line of defenses he himself had planned, yet never seen. It held still, for the banners of Caris flew bravely above its battlements, but it was severely marked as by repeated assaults, and in places its outer lines looked from above as if someone had beaten on them with a vast cudgel. Bodies unburied were strewn like chaff about all the ground before, partly burned but still all too recognizable. He did not dare dive closer, lest the fire be turned on him also. Westward still he flew, and followed over many a forest and field the bruising tracks of wholesale war, the devastation that attends the passage of great armies and their meeting. Long swathes of grey-black ash streaked the hills, and he knew that his fire weapons had been at work here. At times the devastation was so wide-swept it seemed as though duelists had slashed at each other with vast swords of flame. Nothing moved in the land below him, and save for distant dots now and again, the airs were no less empty. Here and there, all too often, his wings shadowed low mounds, set about with rusting spears, to mark where men who would defend their soil had at last become part of it. As in a vision, a sound of lamentation rose to him, faint but clear, the weeping of countless voices, the groans of overburdened hearts, and he never knew whence it came, whether by some trick of the airs he heard what passed far beneath, or whether, as one blended out of many, the voice of Caris itself cried out to him. The earth had swallowed blood here, and sickened of it. It was a land laid waste, marred as a sword-cut mars a fair face, and healing was a long way off. The winds that hissed through the shattered forests called after him, bidding him make haste. The rolling music of the wide waters below urged him on. Fly, Elaf, fly. You are destiny now. He had no reply. He could only speed on his way, chasing the sun down the sky till evening. There lay his only hope. He could do no more for the land. That last night of his journey he spent huddled in the lee of a stand of resinous thorn bushes, sleeping little, watchful for intruders, and in the morning he had to fire it to charge his wings. He rose swiftly and banked away towards the great river. As the day passed, he saw it narrow beneath him, and the cliffs beyond begin to converge. He had come a good part of the length of Caris, and ahead of him, when he rose high enough, he could see the gate as a minute blur of grey, where the cliffs converged far ahead. 2 weeks' journey by ship he had matched in the space of less than 5 days. Though he had left earlier, Rock could not possibly have kept up. He must find one of the places they had chosen as safe tryst. The shores were bleak and eerie places now, and his heart rebelled at risking a night on them, here where the ice's terrors walked abroad. He settled at last upon one of the islands he and Rock had first seen from the cliff-tops, many years since. It seemed at first as if war had not touched this lightly wooded little crescent of land, till, in searching the island before the sun sank, he came upon a small beach scarred by a ship's keel, and above the water-line, still recognizable, the ashes of fires. He landed, kneeling, and found they were cold, but his raking fingers uncovered bones that were unmistakable. Equesh reavers must have held some right here to the ice they served, for even they did not eat the flesh of men as casually as any other. He rose in fury and buried the ashes with the thunderous downdraft of his wings. Then he settled in shelter high up on the island. Gorthor, unused since he recovered it, seemed to nuzzle his hand like an eager hound, and he found himself wishing those reavers would come back. But he was weak with hunger, and knew the idea was folly. Berries grew on the island, and he managed to catch some small crabs and roast them. Poor fare for a man who had eaten little for days, but it would keep his strength for tonight. Tomorrow he would try hunting, and find some way to fish. That should keep him alive until Rock came. He should not be long. For all their sakes, he had better not be. "Well, you haven't withered away, anyhow," was that worthy's only comment some 5 days later. "Not quite," Elof admitted, between gulped mouthfuls of the hot stew they had brought him. He set it down a moment to cool, and took a long pull at a pitcher of ale. "Though it felt like it at times. Poor hunting, I expected that. But the fishing as well? Surely even armies couldn't deplete that, not when they were mostly ashore. Maybe Trigcar'll know something." But the old shipmaster was busy getting the cog under way. Already the anchor was clanking up the side, and the sail booming out overhead. He spared Elof no more than a curt but friendly wave. "He won't linger in these open waters, lest we attract a stolen lugger full of hungry reavers. Ah, well, you got through, that's what matters." He patted the massive wings outstretched on the deck. "Must have been quite a show. Sorry I missed it. And these? I'm disappointed. I was looking to see you swooping down on our mastheads, not hailing for a boat from shore." "So you might have, if another cog hadn't set flame on me at sight." Rock blew out his cheeks. "Aye, that's reason enough for care. Can't altogether blame them, though. You must have been a pretty fearsome sight, and if they'd heard about Nithaid—" "No," objected Elof, swallowing a mouthful of stew too quickly. "The news couldn't have traveled that fast, not to a ship far from the nearest town. Anyway, they were racing to fire while I was still well aloft, before they could have seen anything but wings. And some cavalry ashore bolted at just the sight of wings." Rock tapped his broad foot on the deck. "You're saying they've reason to fear wide wings." Then he stood up straight. "Ach, no. You're not thinking—" "Kara," said Elof, flatly. "Yes, I am." For a minute their glances locked, but then Trigcar, seeing the cog well under way, felt able to leave the helm for a word, and hastily they changed the subject. "Poor fishing here?" he repeated incredulously. "Why, man, it's the better part of the river, saltier for the sea-fish." "Then do you try your luck," said Elof sourly. "Trawl a few lines and try. Line and spear I've tried both from land and from above, and I've lived by fishing before. Not so much as a sprat. The waters are empty. That's it and all about it." Trigcar shook his shaggy white head in puzzlement, but found no answer. 8 years had changed him little, save to bow his shoulders a trace. He bellowed as vigorously as ever at a young seaman ambling by. "My youngest," he said, jerking his thumb at the lad with evident pride as he scurried off. Elof stared. You're bringing a son on this voyage? Shipmaster, it's a deadly dangerous venture. Would you risk him? Trigcar chuckled dryly. They're half of this crew, my lads, Master Smith, and the rest close kin, or good northerners. Comes to much the same. I'd have brought my old wife along if she were living yet, sooner than leave her here. The perils of the sea can't be worse. Stand or fall, I fear Caris'll never be what it was. She's too far gone. There's wisdom in that. We cannot hope to restore it to what it once was. At best we may salvage some hope for its people. I do not regret what I have done, but for the land's sake I wish it could have been otherwise. Without a strong king— Without Nithaid, mean you? Trigcar hawked and spat overside. He wasn't strong, no more than his father and grandfather before him. Save as brutes are strong, and that's the wrong way. The land's well rid of that vine. I served 'em all, I know. And I want something better for my lads. Judge of our land and our king, then, said Elof. Your kin have a new home for the asking, shipmaster. I'd that in mind, said the old man judiciously. Given he knows the worth of a good sailor, mind. None better, grinned Rock, him having been a seafarer himself in his wild youth. But if we are to save anything in that realm or this, we must make haste, shipmaster. Trigcar jerked his thumb at the taut sail. I don't call that dawdling. We're running for the southern shore now, but we'll have to beach her in another day or so anyhow. Daren't get too close to the gate. Daren't? Blazed Elof. We'll have to. We can't carry stores so far overland. Well, Master Smith, let me give you the same answer. We'll have to. By day the gate guards would spot us afar off, and by night— well, it's a madman's risk. That's a rocky shore, beset with shallows and rough water. The flow from the falls through the lakes is fierce, and the nearer the gate, the worse it gets. Elof considered. There you know best, shipmaster. But to trudge overland for days, laden with supplies, that too could well get us spotted. At the very least it will put the Equesh on guard if they find our tracks. But suppose— He bent and stroked the plumes at his feet. Suppose you had a watcher who could pass over the waters ahead, spy out such obstacles even in the dark. Trigcar looked at him in great wonder. You can do that? Then by Varia's sweet apples we might just risk it. So it was that in the dimming end of twilight, 2 evenings hence, a shape was flitting about the river that, from afar, might have been a great black bat in search of fat moths. It settled itself at last upon the foredeck of the cog, and the light of an uncovered brazier flared briefly behind the widespread wings. Then it was as quickly quenched as they folded and enveloped it. It was an eerie sight, and Elof was acutely aware of the white-rimmed eyes of the watching sailors. It's nearly clear now, he whispered urgently to Trigcar. Round the point, skirt the sandbar there, and some jagged rocks well under the surface, and there's a sheltered little bay, fine for a beaching. Trigcar gave a curt nod, hissed a command, and the eyes vanished in a flurry of motion. Elof spread his wings, wider even than the cog, and let himself fall forward on the air. It was cloudy, moist and still, strangely tense and breathless, as if it had caught their excitement, and flying was cooling relief. Over the bows he glided, and circled over the channel the cog must follow. As had happened once or twice already, the tip of a rock gouged into the protesting timbers. Depths were hard to judge, even skimming the very surface of the water. It sounded deafening in the stillness, and Elof winced, but no great damage was done, and the cog rode free into haven. There was still force in his wings, and finding a light updraft from the land, he swooped high over the tangled forest, spying out signs of movement, yet took care not to rise above the slope and be silhouetted against the stars. The forest was silent and still, save for the scufflings of the tiniest beasts, and greatly encouraged, he sank to the tree-tops and ventured a closer look at the grim bulk that bridged the narrow vale, no great distance ahead. His teeth clenched with a snap as he saw the lights that burned yellow in the upper windows. But he forgot the dreadful memories that aroused when he noticed that there were no outside lights at all. Normally, sentries needed a few at least to save them slipping down long stairwells or over low balustrades. Here there were none, and not a single guard to be seen. He did not know what to make of that, but then his wing beat began to falter, and banking swiftly in the air he glided back down to the cog. Its barrel hull looked absurd, canted over to one side in the shallows. From the side a frenetic unloading had already begun, with figures scuttling ant-like up and down the gangplanks. A few, Rock among them, made no move to help, but stood with bows to hand, watching the forest. With little force in his wings, Elof landed awkwardly, and they ran to help him up. "Safe, I think," he gasped. "Even up by the gate. No guards, nothing stirs there. And yet—" "And yet," echoed Rock with a shiver, "we'll take no chances passing that place by. How goes it, Tridcar?" "Well on, Master Rock. First of the portage sleds loaded to the limit, the others almost. 5 men to a sled, and we'll manage what's left on our backs. And swiftly, for I smell a storm in the air." The old man paused, embarrassed. "But what of you, Master Smith? These paths will be too steep for you. Will you ride on one of the sleds, or shall we carry you also?" Elof felt his blood race. He could not go back to being a cripple, a mere burden, not now. "Neither. Kindle me a good fire, and I'll fly." Rock growled. "What did we agree? What have you seen?" "In this haze, a bird, that's all. There's no telling distance or detail. Besides, what if I'm needed aloft on the far side? We can't just stop and build a fire there." "True," said Tridcar decisively. "I'll have it laid, but not lit. You must wait till we're hard by the crown of the hill. Then, if it is seen, they'll at least start looking in the wrong place, and you can catch us up in minutes." So it was agreed, and as the little party began its long haul up the slope, Elof was left, doubly helpless under his powerless wings, to watch the cog steered out by its 3 remaining crewmen. Since they were moving with the current now, they had less trouble in regaining the main stream and heading west again. It would be a long time before they were in safe waters once more. But how much longer for him? An hour passed, and another, more wearisome. He looked at the fire, and at the heavy clouds overhead. A breath of cold air stirred the heavy leaves around him, ruffled the plumage of his wings. Was that a distant rumble? At the first drop of rain he would have to light the fire, or risk being stuck here. But some of these summer storms came on very quickly and heavily. He twisted around, and his keen eyes pierced the murky air, following the slight disturbance high among the trees that marked the progress of the sleds, marked where a brace of birds flew up, squawking in alarm at the intruders. They were making good time, better than he had feared, but they must be tiring, plodding along on legs that felt like molten lead, hot, heavy, and agonizing. He found himself pitying them. Flight seemed so natural to him already, his braced legs a minor hindrance. If there was a clear patch, he might even be able to help them with their burdens. He sat up straight. A chill droplet had touched the back of his neck. He looked up, and after a moment another touched his cheek. That was more than enough. He fumbled desperately with the tinder box they had left him, blew a glow into the shavings, and struggled to transfer it to the kindling of the fire. Powers, was it damp already? Down the vale from the southeast echoed a crackle, a rumble. The kindling steamed and sputtered and sizzled. Then quite abruptly it flared, a single yellow flame that spread into a wavering line. The wood above it blackened and caught. A sudden swirl of air only swelled it, and in minutes the pile was a roaring cone of flame. Above it hung the great wings, hiding its light, shielding it from the rain. Then they swept down, and in a moment the droplets hissed upon spent embers from which the last glow had been drunk. The crystals in corselet and gauntlet had turned the fire back upon itself, redoubling its ferocity till the wood was consumed in an instant. Now the wings thrashed with its heat, and their wind scattered the ashes among the damp sand, dispersed even the smoke. Nobody would see it now. A flicker raced through the sky above the cliff-tops, even as Elof rose from the beach and soared up the slope. The storm was following fast. He went leaping out of its gusty vanguard like a dolphin from a bow wave, and swooped down over the heads of his fellows as they reached the crest. But there was nowhere clear enough for him to land. He swept past, and saw with alarm that he was circling past the upper levels of the high gate. They looked strange, somehow, as if their lowering profile had been changed, and still he could see no guards. Then a blade of awful light smote across the sky. Somewhere far behind him the lightning struck, blazed through the heavy air, and the high gate stood out stark in its glare. Elof recoiled at what he saw there, for it was not that the profile of the tower had been changed. Above the colonnades, curled protectively around the circumference of the tower, he looked upon a vast length of back all set with scales, like smooth iridescent shields, the curving flank of a body narrow only in proportion to the thing's sheer size. Above it lay folded wings that dwarfed even his. One leg jutted out like a crazily angled buttress. The vision came and went in an eye blink. Darkness returned, and hot red images behind his eyes. Then the thunderclap came, a tearing, unending crash, and the air took hold and shook him. At the far end of the tower, scales rattled, and a huge head lifted and swung like a ship's spar. Yellow eyes larger than Elof's head cast about, this way and that, malevolent glitters in the renewed blackness. Rigid with fright, he let himself fall, drift down on stiffened wings, cursing himself for not having been warned by the sights he had seen. Great flame scars on the earth, a land devoid of food, sailors and soldiers scared of the very sight of wings. And a sight this must be aloft, for it was twice the size of the dragons that had assailed the Durgar capital. In developing his fire weapons, he had forgotten that the ice could command a living flame of its own. Small wonder no sentinels need be posted. He was almost among the tree-tops before that huge head sank down again. It had missed him in the gloom. He turned wildly and went plunging after the others. He reached them just as they were about to cross the bare crown of the ridge, and was able to land among the thickets. "Makes little odds," said Rock, though he spoke from a dry throat. "We were going to beware of Equesh sentries anyway. This thing is sentry and army both, and it must move more swiftly than any aloft. If sentries spotted us, we might still get away, but not if it does." So they crept slowly across the clear land, lifting the laden sleds bodily rather than run them over even the slightest obstruction. Here Elof could help, for there was still power in his wings, and without the added strength in them and his own arms they might not have managed, for they were weary after their climb. No man spared a thought for the view ahead till the sleds were under the trees lower down. But then Rock and Trigcar slunk back up, with Elof above them, casting many odd glances at the indistinct bulk on the terraces, and cursing the gloom that made every shadow seem to move. They fell flat among low and tangled bushes, with Elof's wings to cover them, and took stock of what they saw. Against the ocean's faint glimmer it seemed for a moment to them all as if the shore directly below the gate was lined with thickets of dead trees, stark and skeletal. Then lightning pulsed among the clouds, and by its glow Elof recognized them for the bare masts and spars of ships beached or riding at anchor in inlets and streams. "Quite a bloody fleet," whispered Rock, "and no wagering whose. Look at the shape. Equesh longships, every one." So much the better for us. Trigcar, a few of the lads can get the supplies down the gentler slope to that point there, while we head down this steeper way. Then we can take them aboard as we head out. But won't we need all the crew to— I think not. Better to do this quietly if we can, and with the rain to aid us we might. By the way those fires are scattered about, they can't imagine an enemy coming within leagues of them, and there are no lights on the ships. I guess they'll have to set no more than a token guard, and that mostly to watch the weather, or one clan thieving from another. And if that's so— The rain came as they were scrambling down the precipitous slopes that flanked the gate, making an already perilous climb far worse. Elof flew, and more than once he had to rescue some unfortunate who slipped in the rivulets of mud that came gurgling down through the undergrowth. Every time the lightning flashed overhead, they froze, pressing themselves flat to the slope, while Elof swooped away to avoid drawing attention to them, fearful that at any moment he would see that vast yellow gaze staring down at him with the malign intelligence of a minor power. Its fire he might resist, but those jaws could pluck him from the air with a single bite. The storm lingered on the ocean's edge, as if waiting for a change of wind, and it took them a good 3 hours to reach the gentler slopes below the gate. They had come a way no army could hope to, and they were exhausted and chilled. But here, of all places, on the margins of the Ekwesh encampments, they did not dare rest. Nor were they grateful when a lull came in the storm, for they had hoped it would cover their escape. Here and there sentinels began to emerge from shelter and relight campfires, and one of these stood squarely in the way to the ships. So it was that a terrifying winged shadow descended suddenly upon that fire, and with a single sweep of its pinions snuffed it out. In the instant of darkness other shapes swarmed over the stunned guards. The act was swift and merciless, and because of that it was silent. "Now light that fire again," ordered Trigcar, "lest any of the other swine notice. We'll have to wait for the rain now." Elof held out a restraining hand. "Not necessarily. We will need the rain later, but meanwhile there may be another way." Now he was high over the long ship they had picked out, the guard no more than an outline leaning over the rail, gazing out into the bay as if listening to the soft boom of the surf under the rain. Perhaps at the last second he saw in the dark water astern some glimpse of what was coming, for he whirled swiftly about, his spear lifting, his mouth opening to shout. But they were his last thoughts, his last acts, and he did not live to complete them. The next moment he was high in the air, breathless as a fish plucked from the ocean in the talons of the swooping raptor. He was a strong warrior, but those talons broke him and let go. The other watchers heard no more than a faint splash from out in the bay. Lightning lanced down over the hills behind the gate. Thunder shook the air. Elof swooped low, hoping he looked no more than a large sea-bird, and skimmed the waves back to the ship, Gorthor in hand, ready to fall once again upon any who resisted there. But a familiar shape waved to him as agreed, and he settled swiftly to the deck. "Any others?" "3, all asleep in shelter. They never woke. And one in the next ship who chose that ill-starred moment to come on deck for a leak. I dropped him overside with an arrow before he even saw. Like sheep in a stall. Just slaughter. But hardly up to their own standards. Where's Trigcar?" "Here," came a gruff whisper. "As I thought, this one's newly ready for sea. The rig looked fresh trimmed, and it is. But better we take her down to the point on oars. They're slower but quieter." "No," grinned Elof. "Just get her afloat the moment the rain comes back. I'll see to the rest." With poles and sweep shafts as levers, they began to inch the long-ship down the beach, lifting anxious eyes to the skies. In this dimness it was unlikely any guard would see much at first, until the long-ship began to move in earnest. Then the one mast moving would stand out among the rest, and they could not lower it without hindering their escape. It had better be raining again, then. Lightning sizzled across the sky, thunder hard on its heels, and the masts stood out in stark relief. Every man froze in the glare as if it had struck him, but the ship's stern was already rocking slightly in the waves, the mast swaying visibly. Trigcar let loose a stream of appalling oaths under his breath, but there was no disturbance. Probably this area was the responsibility of the sentries they had slain, and nobody else was paying it any attention. With that monster above their heads, thought Elof, they had some excuse for being complacent. Trigcar passed him a heavy cable. He looped it over his shoulders, and they waited. Now and again a cold droplet would splash on arm or neck, but it was only the wind blowing them off spar or stay. It was a warm wind, but in his soaked jerkin it made him shiver. An angry tattoo of drops spattered on his neck, and he winced. Then came another. Then a few slow drops more struck him with mounting intensity and speed. He turned in sudden hope to look up at the clouds behind the heights of the gate, and felt a stab of sheer terror. Lightning clashed like twin lances against the tower, and he saw the immense body churn and stir like the sea, its scales dazzling with reflected glare, saw the spear-shaped head rear up, yellow eyes alight, jaws flung wide, the vast wings stir and spread above the gate like some demoniac crown. A cavernous roar mingled with the thunder, and their contention shook the air. Then, like a steel gate falling, the rains came once more, and into the midst of them, as they crashed down upon him, Elof launched himself, catching a last glimpse of the others springing to the levers below. Then he could see no more than shadows. He hoped the rain would dim those yellow eyes as thoroughly. The cable snapped taut. A tremendous weight bore down on his back, and then suddenly eased as the long ship slid down the sand and into the surf. Dimly he heard Trigcar calling that all were now aboard. He could not answer, but took the strain once more, and felt the whole weight of the long ship seek to haul him down. But it was afloat now, and the strains slackened as it began to move, sliding smoothly through the water behind him. He towed it as a small boat might, his wings mocking the rain with their powerful beat. It gathered speed more easily than he had feared, riding smoothly through the swell, and as the others settled at the sweeps, it fairly leaped forward. They had chosen it well, a craft of no great size, built more for speed and sea handling, for long journeys ending in swift assaults, rather than carrying huge cargoes or many men. In fact, it could have been any of the ships that had come gliding in towards Assenby so many years since. He laughed aloud at the irony of that, and the thunder seemed to laugh with him, mocking the ways of fate. No voice was raised from the shore, no shot was fired after them. The rain was still shielding them, scattering the lightning's glare. They turned in towards the point where the others awaited. There was a moment's alarm when an impact threw the rowers from their benches and caused the mast to waver like a grass stem in a gale. But they had only touched upon a hidden sandbar, and Elof still had enough power in his wings to haul them off and set them on course for the beach. They grounded alongside, and one party went to a nearby stream to fill the Equesh water breakers, while the others set about loading. They could not spare the time to unpack the sleds, so they laid down planks and hauled them bodily on board, though the half-decking seemed too light. As it turned out, only the last sled cracked it. The water-bearers came scurrying back and stowed the heavy barrels beside their own lighter flasks of metal and thick glass. "That's it," barked Trigcar. "Draw us off, Master Smith. To the oars, all, and backwater. Fast, ere the rain slackens again." Elof rose up and seized the bow-line, but felt his wing-beat falter as he took the strain. The oars were already thrashing against the surf. Urgently he heaved, felt the lean prow swing around to face the waves, lift and plunge. A gust of wind caught him then. His wings faltered and fluttered against it. He spread them wide and dived desperately for the deck. With no power in wing or leg to stop himself, he landed with bruising force. The wind got under his wings, dragged and skidded him across the tarred, greasy timbers and almost over the far gunwales. "No more power!" he gasped, as crewmen ran to hold down his wings and help him free of the metal harness. "Can't help any more now." "It doesn't matter," bellowed Rock in his ear, as the thunder drummed overhead. "Doesn't matter, do you hear? We're out, headed out into the bay, out to sea. We're away." Elof gave a great sigh. "Then their work is done," he said, and even over the storm there was no mistaking the regret in his voice. "And so they are clipped. On a ship this size we can hardly build a fire big enough to fuel them. See them well stowed, Rock." He let the wings be slipped from his shoulders. "Lie there, my new life." He brooded a moment, while the deck plunged and the wind whined around him, but soon roused himself. "Ah, well, at least I'm still good for some labor. Help me to an oar bench, will you?" "Ah, I don't doubt you could row the ship by yourself if you pleased, but why bother? Trigcar'll be setting sail any minute." "No, he mustn't. Help me to him." Rock shook his head, but helped him up, and they staggered aft together. Trigcar stood on the afterdeck, clasping the steering oar in his corded old arms with no apparent effort. The moment Elof sighted him, he cried out, "No sail, shipmaster! Oars only! Till dawn at the earliest, as I said." The old shipmaster frowned. "But, Master Smith, in this rain—" "And if it clears for a moment. They might miss a bare mast by night, but never the expanse of a sail. That's one reason." He slumped down against the gunwale and pointed. "And by all the powers, there's another." Out to sea the rain was thinner, and through it they could just make out the high, pale outlines that seemed to muster around the mouth of the little bay. "Sails!" barked Trigcar, clapping hand to the axe at his belt. "And they're a size, by the powers! 3, 4, no, more! A bloody fleet of the savages!" Elof shook his head. "Not Eckwesh. Those woven sails of theirs never look white." "Then who—" began Trigcar. Then the lightning came again, and the truth glittered clear and bleak. "Ice! Are those the ice islands you warned me of, Master Rock?" "Aye," said Rock grimly, "but twice the size of any we saw this far south. Why, with so much above the water, they must be just about touching—" "They are," said Elof bleakly. "I saw. The waves lashed them, but they never moved. They are aground, a reef of ice." Trigcar shook his head. "You were right, then, Master Smith. As well we didn't go sailing smack into those, in the dark and rain. Navigating them's a job for sweeps alone. Why, they're all around the gate." He snapped his fingers. "That's why you didn't find any fish. All around the gate. All around the inflow, the high falls. Think what they must be doing to the waters of the Ischianus." "Of course," breathed Rock. "This must be Louhi's doing. She's chilling it. So that's the plan you guessed, is it, Elof?" But Elof shook his head. "A part of it, perhaps. A preparation." Then something boomed against the bows, and the ship lurched. "Floating ice, even this far in." "You've met this before, Master Smith," said Trigcar shortly. "You give the orders." 3 men in the bows, with heavy poles or sweeps," barked Elof. "Shift what you can. Sing out to the steersman if you can't. Rock, you'd better be one of them. But help me to an oar first." It was hard to sit down at the bench, to grasp the rough wood of the sweep and turn his back on what must be happening at the bows, to fix his mind on the pace and rhythm of the shoulders that bent and strained before him, broken only when they must hurriedly backwater or push poles and sweeps against some cruel fragment of glacier. It was a fearful toil, for there were not enough rowers, but that he hardly noticed. As the time passed, he could look up, at least, and see through the veil of rain the white crags slip slowly by, their twisted summits a-glitter with the lightning. It was more distant now. The storm seemed not to be following them out over the sea. So much the better. It would cover their escape all the longer, and give them a more peaceful ride. For all that it had played them some uncomfortable tricks earlier, in fact, it could hardly have served them better. The thought came to him so suddenly he almost missed his stroke, earning the curses of the others on his side. But he hardly heard them. He was too busy thinking of the other flyers he had seen, remembering how even in the most deserted lands or skies there had always been birds within sight. Near or far, 2 birds, great birds, black birds, so great, so black, they could be seen easily from afar. More than once he had seen such a pair, and always on their traces rode a storm that was no common storm, that cloaked a cunning and a quirky mind, a power and a jester both. Then a hand on his shoulder startled him from his thoughts. Trigcar was kneeling on the half-deck by his bench, and there was a young man's urgency in his voice. "Master Smith, Master Elaf, I think we're through the worst of the ice islands. They're all afloat now, wider apart save to the northward, and we can dodge those. But it must be drawing nigh to dawn." Elaf looked up sharply, realizing that he had heard no thunder for some time. The rain was lessening, and the blackness beyond it was developing a definite grayish tinge. "Then by all means hoist sail, shipmaster, and get us away from here, on the wings of the wind." Trigcar rose and bellowed orders, and the sweeps lifted from the water like rippling wings. Elaf copied the others, shipping his in a shower of sea-water. The chill of it stung him, and he shuddered. There was something there of the agony the ice caused him. Then Trigcar bellowed again, and the other rowers shipped their oars and sprang for the halyards, leaving Elaf helpless on his bench, wild with resentment at being unable to rise and see, though he could guess at what was going on easily enough. He heard the rough spar go rattling and creaking up the mast, and twisting round he saw the black sail billow and catch the wind. It filled with a dull thump, wholly unlike the crisp crack of the sailcloth he was used to. This black stuff was a much heavier and cruder weave, strengthened with a crosswise net of tarred cords. But it took the wind well enough. The yards sang taut, and beneath him the hull answered with a single deep drumming note. Water slopped and gurgled in the bilges, and the sleek ship sliced through the water like a flung knife. A wild cheer rippled the length of the ship. "Quiet!" barked Elaf, and it was instantly quelled. He held up a hand, listening, but the sound he thought he had heard did not come again. He scrabbled and struggled to haul himself out of the benches, and Rock came running to help. "Why be quiet?" he demanded as he hauled Elaf bodily out of his seat. "We're away, aren't we? And you can't blame 'em for a shout or two. Crude these reaver craft may be, but they've a keen edge of speed on 'em. And we may need all we can get. Help me aft, Rock, and fast. They'll have discovered it's gone by now. There'll be pursuers combing the seas of the sunrise for us. Sound may reach them where sight cannot." Rock, helping Elaf up into the stern castle, cast a worried glance at the sea, all shades of dull metal now, and at the land that had held them so long, dwindling now to a grey streak across the horizon, its hills no more substantial than the remotest band of cloud. "But surely we've a good start." He stopped. Elaf was listening, gesturing urgently for quiet. The rumble that was borne down the wind might have been the last of the night's thunders, had there been any lightning with it. Over their ships, yes. But look! All eyes followed Elaf's hand, high into the growing light. The dark storm clouds were breaking up now over the land, riven with gulfs of lighter grey. Through one of these a strange shape glided, serpentine, yet borne aloft on a wide spread of wings, more like bat than bird. so uncanny it seemed that it took them a moment to gauge the distance and realize how huge a thing it truly was.
"The dragon!" hissed Tregcar, pale with horror. "The dragon hunts us!"
"As he would have sooner, had the sail been espied last night," said Elof absently, peering into the growing light. Again that ominous shadow crossed the cloud. "Keep on your course. Do nothing else. He hasn't seen us, not yet. And if he does, if only this wind doesn't drop." Somebody shouted. Out of the clouds, far nearer to them, far larger, the winged shape dropped like a spent arrow. Frightened gasps arose, and men looked to the side as if weighing the chill of the deeps against the venomous flame. But the dragon only hung there for a moment before the cloud canopy, vast wings sweeping between sea and sky. Then abruptly it turned and sped away eastward. Elof let go his breath and swayed a little. He fears to go further, lest he grows weary or is wounded. Dragons hate the sea, that waits to swallow them and their fires together, quenching them without effort. Not even at Louhi's behest will he go further. And if he cannot catch us, their ships will also find it hard. So he sighed, and turned to gaze out past the great bow platform, across a vast expanse of sea and sky to the farthest horizon, where air and water met, and shadows of the night still lingered. Rock swallowed. "Then that's it? No more than that?" A look of mild astonishment spread over his face, and he shook his head slightly, as if to clear an ear. "We've escaped. We're away." He sat down upon the helmsman's bench very hard. Elof nodded slightly. "West by west-northwest. There lies your course, shipmaster." Tregcar looked dubiously from the clear grey waters southward to the flow-strewn north, and back again, and scratched his head dubiously. "As you command, Master Smith. But it's a chill road, bitter chill. No more chill than the heart of Louhi, no more bitter than the lot of men. Sail on." They gave that black ship no name, though it proved steadfast and strong, sliding through storm waves as lean and supple as an eel. For it was none of theirs, and they found it better not to think what might have passed upon those greasy planks. The altar pyramid of cemented stones on the stern castle was bare of all dark ashes, but Elof cast it into the sea, and after it all the banners and shaman's gear he found, all bearing emblems of the Otter clan. The design on them was not unpleasing, showing well the sleek and sinuous movement of the beast he knew. He had watched them sport and dive in the seas of his childhood, menacing none save the shellfish they broke between flat stones. Once the ancestors of the Equesh, simple hunters themselves, had sought to identify with such creatures, seeing mirrored in them the qualities they valued, and their own place in nature. How had such a folk been twisted into predators, builders of a cruel empire, eaters of their own kind's flesh, feared servants of all nature's deadliest foe? All too easily, he reflected, for on that long voyage he had ample time for such lonely musings. He had only to consider how the onslaught of the ice had begun to twist the folk of Keris, once noble and high of spirit, into the sorry images of the folk they fought. Between Naidaid and the best of the Equesh chieftains, such as those of the Raven clan, there was little enough to choose, and yet, however malformed, there still must be a great grain of humanity in the Equesh somewhere, in their spirit of battle fellowship that gave them some discipline, perhaps their courage, or their sense of order and hierarchy. Yet it was with qualities such as those, lacking the mind-sword of his own evil-making, that Louhi bound the Equesh to her service. Those and the lure of simple riches, and where all else failed, sheer terror. An unwholesome fellowship links those who have committed acts atrocious beyond the common course of men. Those who in great peril have saved themselves at the cost of others, those who, starving at sea or in the wilds, have been driven to eat the flesh of their fellows, who have joined in some dark crime or witnessed horrors beyond the bounds of nature. All these things the ice demanded of Equesh warriors, through the medium of the shamans and the secret society of the hidden clan, with its masked ritual and mastery of magecraft, and it reinforced them with terrifying penalties. The best it left them was the somber pride and warrior's honor he had met in the Raven clan. But still, somewhere, there lurked the spirit of the men who had watched the otters in the bright waters, and delighted in them. If he could somehow reach that. Such musings were a useful distraction from the monotonies and hardships of the voyage, and those were many, but there was nothing idle about them, and they were only one strand among his tangled thoughts. Their passage was swifter than it had been outward, for they met no greater perils than wind and rough weather, and made no detours, but sliced a smooth arc over the curve of the world, tacking across the chilly airs that flowed off the ice. With a crew able to stand 2 watches, the sailing was far easier, and though many of the young men had never before seen the ocean, they were northerners bred to it over thousands of years, and took to it at once. The black ship, though crude and simple in its building, proved steadfast and strong, sliding through storm waves like a serpent, shipping surprisingly little water over its low gunwales and between its planking. Their living space was uncomfortable, for the Equesh made a fetish of hardihood, and scorned the least of civilized comforts. To the surprise of many, it was also scrupulously clean, for they had learned the need of this in conditions so cramped that disease could race like a forest fire. If there were pursuing ships, they never saw them, nor did they encounter any patrols. It seemed that Louhi had withdrawn them, perhaps to provide more manpower for her campaigns, perhaps also because of the ice islands that were gathering in such numbers now. "They'll freeze together come winter," remarked Rock. Elof nodded, and leant a little on the steering oar, swinging the black ship that much wider of the clustered floes. "And maybe next spring, or 10 springs hence, they won't thaw apart again, and though they're blocked on the land, the glaciers will creep a bit further down across the sea." Rock eyed him dryly. "By any chance, would that be this plan of Louhi's, you suspect?" Elof frowned. "A part, probably," he admitted unwillingly, "but still not the core of it. I think I see it, but not clearly enough. Not yet." He tipped the helm back as the floes slipped by, watching a shadow creep back along a curiously carven disk of wood and bronze, till it fell straight along the course he had marked. Rock looked at him a moment, then shrugged. As the weeks wore on, the ocean grew colder about them, so that even in high summer rime formed upon rigging and spar by night, and by day was slow to disperse. In the northern skies the ice-glow burned baleful above the horizon, like an unending banner of spider-web, dimming the stars as they arose, a silent presence that preyed upon men's minds. Many of the crew grew anxious at their northward drift, and began to eye their fast-dwindling supplies with great concern. They could not understand, though Elof sought often to explain to them, the necessities of navigating across the curve of the world. Their minds, bounded all their lives by the walls of Kerris Vale, could scarcely comprehend distances so vast, and in confusion they grew distrustful. Even Trigcar, who had looked upon the ocean as a child, remembered only that there was some special art, and not what it involved. No man of his time had known it. He trusted Elof, however, and that kept his crew in check. At last, one chill morning, Elof took careful sight on the sun as it shone red through the swirls of freezing mist, and shouted to Trigcar to bring the ship about onto a new heading, west by west-southwest. "For this is the midpoint of our voyage. We need go north no longer. Now for the south and home." From that day on the climes grew warmer again, and though there was still rough weather enough to occupy them, Their main concern was whether the food would last. "We always knew it would be hard," Elof told the crew, when they must needs reduce their daily portions still further. "We could not have carried more and still seized the ship so swiftly. But be steadfast, and I will make you all amends yet." Trigcar chuckled. "We'll hold you to that, Master Smith. We've water still, though it's piss-poor drinking, and water's the main thing. For the rest, a feast was never made the worse by a few days' fasting first." But the water was down to the scummy dregs of the casks, and the fast had endured many days before the sunset came that brought their lookouts hail. The sinking sun flooded the skies with still flame, reddening the grey clouds till they turned to glowing embers crusted with black. Fire ran among the steely waves till the black ship seemed to ride a path of metal half-molten. But at the apex of that path, hard to look at as the sun descended upon it, a dark streak showed at the wave's ending that seemed more solid than any cloud. The sun was almost down before those on deck glimpsed it, and then only for a moment ere the dark came. They were not sure. Hope stuck painfully in a parched throat. But the lookout was sure, as he came sliding merrily down the mast, and bade them hold their course and await the dawn. That night no man slept. So it was that when the first feeble light dimmed the sinking stars, the whole crew crowded the deck. They had seen little by night, moonless and cloudy, and now they quivered like hounds at the slip, thirsting and hungering for more than mere sustenance. When the clearing greyness showed them that shadow grown more solid still, the whole ship went wild. They laughed, they danced, they pounded Elof and Rock upon the back with bruising force. Both men scarcely noticed, for a deeper hunger yet burned within them. For hours it held them at the gunwale, their eyes fixed on the changing silhouette ahead. They were approaching the coast at a shallow angle, passing further southward the closer they drew, and they were torn between the urge to turn straight towards land and the more sensible course of waiting till they were nearer. "We've got to be close to home," asserted Rock for the 20th time, twisting his fists about the gunwale till the layers of encrusted salt crackled and crumbled. "We can't be far north, or we'd still have seen the ice glow." Elof writhed uneasily on the crutches he had whittled from ship's timber. "It was hard to set our southward course exactly. Too far south, and we come upon empty country, wild land, forest, desert even, or the salt flats of Davith Holan." Rock squinted up into the afternoon sky, shading his eyes against the declining light. "You couldn't be that far out in your reckoning. Mad you may be, but not daft." He tensed at a sudden hail from the masthead. "What do you see?" shouted Elof. "Whither away, man?" "Dead ahead, beyond the bows. Look! Oh, look!" On a ship of their own land they would have been able to scramble up the stern-post, but the Reaver ship lacked one. They could only wait long minutes while the ship sailed on and the world seemed to hold its breath, all save the lookout, for he had become totally incoherent with excitement. But as what he had seen appeared above the horizon, a great shout went up of wonder and joy from all save Elof and Rock, for astonishment held them mute. This was not the land they had left, not far short of 9 years past. And yet beyond doubt it was the city once named Morvanek, renamed Morvenhall, but now it seemed in truth that the ancestral seed of Morvan, 1,000 years crushed beneath the ice, had risen and flowered into triumphant strength once again. Rock gulped. "Is it real?" "Could all this have been shaped in a mere 9 years?" breathed Elof in wonder. "Or have we been wanderers in time, as we have upon the oceans?" "Lesser than Keris," growled Trigcar softly. "That you told me, but not that it was like this. And you have brought us straight here." So entangled in wonders were they that this further one seemed scarcely to matter, then. It was only later that it came home to them all, for dead ahead of them lay the promontory of Morvenhall, and across all the trackless wastes of the seas Elaf had set their bows straight towards it. But as they drew ever closer, they had few thoughts save for the majesty of the sight. They forgot empty bellies and parched throats, for their minds and their hearts were filled. All that Elaf and Rock had looked to see was there, the smooth solidity of the outer walls with their rotund towers, cone-capped in grey, the streets and terraces rising up the flanks of the Ness, and at its crown the lordly tower of the palace. They were still too distant to make out much detail, even in this clear afternoon light, but memories touched in what their eyes did not see. Yet those memories they began to doubt, for so much was overlaid upon them. They saw familiar pictures in new and splendid settings, but so contrived that their splendor only enhanced and dignified the older work. From behind the old walls new walls arose, their stone vividly red gold in the clear light, and they spread out to embrace the land around and beyond the promontory and the hills that overlooked it. On the slopes behind the Ness, where tangled forest had encroached upon overgrown field, new streets wound their way up from the old, but they were tall, spacious, and widely separated. Between them both forest and field were maintained, each within their proper limits, save where they gave way to the familiar patterns of vineyard and orchard. It was an image of harmony, a contained balance of man and nature, such as Elaf had never looked to see within a city wall. And as the palace crowned the promontory, so on each hill a tall tower rose out of the trees. Yet though they far overtopped it, they did not overwhelm it, but were set about it like standing sentinels to an enthroned lord, like flourishing youth about venerable age. Of ivory stone were their walls, their roofs of bronze capped with gold, and many a brave banner flew above them against the white clouds. "Those are the towers of Kerbrahane," Rock burst out. "What magecraft translates them here, right across the land? Copies, maybe, but where'd they get the stone? There's none like that here." Elaf shook his head in sheer wonder. Surely the Durgar have had a hand in this. Only they could achieve so much in so short a time. "The Durgar?" whispered a young crewman nearby. "Is this a magical place, then?" Nobody laughed. "It's a peaceful one, anyhow," said Trigcar contentedly. "That shows. We'd never get even this near to any city of Keris in a ship like this." Elaf and Rock exchanged shocked glances. They had both forgotten what manner of ship they were coming home in. Then they turned as one to look up at the black sail. "One wins you 10, said Rock carefully, "that they're warming up our welcome this very minute." Elaf swallowed, remembering the lethal rams he had fitted to Kermorvan's great warships. And they would use them at full speed. By the time they got within hailing range, it would be too late. "Even if they heeded any hails," grunted Rock, "or they'd use catapults. One volley from the Prince Corentin would turn this hull into pick-teeth. If we lowered the sail, the reavers do that before the attack often enough." "One ship against a city?" demanded Trigcar. "A city the Ekwesh have held within living memory," said Elaf quietly. "Not an experience you forget. They might think us daft, but they'd still strike first and hard." "In the harbor!" cried the lookout. "A ship! A huge ship, warping about, readying sail." "That's it," said Elaf decisively. "Head for the harbor mouth and they'll smash us to flinders. We can't anchor outside, it's too deep. Sweeps or sail, we'll have to risk coming alongside the sea-wall, where they can't use the ram. Can we do it, shipmaster?" Trigcar grinned. "We can have a stab, Master Smith, but we'll be taking a slow pounding between waves and wall." "Better that than the ram," said Rock fervently. "And I've few soft feelings about this ship. Have you?" "Well, she bore us no small way, and a skipper hates to lose any ship, but better that, as you say. To your places, the pack of you. We're going about." The city was confident of peace, that was evident, for it had no warcraft in readiness. But by the time the black ship reached the sea-wall, the long-ship Saldenborg, next in size to the Corentin, was sweeping out of the mouth. "She'll have to tack ere she can come back at us," shouted Elof, helping Trigcar with the unwieldy steering oar. "If you can get us alongside at once." "Any moment now, Master Smith," said Trigcar intently. "Down helm a little. A wee bit more. Let her go there. Stand by to fend off, you others." The old shipman took a deep breath and bellowed, "Now!" The two of them leaned hard on the oar. The black ship swung sharply around, spilling wind from its sail. The waves caught it broadside and lifted it with a sickening lurch. A dark bulk loomed suddenly over the gunwale. There was a jarring impact, another, and still another, that rattled their teeth in their heads. Then, as the ship lost way, the beating slowed down to a juddering scrape. "Get that sail down," Trigcar ordered. And then, as the spar slithered down the mast, he breathed deeply again. "That's it, Master Smith," he said. "You're home." Elof bent over the oar and closed his eyes. There were stone steps set at intervals in the outer face of the wall, and to one of these they made fast, bow and stern. But even before the knots were tied, Elof was at the gunwales, and Rock helping him over. He hung on the steps a moment and looked back. Out to sea the Saldenborg was coming about. By main force he hauled himself up the steps and collapsed over the top, onto the flinty top of the wall. He felt it drum beneath him, and looked up. The low sun dazzled him, but he saw a column of men come thundering down the narrow crest of the wall, a knot of horsemen at their head. He hauled himself up on his knees, waved and shouted, and to his infinite relief the horsemen reined in, the foremost so swiftly that his huge white mount reared in the narrow way, its hoofs thrashing the air over Elof's head. He looked up, shading his eyes, and the world seemed to stand still in a moment of infinite silence. "By the High Gate!" He still knew that clear voice at once. "It's Elof!" The tone of utter amazement was unmistakable. "And Rock!" Elof felt a sudden inane, breathless laughter bubble up within him. "All hail, my lord!" he managed to say, and lifted his hand in a limp parody of a formal salute. Then Rock was beside him, helping him up onto his crutches, and he was able to grin up into Kermorvan's face, slack with astonishment, as he had seldom seen it. But as he took in Elof's condition, it set instantly in shock, and his grey eyes grew bleak and hard. "Who has done this to you?" he demanded, and swung down from his saddle to seize Elof's hand in his own iron grip. "Who has done this?" he repeated, and glared at the black prow beneath. Elof shook his, and forced himself to find words. "No, these are friends, none better, and I ask you to welcome them. They are men of Caris." "Aye, Caris," he repeated, seeing shock flicker across Kermorvan's face. "As to who did this, don't concern yourself. That score is settled forever." Kermorvan raised an eyebrow, then nodded. "And Kara?" he asked softly. Elof shook his head. Kermorvan looked down. "Truly, I am sorry." "And Ilse?" Elof asked hastily, but he had hardly got the words out when the gaggle of men around them burst apart as a short figure bounded through and slammed into Elof with a force that would have knocked him over into the harbor had the arms embracing him been less strong. He swayed, breathless, all too aware of the body pressed against him, sturdy and square and thoroughly female, of the pert face laughing up at him, though it was streaming with tears. "The lady," said Kermorvan carefully, "appears to be very well." "Elof!" she gasped. "They were yelling about Reivers, so I thought I'd not leave all the fun to him. But you, what, where?" Elof rumpled her curls affectionately, unable to find the right words. "As fair as ever," he said, lightly, though his own eyes prickled. "You haven't changed by a hair, as if it's only been a few months, which I guess it has in your terms." "It hasn't seemed so," Ilse whispered. "We thought you were dead. You imbecile, idiot, you human." "You note, of course," remarked Kermorvan in an elaborate aside to Rock, "that no such compliments came to us." Rock, equally straight-faced, spread his hands helplessly. "Nor that sort of greeting my way, my lord. Seems we're just hangers-on." "Bystanders," amplified Kermorvan. "Forgotten men." Ilse tore loose and whirled round on Rock with her clenched fist darting at his middle. "I'll give you greeting, you tub of lard," she snapped, then flung her arms around his neck and kissed him with a force that lifted his bulky frame from the ground, leaving him scarlet-faced and staggering. Kermorvan's reserve shattered. He gave one of his rare shouts of laughter and spread his arms wide to embrace them all. "Peace, you madmen all! By the sign of the sun, it's good beyond measure to have you both back." Then he pulled free, gesturing up at the town. "I must countermand the alert," he said, "before too much panic spreads." Trigcar, who had scrambled up onto the wall, coughed. "And the warship, my lord. May we bring our prize in before the waves break her?" "And without some fool unleashing a volley," nodded Kermorvan. "Yes, you may." He turned to one of the horsemen. "See they are signaled at once, Athean." And the guards stood down. The young aide saluted and cantered away. Trigcar bowed, and was about to return to the ship when Kermorvan laid a hand on his arm. "You are of Keris, a shipmaster by the cut of you, who has helped my friend's voyage back across this vast ocean." Trigcar bowed again. "My lads and I. Trigcar at your service, shipmaster, as you guessed. My privilege, my lord, and some amends for the hard welcome my land gave them." Kermorvan shook his head, stern-faced. "That should not fall to such as you, sir. Our debt to you remains." Elof grinned. "They might be interested in settling here." "If you've a need of more seamen, my lord, though I've never seen the like of these great ships of yours." Kermorvan pursed his lips judiciously. "And there was I wondering how I might persuade you. I always need more shipwise men, and those who have crossed an ocean. But for now, go bring in your ship to the quayside there, and then toil no more. You and yours will be our honored guests. There is much to be told, I see." "And much to be done," answered Elof. "Keris is in peril, and its peril may be ours also, and that of all the world. For if what I suspect is true, Louhi is on the verge of victory, of tipping the balance decisively in favor of the ice. I think I know how she means to achieve it. We must take counsel at once." Kermorvan nodded. "So be it. My lady, you have your mount. We'll ride up to the palace. A more fitting place for your welcome than out here, at any rate. Dismount, you two, and let us have your horses. Then arrange carriage for the crew when they reach the quay." As Kermorvan turned aside to give his orders, Trigcar plucked Elof by the sleeve. "So that's your king. Younger than I'd bargained for, but a fine man regardless. There's one to follow, if any. And this land of yours looks worthy of him, aye, and yourselves as well. You've kept your pledge, Master Smith." They invited the old shipmaster to join their council, but he declined, much amused, saying it was late in life for him to start meddling in princely matters. So they left him with their thanks to bring in the black ship, and mounted up to return to the palace. "Help the master-smith up there," Kermorvan commanded. "You can ride pillion with me, or Rock if you prefer." "Neither, by your leave," growled Elof, hating the indignity of bumping through town at someone's saddleback. "Just get me into the saddle, and bind my feet loosely into the stirrups, so." He swayed in the saddle. He had not ridden for too many years, and his legs had grown weak. It gave him some sense of freedom, but nothing compared to flying. He looked up at the tower atop the promontory, and hungered for his wings, longing to soar about it as he had with Kara long ago, to take in all this new city from above, laid out like a living traject. Rock cocked an eye at him. "Sure you won't come a cropper?" "I'm all right. I may have to sit like a sack of meal, but I can still clasp with my knees, so I'll manage. But, Trigcar, will you see my wings safely unloaded and sent after me? Many thanks." "Wings?" inquired Kermorvan with innocent interest, then held up a hand. "No, not a word. I can see I will have to hear all this from the beginning to make sense of it. So, to the palace without delay." The little cavalcade trotted off down the sea-wall towards the city. Elof winced as he saw crowds flocking along the wider end of the wall. It might have been the alarum that brought them out, but they were evidently staying to cheer. Many came rushing out to hurl flowers or clasp hands with the returning seafarers, and Elof was surprised to hear the accents of Kerbrahane thoroughly blended with those of the east, and see so many brown-skinned folk of Norderney in harmony with both. To them he was an especial hero, and he spoke to them in their own dialect. Strangest of all, though, was to see Durgar among the ranks of men. "They make us welcome here," said Ilse, slipping her plump hand into Elof's. "Even the folk of Kerbrahane are learning that we are not vermin, working with us to rebuild." "The towers?" Ilse nodded. "When the west was abandoned at last, the syndics did not wish to leave the Ekwesh, such a strong place. They were going to throw down wall and tower, but we offered to bring the towers east and rebuild them. It was the Long Lad's idea, and a good one. That, more than anything, made us friends. It took 2 years with the fleet, and they're not yet finished, but it was time well spent. We took charge of much of the other construction also, and taught their masons a thing or two, their smiths also. But we have never found any to match you, Elof. To have you back—" She squeezed his hand hard. He looked down into her dark eyes. "To be back, my lady. It seems more than I deserve, but my heart tells me I must not stay. Not now." She sat silent for a moment. "Is it only your quest that draws you?" she asked at last. "Or is there other reason?" "There is, and you shall all hear it. You especially, Ilse, for it concerns matters in which the Durgar are wise." "I will hear," she said, "and yet I could find it in me to deny all, if it would persuade you to stay." Then, as they neared the end of the wall, Rock let out a startled oath and pointed. Ahead lay Plen Perthau, the landfall square, where the tall statues of the Watchers stood. But it had changed. On its farther side, where a block of rather dilapidated storehouses had stood, there was now a park of many young trees. But it was not that alone which startled them. For out of the trees, tall and grim, rose what was unmistakably the Tower of Veda, that had stood in Kerbrahane for well-nigh 1,000 years. And at its foot, along the seaward edge of the park, stood 2 more statues, in line with the Watchers, and of no less stature, upon a common plinth. The faces were living likenesses of Rock and Elof. Across the base were carved the words, Mar Dasunyans. "In the hope of return," said Elof, deeply moved, in the northern tongue. And then he saw that there was a 3rd place on the dais, standing empty. "That one is not yet finished," said Ilse tonelessly. "Not even my folk can easily capture so fair a likeness in stone." Elof did not reply, nor would he look at her as they rode on towards the palace. "I scarcely know what to make of it," said Kermorvan, when after some hours all was told to his satisfaction. He stretched out a long hand and poured more wine for them all. save that I grieve for the sorrows of that ancient land, and for yours no less, Elaf. But I would fear you if you were not my friend."
Elaf made no answer.
They sat in Kermorvan's own apartments, at the summit of the palace, overlooking the harbour far below. The king held up his own goblet to the falling sun, watching the dark wine turn the faceted glass to a fire ruby. "Now, I have heard what you have heard, seen with your eyes, yet I still do not perceive this plan of Louhi's. I find only dark suspicions. Why so?" Elaf sought to rise and sank back angrily. He had a great need to pace the room. He felt pent with energy, like one of his crystals, with no way to release it. "I still have doubts myself. They made me slow to voice my thoughts. And yet—" he wrung his fingers tightly. "Yet I am sure. The swelling of the earth fires—" "I noted that," said Kermorvan. "What caused it, think you?" "The ice," Elaf answered curtly. Kermorvan shrugged. "Very likely. But how? Louhi's power is the reverse of heat, as you yourself—" The table quivered as the flat of Elaf's hand cracked down, and the glasses rang. "Not Louhi. The ice. That vast bulk of frozen water spread across the land. Have you ever thought what it must be doing to it?" "Grinding it down," began Rock, but Elaf overtook him. "And then, lying on its new base, still carrying all the weight it's ground away, and all its own great weight of frozen water as well, what must it be doing to the land beneath? Crushing it down, that's what." Kermorvan snapped his fingers. "And forcing the earth fires up." "Squeezing them out like juice from a fruit," Rock chipped in. "Yes, that'd be it. They'd come boiling up, as the furnace fires did." "And the Vale of Caris is rich in the fires, as Rock found out. They run in a great line right across it, almost straight in places, a seam in the earth itself. And now every single breach on that seam is cracking, every fire mountain erupting skyward." "Aye, but what's the ice to do with such fires? Surely they'd hinder more than help." "No. Remember what we guessed, and what Louhi herself boasted to me. The ice seeks to chill the world by mirroring back a great part of the sunlight that falls upon it. But it cannot chill it enough to allow the ice to spread without check. Not yet. In free lands, warmed by the sun, the seasons hold the balance. The winters at their worst are neither cold enough nor long enough to advance the ice further than the summers can melt back. And the sun is a sign of hope, warming the hearts and minds of men, that Louhi fears almost as much. But if she could find a way to block off that sunlight—" "The clouds of ash," said Kermorvan. "But surely they only rise briefly and then fall. Not the finest ash. It was all around me in the upper airs, and higher still, as high as I could see. At that height it might hang there for days." "Years," said Ilse unexpectedly. "My people know of this. The airs owe their colour to the dust they bear, and the sunsets are known to grow more colourful after truly great eruptions. The effect may last years." She sat up suddenly. "And many have thought this may affect the climes as well, by filtering the sunlight, blocking its richness a little. But no more than a little. A few wet summers, a trifling time. That could not aid the ice very much." Elaf shook his head grimly. "One eruption, no. But along the length of Caris I passed by something like 20. Not counting," he grimaced. "One more I unleashed myself. And these eruptions are continuous, not dying, but growing, spreading, laying waste the land about. All that in one small region. Small compared with the rest of the world, anyway. The last few winters have been terrible, long and cold. Pure chance, perhaps, but every year the ice islands have been coming further south, till now they are lodging in the very inflow of the great river." Kermorvan stared into his wine a moment, then downed it in one swift draught. "I understand now," he said softly. "I believe you are right, though it is hard to think on such a scale. But not so for the ice, no doubt. But if it is so gradual, what makes you think the balance will be tipped so soon?" "For several reasons. First, because Louhi told me the ice need only advance a little further. Second, because the upsurge of the earth fires has been so sudden and violent only in this last year. And thirdly, though I am less sure of this, because Louhi was relaxing her war against Keris, because she was ready to conclude a show of peace, with me as the price." Kermorvan tapped his fingers on the table. "Let me see if I follow that. It cannot have been only out of revenge. She must have feared you could thwart her somehow. But how, by the high gate?" Then he slammed down his fist. "That's how! Thanks to you, this man Nidade had driven back her armies, defied the worst she could do. Another season, and he might have assailed her in the gate itself, and that she could not risk, because she must have that place to be sure of freezing the great river." Elof sat back with a sigh. The gate. That was the missing piece of the pattern. That was what I did not understand. And it comforts me, for as you say, she must have had the next season in mind, just as Tapiao warned. I feared she might strike sooner." Ilse shook her head. "Unlikely. She will need time to build up a great enough cloud. There will be no mistaking it then. It will hang like a pall over the land. Nor would she waste its power striking in summer, when its effect is least. Most likely she will wait till the end of winter, and then build it up gradually to prevent a thaw." "So we've got some time?" Rock demanded. "Fine, but how can we use it? That's the question. How thwart a power that turns earth and air against us? Elof, you said you'd some idea." "A weapon. It might help, though mere men cannot assail the whole mass of the ice." "But the gate," demanded Kermorvan. "The gate is her weak point here. What men built, men may assail." He rose abruptly and strode to the window, surveying the city that was his life's achievement. "Less than Keris or Morvan we may be, but where they are sundered, we are united. Where they have faltered or fallen, we stand free. We have a fleet great enough to bear the strongest force we can raise across the seas of the sunrise. And we have you, master-smith of the skilled hand, and your weapons. They may give our spear shaft its striking head. That spear we shall cast into the balance of the world. Then let us see which way it turns." Chapter 10. The Shieldwall Breaks. The wind blows fair across the wide sea. My black-haired girl it takes from me. Sorrow, you winds above, sigh for me and my love. You western girl, ah, you black-haired girl, you wild lover of mine. The voice came echoing eerily down through the gloom from the masthead above, chanting in time to the slow splash of the sweeps. Whichever young sailor it was had a fine voice, but it ground upon Elof's nerves like the wail of a pent-up dog. He shifted uncomfortably where he sat, hunched up against the high stern-post, but only made himself more uncomfortable. His life had left his body a mass of scars, and in this damp weather it seemed that every single separate one of them grew taut and ached. The scars around the silver rings had even begun to bleed a little, but Kermorvan was not the kind of man to countenance silencing the singer for so petty a reason. Nor, he had to face it, was he himself. Besides, it helped keep the ships together. He pulled his cowl over his head and rested his head upon his knees. But because he had to support them with his arms, it was hardly restful. Just as he gave up and resolved to enjoy the song, it broke off abruptly and became a shout. "Dawn ho!" The order was given to dim the lanthorns, and looking where he knew the east must be, Elof became aware of a trace of light, pallid and sourceless, spreading like thin milk. "Not before time," said Kermovan, watching his officers scurrying about, seeking the sun with their navigation devices. Between playing ducks and drakes with ice islands and striving to keep the fleet together, we're losing track of where we are. "Somewhere close," said Elof. "I feel it. In my bones, in my blood, I feel it." "A shame we cannot ask them for our heading," remarked the king wryly, shifting his fur cloak more firmly around him. "All mine can sense is this numbing, clammy chill. The very flesh will not shut it out. When I awoke this morning, my cabin was full of it, my mail shirt a mass of rime where it hung. And this is spring." "No," said Ilse grimly from somewhere beside him. "This is still winter, a long winter, a winter of the world. Its cold fingers reach out even across the oceans now. How fares the land, I wonder?" "Dawn ho!" said the lookout once again. "And the mists are clearing. Wind arising, mists lifting." "What wind?" called Kermovan through his cupped hands. There was no reply for a moment. Elof bit his lip. Most probably it would be from the north, as usual, and bring down more ice among the fleet. It was a miracle they had lost no more than 2 ships so far, and no lives. A miracle, and Kermorvan's keen planning and brilliant seamanship. "South wind! South and fair!" The mastheader's whoop of joy, echoed from the deck, flowed naturally into song once more. "My sweetheart, pray the southern winds to speed me to you once more. Ah, smiling wind, blow stronger still, my girl lies lone ashore." But then all voices died away, for around them the fog seemed to heave and shrug like some vast indolent beast, before rolling the deck. Behind it trailed a mass of serpentine streamers like ghostly banners, shredded and pale, through which they saw faint shapes gradually appear to left and right of them, their fellow ships like rime-encrusted skeletons under their bare masts. But ahead of them, at the margins of sight, it was as if the mists grew solid, drew aside only to settle and condense on the rim of the world, becoming, as it seemed, a great jagged reef of whiteness rising straight out of the waters. High against a sky of sullen lead it towered and glittered bright and cold. "Land ho!" sang the watcher. "Land—" But then his voice faltered. In face of that eerie mass, he could not be sure. "What is this?" exclaimed Kermorvan in amazement. "Whole mountains of ice rising from the very sea itself? The glaciers cannot have come this far south already." "No," said Elof, rising awkwardly and shading his eyes with a hand. "Nearest us, yes, those are ice islands, fused almost into a ridge. But for all the snow that shrouds them, those are true hills behind. You look upon the eastern shores of the ocean, my lord, and if I mistake not, the coastlands of Caris itself. The end of our voyage is within sight." "And the beginning of something more terrible, I doubt not," muttered Kermorvan. "Battle, war, slaughter, while the foes of life look on and laugh." But then his grim features softened with wonder, and he seized Elof's arm. "Caris," he repeated. "The shores of Caris." His blue-gray eyes glittered like the sea beneath. "It is much to have come so far, to have looked upon them." He sighed, and then his mouth tightened again. "However, we must reach them, and we cannot pass that ice wall. See how it curves away there, to either side. Elof, could this be the bay of the gate ahead? And that be the wall you passed through in your escape? The grounded ice islands?"
"Yes," breathed Elof. "Yes, it could. So if we follow it north or south, we will come to land."
"South, if you please," smiled Kermovan grimly. "Better we do not sail straight into the arms of the ice at once, but try to reach whatever endures of Keris first. Always assuming," he added, "that we're allowed to reach the shore unmolested." The cry from the masthead cut like an arrow through his words. All yearning and all joy drained from the young voice, yielding place to urgency and alarm. "A sail! Sail to landward! 2, 6, no, many sails! Black sails, a host of them, running cross-wind towards us! A bloody host!" "As I expected," said Kermovan calmly, amid all the frantic flurry on the deck around him. "After the barriers, the picket forces. After the mist, the guard ships. The Lady Tauntar sets her sieges entirely in accordance with the old texts. She has not forgotten to provide against relief. The strange theft of a ship may have made her more alert, in which case she may also have some swift-moving reserves ready to reinforce the guards, for that too is laid down in the best authorities." Elof grinned, though he felt a sudden taut emptiness behind his belt. "And what do they recommend to the relievers?" "Swiftness, and little else, save to avoid battle, where possible, for delay can only bring down greater forces upon you. But it is too late for that now, I guess. You there, Osta, my armor, and rouse that slug-abed Rock while you're about it." Rock was on deck and clad in his mail before the guard ships came clearly into sight, though he grumbled about being roused. "And all for a mere 30 reaver ships. I thought this fleet could pick its teeth with such numbers. There's not one of them the size of our Drommons or the Corentin, is there?" Kermovan frowned. "No, but they are all fair-sized ships and heavily manned by the look of them. They can afford to be, not carrying supplies. They'll fight the bloodiest delaying action they can, to win their kinsmen time either to bar us from landing or fall on us while we are in the midst of it. I have ordered the Drommons forward. Our best hope is to ram as many as possible and clear a passage through." Elof watched the black specks swell gradually against the forbidding walls of ice, finding it strange to think that only a year past he had sailed these waters beneath such a sail himself. They were moving out now into lines of battle, in staggered rows and spaced well apart to make them hard to ram, a shield of ships across the hidden land beyond. In just the same way, Kermovan's heaviest ships, the great man-carriers, were gliding up between the sleek warships in the van of the fleet, every inch of sail hoisted, every oar straining, to form a swift-moving spearhead shape. Spear would strike against shield. He shuddered at the thought. The collision would be bloody, costly, and he had had enough of such cost. The rams he himself had shaped hissed through the water as if it were still their quenching trough, soaking in hides and offal to harden the steel. Would they grow any harder in the blood of men? He peered at the ships ahead, stark and clear in the pale light, striving to find some detail that would stop him thinking of them as faceless menaces. His hatred of the Equesh, conceived in his first harsh captivity, had never left him. But as he peered at the ships ahead, stark and clear in the pale light, he could not forget that they were still crewed by men. It would be their blood, too. Suddenly he stiffened, shaded his eyes, and strained to see. "What is it?" demanded Kermovan, who even among the pressures of command missed nothing. "Do you see something, man?" Elof rounded on him. "My lord, will you have the braziers made ready at once, and give the order for my wings?" It was no answer, but Kermovan passed on the curt orders before he questioned Elof again, and that only with a sardonic eyebrow. Elof swallowed. "I can see, but I do not know if you can." The tall man stared a moment, his lips moving, and then gave vent to a very unkingly whistle. Is that what you told me of? Louhi's swift reserves? It may well be, and if it is, then, as we agreed, it falls to me to meet it." "Alone?" cried Ilse. "That was never the plan. Use the new weapon." Rock echoed her, but Elof shook his head. "You know better than that, whatever you say. Once seen, it can be countered. We keep it for the last. Now help me arm." The braziers had been lit for the fog, and in the excitement not yet extinguished. They were ready before Elof was. The steel lids clanged back, sending up a shower of little sparks. Kermorvan and his officers jumped and looked blackly, for no mariner likes the least spark in the little world of timber and tar and tow around him. A ship is a world too easily ended. But the dark wings folded about them, and that embrace no spark escaped. The least cinder that touched the deck was already dull and dead. One of the officers touched a spent brazier and gave a cry of surprise. "The very metal is cold." Elof smiled. "A man is no light weight to lift. Even with all that fire, I cannot stay aloft long. I must await the last moment." "It will not be long delayed," said Kermorvan grimly, and with a gesture sent his archers swarming up the shrouds to the masthead. "And we are almost within shot of the guard ships now. See!" For the others it came too fast, but he had never quite taken his eyes off the enemy. A giant's hand seemed to slap the hull, then something passed between sail and deck, making all in its path duck, and hissed over into the sea. The Corinthians' bow catapults sang, but on the Drummond next to them an invisible scythe slashed along the crowded deck, and cries arose. Kermorvan, tight-lipped, was about to order the rowers to a last burst of speed, when Elof caught his arm. "Wait," he said. "If I fail—" "If I wait, I risk more lives," grated the king. "Be swift, my friend, or do not venture it at all." There was a cry over their heads. A figure folded and dropped from the masthead, bounced off the main-yard, and dropped all asprawl to the deck. Elof swallowed, hoping it was not the singer, and flung his arms high above his head. With a rush and sweep his wings unfolded across the stern castle, his maned legs buckled, and he fell forward on their great beat. Over the deck he swooped, and up, half wild with relief and exhilaration, like a man who has lain months abed, able to walk again, to run free and unfettered. He climbed high to gain speed, and saw beneath him the massed masts of the fleet of Morvenhall, swaying like a floating forest out of the dispersing mists. It seemed to cover the sea, more than 300 ships strong, bearing well-nigh 10,000 men. Yet against the 50,000 or more that Caris might field after centuries of war, or the unknown throngs of the Equesh and the unhuman servants of the ice, that number would be all too few. It might dwarf that dark phalanx ahead, a mere 30 ships, yet against the threat that approached it seemed nothing. Seeking an updraft, he swooped over the Equesh ships, and caught his breath as the white emblems on bow and flank became clear to him. They were all the same, following the patterns that iron custom had laid down. An upraised head, arrogant and crested, tongue erect to scream with laughter or contempt, its long beak gaping to grasp at the sun-disk behind it. That changed everything. There was little time to waste, but he must risk it. He plunged straight towards the leading ship. He glimpsed an Equesh catapult dart shoot wide and targetless, skimming the harmless waves. They had seen him all right. Now let them hear. The leader was a dark hull longer than the rest, and it was careful to keep squarely in the path of the Prince Corintin's looming bow. They valued bravery, this folk, if little else. Above the leader's main deck he pulled up sharply and came riding down the south wind, wings thrashing like a great black crow as the ploughman passes. A hissing fountain of bolts and arrows rose up at him, but he hardly minded. He was hard to hit, and each was one less at the fleet. Swiftly he cupped hands to mouth and cried out, in what he knew of the Equesh speech, "Clan of the Raven! Warriors of the Kokuan! Why bow you to shamans? Why grovel to the ice and she who rules it? Why do you counter the will of him you most revere?" No arrow was loosed, but among the uplifted faces, well nigh as dark as their leathern armor, there was a flurry of movement. Out onto the shaman's platform sprang a burly warrior, his white hair streaming in the downdraft. His cloak of marten furs billowed out amid a jangle of ornaments as he flung up an arm. Instinctively Elof flinched, but only words were hurled. "Again, you, steel shaman! Twice a hand count of years, and to the serpent's tongue you stole you add the raven's wing. But are you truly his voice? Then let him shield you now. Or look to yourself, shaman, for behold, her hunter comes!" It might have been thunder that came shivering down the airs, but Elof knew that it was not. Gorthor leaned into his hand. He flexed his shoulders and saw the black sail beaten aback against the mast by the gust that hurled him upward. Like a startled horse, the black ship reared and plunged, then it shrank away beneath him. With a chill in his heart, he rose to meet the winged spear that came plunging down through the clouds. Immediately he had seen that speeding speck, he had guessed the moment he and Kermorvan had long debated was here. He had hoped it would be later, over land, with the bright sun at his back, the force of an army beneath him, and hopefully his latest and most powerful weapon. Now he was armed only with what he bore, and not for the first time he mourned the loss of helm and hammer. But late or soon, come it would, he had known that. As well, perhaps, that he face it now. To reach the Ekwesh he had sacrificed height and speed. It was nearly the end of him. Those vast yellow eyes must have seen him even as he rose, so much greater than any sea-bird, and known him for an enemy and a challenge. That swoop was aimed not at the fleet, but at himself. Barely in time he raised his left hand, open in defiance. Then the sky vanished around him, and suddenly he was back in his furnace, blinded and choking amid roaring flame. It was only agonized reflex that clenched his fists and dropped him just as suddenly into clear air once again, or as clear as it could be, with a cloud of stinking oily vapor about him. He knew then what had happened, and twisting about he saw the brute circling, coming about to make another pass. But for a moment he had the height, and as the broad back swept below him, he swooped in his turn and flung out his fist. Ahead of him, the mist cloud exploded about the muzzle of the great dragon as the heat the gauntlet had drained from it lanced back. Caught in the fireball, the long head was flung back, and the vast body, as long as any Drummond, curled and ducked away, wings folded, dropping towards the dark waters beneath. Elof cursed, and circled for height once more. He had hoped to kindle the beast's fire within its own throat, as he had served another once before. But this was an older, vaster creature, and undoubtedly wilier. It had shielded eye and muzzle, and let the flame wash harmlessly over its scales, then sought to tempt him down by shamming defeat. Its wings unfolded suddenly, and the fall became a wide, sweeping glide, well clear of the sea, away towards the advancing fleet. Elof cursed again and ducked after it, as it knew he would have to. It was man-cunning, this creature, if not more. He had fallen into the snare of thinking it a beast, and now it was leading the fight. Abruptly that serpentine body bent back on itself and came lancing back at him as fast as it had fled a heartbeat since. The jaws opened, and in near panic he thrust out his gauntlet to turn the flame. There was no flame. The gigantic jaws, long as a small boat and lined with teeth longer than his hands, twisted and snapped at him with a vicious speed he could not avoid. Barely in time he swung his left arm clear, and in the same movement hewed hard with Gorthor. Dark blood leapt into the air. The jaws clashed shut and twisted away. A bellow of pain and rage shivered the air around Elof, and the light was blotted out. In horror he saw a vast leathery wing, dwarfing his own puny span, come sweeping down upon him like a toppling wall. In desperation he struck again, a slashing blow taking all his strength from head to foot, a blow so hard that it spun him around in the air. A glancing impact stunned him, nearly tearing the blade from his hand. A spray of hot blood scorched his skin. A waft of foulness choked him, and another cry rang through his skull. No bellow, but a tearing shriek of pain and fury, whose sheer force struck him as hard as any blow, and numbed his mind anew. "They'll hear that leagues hence," was his only clear thought, as he tumbled down the airs. "Louhi'll know her pet's been stung." Then once more at the margins of disaster, he half unconsciously spread his arms, and felt the wings bite the air above him, and halt his fall. As the dragon had, he glided, letting the wind rush clear the pain in his head, and sought frantically about him for his antagonist. He had been helpless for minutes now. Why had the brute not finished him? Then, looking up, he saw the dragon plunge overhead, and realized what he had done. That giant wing was not like his own, modeled after a bird's. It was a membrane of leathery skin stretched over bone, without feathers to part around an obstacle. His desperate slash had cut a way right through the membrane near the root, out to the trailing edge, so that only a loose shred had slapped at him, and with every wing beat that tear was spreading. He could guess at the pain of it, and the horror of losing control out over the dark ocean. Perhaps now the thing would turn back for the land. He had reckoned without the power of its wrath. The malign yellow eye fixed on him, and madness glazed it. Unable to fly freely, its mind clouded by anguish and fear, the great dragon opened its jaws and vomited a stream of flame upon its tormentor. Elof had just time to thrust up the gauntlet, but he might as well have sought to dam a river with it. The fire blast streamed about him, and could not be extinguished, for that which the gauntlet cooled was lit anew. It was shielding his face and body a little, no more, and it was not enough. Desperate once more, Elof flung his wings wide, his head back, and clenched his fist tight. At once the flame rushed in upon him, but it caught him full on his chest, as he had intended, and fell upon the gems of his corselet. These, too, could not stop such a rush of fire, but they did not need to. They drank deep of it before it touched Elof's flesh, and gave his wings such a surge of strength as they had never before received, save from the furnace that saw their birth. The force of their stroke hurled Elof free of the flame, but it did more. It lashed the fire stream back upon the dragon, and from below, beneath the edges of its shield-strong scales. Startled, the dragon plunged aside, or the wash of flame might have taken it full in the jaws, but its torn wing hampered it, and the fire struck it full on its right side, and spattered across its unprotected wing. The dragon shrieked, a high, thin, agonized note, so loud it whipped the ears like a white-hot wire, as if to transmit the pain. Elof's head rang, his eyes stung, but as he climbed free he saw the dragon drop away across the sky, trailing a great plume of smoke. The wind stank of scorched flesh, its left wing shredded, its right perforated in many places and still ablaze. The creature was making a desperate lunge to reach the safety of the land and the cool, snow-clad hills. What became of it Elof never saw, but that it came to land is recorded, for its fall was seen, and the place of it noted, where a great fire sprang up among the snow. No doubt it was worse injured then, yet not slain, for a crawling trail led from that spot far off into the hills of the wild lands, and no man cared to follow further. What became of the dragon after that time is less certain, but that it lived on, maimed yet formidable, is beyond doubt, for even when its kind had withered in the changes of the world, it remained a legend of terror among the mountains of the ancient north, long after the passing of these events and the closing of their chronicles. But Elof, riding a great surge of joy and relief, wheeled back on wings that throbbed with strength, and hurled himself down upon the masts of the black flotilla beneath. And where the shadow of those wings passed, many a strong warrior flung himself face down upon the deck. He rejoiced at that, though there was no vainglory in him. He knew how close he had pressed his luck, but now at least he could seek to save lives rather than spill them, and for that the Ekwesh had to be impressed. He glanced quickly behind him, and saw to his relief that Morvenhall's stained sails had slackened their onrush, although they still advanced. He had the few minutes he needed. Again he held the air above the bows of the chieftain's ship, and again he cried out to them. "Is it well, then, sons of the Raven? Look to yourself, you bade me, and that I have done. Now I bid you do as much. Ask this of yourselves. Will you follow her still who would have you feast upon the flesh of men, who sets you apart on the land to walk the wastes and win no honor in war, who sets you apart at sea, where you will strike the hardest against fellow followers of the Raven, where your deeds will be drowned in the sea's cold silence and forgotten? Who has bidden you throw your lives away, not for your own good reasons, but for hers?" Furiously he gestured at the oncoming fleet, at the inexorable glitter of the rams. "Then go! Go follow home her hunter, whom you bade me fear. Begone, ere she whips you in, like curs to your kennels. Leave the Raven banner to those who work his will." From the black ships came no word or sign, but neither was any weapon loosed or hand raised against Elof, though the very air felt taut as a bowstring. He could see the chieftain, standing by the helm, glancing slowly from Elof back to the white-clad hills behind, and the hidden presence of the gate. Among these impassive folk that probably betrayed a panic of indecision, but it was scarcely enough. It was one thing to claim the will of Raven, another to convince them. He had hoped to overawe them utterly, but at their best they were a fell folk, grim and dour, and the long service of the ice had hardened them to sights awesome and terrible. What else was left him, if even defeating the dragon had not served? He looked up despairingly to where the smoke of the battle still hung in the middle airs, and thought for one awful moment that others had been sent out after him. But he saw at once that it was not so, and he laughed aloud for wonder. From out of the plume of smoke, as it spread and straggled upon the south wind, dropped the two specks that he had seen, circling, spiraling downward to settle in a flurry of wings as dark as his own upon either end of the black ship's mainyard. They snapped their high curved bills and cocked bright eyes down at the staring faces below. But then they peered back, cackling like malign old men over hunched shoulders, and stared straight at him. "Thinking," croaked the first. "Remembering," cackled the other, exactly as they had so many years since. He shivered with apprehension and the effort to understand. "Live, thrive, blood, brood. Then stay, pass, way," over and over, very fast, batting the words between each other like a game, till one suddenly added, "Choose." "Speak," spat the other, and rattled its black blade of a beak. Elof caught his breath. Then he threw back his head and laughed again, as all his exultation flowed back to him, and shouted down to the silent ship below. "Behold, I ride upon black wings, over land and sea he has sped me to speak words of fire to you, words of sun's fire that shall shine through the pale ice and melt it to a mist. I am his emissary." He heard his words come rolling back like thunder from against the distant barriers of the ice. "Well, will you hear what he wills?" Not a boy stirred on the decks below. Even the sea seemed hushed. "You shall not fight. For the lives Louhi commanded you to cast away are not hers to rule, nor his, but yours alone. You need not surrender, nor bow the knee, nor in any way lessen your honor and your pride. but in the name of your mighty forefathers of old, and their allegiance, older than the ice itself, he asks you to stand aside, to let pass the fleet before you. For they also are a part of the raven's brood, sprung like you from the common blood of the fathers of men that first he sheltered beneath his wing. Weigh well, choose freely. That is the raven's word." Even as he finished, the blackbirds squawked and shrilled, and rising on their cruel talons they shook their wide wings. The chieftain looked up at them, and beyond to meet Elof's own intense gaze. For a moment they stared at one another, and at the black birds between them. Then the chief made a single curt gesture, spoke a short word, and the sharp-edged sweeps splashed into the water. The steersman bore down on his oar. In a swift flurry of wings, the two huge ravens flung themselves aloft, almost colliding with Elof and whirling him aside. When he collected himself, he saw that the dark ships were moving forward no longer, but turning away, aside. Numb with excitement, Elof came swooping down past the masthead of the Prince Corentin as it passed beneath him, and all but collapsed upon the deck. The shield split before the spearhead. If signals were exchanged, no man saw any, nor heard any hail, but the line of black ships parted and peeled back on either side to give the great warship passage. In two long lines they formed up like sullen guards, and rode there, sails furled, silently watching the fleet pass. But as the last ship went by, they hoisted sail once more, and the two ranks silently closed in behind it, and followed the fleet to land. On board the Corentin, confusion had reigned. Elof was bombarded with loud praise of his valor and wild inquiry as to what the savages meant, often in the same voices, at the same time, till Kermorvan's dry voice cut through the hubbub and extracted an account of what had passed. "So Raven takes an interest," mused Kermorvan, tapping the gold damasked raven and sun emblem on his breastplate. "He seems to think you did the right thing, and I agree. But I crave to know just what those ships intend now." Later that day he found out. As the day declined, they sighted the southern hills, still green and free of snow, and at their feet many small bays without any ice that might make good anchorages. Kermorvan had the best of them swiftly sounded, then ordered the fleet in. He would waste no time, for as he told Elof, Louhi's minions were probably herding a huge army of Equesh southward across the snow that very minute, or preparing to land one from the sea. But the scouts he sent out, among them Elof aloft, reported both sea and land empty within their sight, and he gave the orders to disembark. It was a disciplined force that landed, but confusion and problems were inevitable. The land was cool and windswept under that grim and sunless sky, a country of barren cliffs and grassland, only a little less harsh than the north had been. By the sea, tough grass and thorny gorse were all that grew, save for the odd stunted tree. Here and there, in sheltered vales and hollows, some plants of warmer climes struggled on, but to no great effect. There was little to replenish their supplies, and no sign of men. But there was fresh water in plenty, and that they needed most. Their greatest concerns, as Kermorvan detailed them to the council of war he held on the Corentin's deck, were first, to establish and fortify their place of landing, and second, to seek a field for folk of Caris, and establish a link with them before Louhi's forces could cut across the land between. The matter of defences Kermorvan set to Ilse and the small group of young Durgar she had brought, and even before the main body of the force was ashore, they were busy throwing up ditch and earthwork, complaining bitterly of the poor sandstone of the cliffs. Faring afield posed a worse problem. On so long a voyage they had not been able to bring many horses, and of those they had, some had died, and most were weakened by seasickness. Even Kermorvan's hardy white war-horses, well used to sea voyages, were looking leaner in the ribs. Seasickness had taken its toll of men also, though they had guarded scrupulously against other disease, and many of the force were still not fit for long riding or heavy labor. Kermorvan's plan, therefore, was this, that while the main body of the force guarded fleet and shore, a swift band of such as were fittest should at once ride inland and seek the southland cities of Caris. This, he informed them, meeting all protest with a chilly gleam in his eye, he would himself lead. Elof would go with them as scout and courier. But none of this we may safely begin, he added grimly, till our third and most urgent problem is solved. What we do about our obliging escort out there. He gestured over his shoulder to the gaggle of black ships. "Chances are that'll be resolving itself any time now," remarked Rock cheerfully. "One of the buggers is rowing this way." There was a general rush to the side, but it was clear the newcomer meant no attack. There was something hesitant in the manner in which it hove to, a discreet length from the Corentin, and hailed for a parley. Elof was there when its boat drew under the warship's lee, and the chieftain of the Ravens climbed on board. He was grim of face, and there was fresh blood among the many stains on his mantle, but he saluted Kermorvan with respect, and Elof with awe. "No man fares best alone," he began, without preamble. "To gladden the eye of Raven, we set a spear between us and the other clans of the Aki-Yawasa, and defied the Woman of the Ice. Now we think we will gladden Raven's eye further, if we join those others who follow him." Kermorvan's angry gesture silenced the outbursts of disbelief that arose all around, but the chieftain folded his arms and said no more. Kermorvan pushed his long hair back from his forehead, and regarded him steadily a while before he answered. "You did what was honorable," he answered at last, very calmly, "and we take notice of it. We should have had hard fighting, for all our numbers. What it has cost you we can guess. But your kin has never shown any love for ours, and there is an ocean of blood between us. When one shield wall joins with another, each man must trust his neighbor, or the wall is weaker than it was before. I cannot forget that you might be cunning traitors, preferring a sudden strike from within our ranks to an open clash of shield walls that must in the end cost all your lives. I do not say you are traitors, but I would be a fool not to think of it." The chieftain gave a contemptuous grunt, but said nothing. Kermorvan leaned back in his heavy chair. "We must know more. We also are honorable. Aid for aid we will return as generously as we may. But to have you join us is a longer step, and one we should both test first. How truly do you wish it? Is it not rather fear of Louhi's wrath that urges you on?" Kermorvan had taken care, Elof noticed, to speak in simple terms the Ekwesh would understand instantly, and to avoid offending him. And yet he had accused him of fear. The chieftain bristled visibly, but controlled his temper, and allowed himself a frigid nod. "Not to turn face from the unending is foolishness, and the ravens of the Aki-Yawasa are not fools, King Oversea. Else should we chafe under her rule so long? We thought then, Raven sleeps, or Raven is weak, because he has no moving mountains, no warriors, no beasts, no sights or sendings, save some say himself. So we think, to serve well we can do no better. Now we see this may not be so. There are other ways, that you serve him and yet are not his slaves, that you have power to wield as he shows you, and yet is your own." The black eyes glittered as cold as Kermorvan's own, and the stolid face grinned with sudden savage vitality. "To fight the hunter as you did, steel shaman. Ayah! Would I had done that deed! She was wise not to send the ravens to fight in your land, but keep us to this, whose folk are rotten in their heart and strive among themselves. We saw you, we knew the time had come. So, King Oversea, our wish to join your force is true, not a turning of the face, If he follows you, we shall also, in all you command." Elof felt intensely uncomfortable. "You make too much of me," he said. "The king over sea is a man to follow indeed, a terrible warrior, but wise also in the ways of peace. Look rather to him." Kermorvan smiled wryly. "Whatever the truth of this, I begin to understand your wish, and to believe you. But it is not something that can be decided in a moment. For one, are all your clan of the same mind? There are many yet in our own land. Here there are many still ashore, some 40 ships or more. Them also we put in peril. But of those here at sea, all who remain are of the same mind." "All who remain?" "A few were foolish, or face-turners, but have no concern. No ship is weaker save by a hand-count, and the clan is stronger without them." He touched the blood-stain on his mantle. "They served us for luck offerings." "Then hear me," said Kermorvan into the ensuing silence, as they pictured in their minds what bloody moments had passed upon those still ships. "For now you find it well to join us, and I should be glad to welcome such powerful fighters under the Raven and Sun. But much of what we command might chafe upon you. We do not offer lives, for one thing, and you may not be so glad when the day comes that you must strike against your own kin." He paused, and the chieftain nodded curtly again. "Very well, then. Against all this and treason we must guard. Our welcome is hard, but the times admit no better. You and yours must live and act only as we direct, till such time as we hold you proven." The chieftain said nothing, made no move, but a strong pulse beat visibly at his jaw, and a stony pride was in his eyes. Abruptly Kermorvan surged to his feet, towering over him and all others on deck, and whipped from his belt his grey-gold sword. "This the master-smith Elof Valentor made me in the forges of the mountain folk. Say, will you swear fealty and obedience on it? For else upon its edge you dwell, and it has never yet been blunted. Speak now, or begone. I will have everything or nothing." For a long moment the old man gazed at him. Then with a sigh he seemed to collapse like a punctured bladder. He bowed his head and fell to his knees and beat his forehead upon the planking. "As you wish it, king over the sea. We are your hounds, and at heel we follow." In truth, as he explained readily enough afterwards, he had expected no less. It was agreed, among lesser precautions, that his ships should moor well apart, his men camp ashore in small groups under guard, in return for which they would both receive and help to gather supplies, chiefly fish, and that in battle by land or sea they would be set in a place where they might prove themselves at once. To this the chieftain assented, adding with a cold twinkle in his eye, "But hurry the battle, lord, for we are not mild folk, to sit idle at the doors of our tents. We breathe honor as the air." "Battle and honor you shall have soon enough," said Kermorvan. "For now nothing hinders the searching party. See that it is made ready, for it departs within this very hour." In his place he left Ilse, as was his wont at home. But to aid her he commanded Rock as marshal of the fleet, much to his astonishment and disgust. "For you know the land, and are a man of hard counsel, well suited to such a rank. And," he added in a lower voice with a wry smile, "that is a thing you have achieved yourself. It is no accident of birth, like smithcraft, or, for that matter, kingship. And that Marya will not forget." Rock snorted. To his vast chagrin, or so he gave out, Marya, instead of finding someone else, had waited out his 9 years' absence quite faithfully, leaving him no honorable alternative but to cleave to her. In truth, she obviously suited him much better than he pretended, for the years had settled him. Only the matter of standing had rankled between them. Now Kermorvan had more than made that up, and chosen so vital a time that none would claim he favored Rock from friendship only. Certainly Elof was glad that two such solid natures were left in charge, as he and Kermorvan led their few squadrons of horsemen up the steep defiles above the landing site. It would not do to allow the Ekwesh to stage a surprise attack from the sea and destroy the ships. The landing could be pinned in then, and left to starve with no way of escape. As they passed below the crest of the hills, Kermorvan called to Elof, and together they left the column and rode up to the summit. Clinging to his saddle, Elof was too exhausted to speak when they reached the top, but he was able to seize Kermorvan's arm and point. There, barely distinguishable from the hill crests against that grey horizon, was the distant shape of the gate tower. No dragon coils crowned it now, no great head lifted towards the lowering overcast, yet its aura of menace seemed undiminished. "I feel it too," muttered Kermorvan. "Once so great, yet what has it become?" "What has all this land become?" countered Elof harshly. "We linger from finding out, and night comes early. Would there were more sun!" The two friends looked at one another, struck by the same thought. Then they looked upward at the lowering clouds, already tinged with red by the low sunbeams. "It can't be!" exclaimed Elof. "Not already!" But as the sun sank in a riot of hues, scarlet and peach and glaring dark gold, mantled over all in black, Elof took wing once more. When he returned, his hair seemed strangely faded, his wings greyed, till he clapped them together and blew a rich dust of pumice about the company. "On every hand the fire mountains belch smoke and ash," he reported. "They look like pillars upholding this canopy, as in a sense they are. The wild lands are still thick with snow. The Ischianus is well nigh frozen in its upper reaches, the rest awash with ice. In early summer the attack has begun." "What of the Ekwesh?" rasped Kermorvan. "Or any force of Luhis? Did you see anything of them?" "I saw something, here on the southern bank, no more than 3 or 4 leagues hence. I could not get close enough before the light failed, but it looked to me like a great encampment around a town." "A siege or a muster?" Elof shrugged. "Either. I said I could not see. And there were a few small flickers along the northern shore. Fires of picket camps, perhaps. Ekwesh, if so. Those lands have been long deserted. Nothing more. And powers, but it was cold up there. The ice rides the upper airs now." Kermorvan looked grave, but he helped Elof unbuckle his harness. "Come warm yourself by the ovens, then. We dare not build open fires in this bare place. We must get away from it soon, even if that means pressing on through the night." To nobody's surprise, it did. The cold grew fierce enough to discourage even the weariest from thoughts of sleep. The danger of never waking was too great. The earth rang flinty beneath the hooves of their mounts. Their breath burned in their nostrils and steamed out in great clouds. Only a few stars glinted through the suffocating cloak of the upper airs, like the spear points of a night assault. The moon, when it rose, shone a few pale beams through the ragged cloud, but the frost-bound land glinted enough to give them light to ride by. They cantered on like a column of dark-cloaked ghosts, and made good speed. Near dawn they were already on the southern slopes of the hills, encamped beneath a stand of dead cork-bark oaks, winter's victims, and were grateful to snatch a few hours' sleep beneath the rising sun. Then fire was kindled, and Elof lifted once more into the air, climbing so high that to any casual eye he must be mistaken for a bird. But he knew well that among his foes there were eyes less casual, eyes of freezing blue, eyes of blazing green, and he held Gorthor ready at his belt, the gauntlet on his arm. Only his heart felt unready to face either. The land swept by beneath him, as if his wing beats brushed it away. There was little warmth in the light, but enough to keep him aloft for many leagues yet, and the warm south wind that had brought them ashore contended with the cold flow down from the north. Their conflict sped him swiftly eastward, towards the town he had glimpsed. He could remember the name of only one fortified town in this region, Torvalen, a holding whose lords had been a particular thorn in Naiade's side. It did not augur well. Like many of their northern cousins, they might have sought to compact with the Equish. Again and again he wondered what he had done in slaying Naiade, the ruthlessness that had dogged him all through his life, that Corentin in naming him had hung around his neck. Had it betrayed him as before, and perhaps the whole world with it? All the bitter self-disgust of old came welling up in his throat. All the old ghosts flew mockingly beside him. What was he? Who was he, that he should do such things, bear such burdens? He had never really known. But long before he reached his goal, he saw a change that drove the phantoms of the past from his waking mind. That dark smudge in the lands around had changed shape, grown longer to the west, like some amorphous creature stretching out an arm of its substance. And there was something moving among the river ice. Puzzled, he went gliding down towards it. They had agreed that while he was scouting, Kermorvan should not wait, but continue his drive eastward. Time was too short to waste. Elof could find them on the move easily enough, and it would shorten his journey back. So it was that he came upon the column as it was making its way across the southward slopes, and seeing for the first time the Vale of Caris laid out before it. So intent were they all, even Kermorvan, on the sight of this their ancestral homeland, and the focus of all their legends and tales, that there was near panic as Elof came down among them, with men shouting and horses milling and rearing, ready to bolt. "I might have been another dragon," grinned Elof breathlessly, as the alarm settled. "Could have settled on your wrist like a falcon." "You could hardly have caused more of a row," said Kermorvan irritably. Then he grinned ruefully. "Oh, very well, I admit it. I was too struck by the sight to see a proper watch kept. What news, then, with such haste? Do you bring a band of reavers down on us? Far from it. There'd better be none this side of the great river, if they value their hides. There's a host of Caris on the march." Kermorvan seized him by the arm. "You're sure?" "Of course. All straggling out along the high roads, with cogs plying back and forth on the river. They're breaking channels in the ice as they go. I saw banners and standards I've seen before. On my second pass, I stooped low enough to see the very shade of their faces, and nearly caused a riot. Evidently a habit of yours, but small wonder when the tale of Naiade's death must now be well known. As well they did not singe your plumes with this smith's fire of yours." Elof frowned. They hardly looked able. "That's no orderly force, from the glimpse I got, save for a few under the banners of lords, and even the banners are ragged. The rest, straggling off in any order, a rabble army. No colors, armor smirched and gear fouled, as if they've fought through mires and slept in them, too." "After fierce winter flooding thaw," mused Kermorvan, quoting an old piece of weather lore. "Even a miserable failed thaw such as this. Very likely they have. But they cannot hope to meet the Equish thus, not in their full array of battle, with Louhi to general them. Still, their coming would explain why she has not been free to strike at us across the land. I guess that the sooner we join them, the better." 3 days later, when Kermorvan's force came trotting out of the hills above the march, it became clear that Elof's surmise had been right. The army was at its noonday rest, straggling out across the land like a ragged scar, stretching far into the distance. Only here and there was there any trace of order. Yet when the first sounds of hooves reached the flanking columns, they saw sentinels enough spring to their feet, and if the weapons in their hands glinted dully, still they were held steady, and no man turned. Horns sounded, and the whole long line erupted. The country seethed like an ant's nest. Kermorvan exclaimed in astonishment as he saw it. "There must be tens of thousands here." "Such is the might of Caris," said Elof quietly. "Each campaign Nithade could raise a force thrice the size of ours, and still leave his lords some garrison. Did I not tell you?" "You did, and I believed you. But it is another matter to see it before us. As well we make ourselves known ere it rolls over us." He gestured to the riders to form up, and led them off downhill at a brisk canter, their mail and weapons jingling merrily across the breeze. "Now sound your horns," he ordered, "and standard-bearer, unfurl that banner." The hubbub had begun to die down, as the sentries realized this was only a small party, and saw their pale skins and Kermorvan's long bronze hair blowing in the breeze. But when the silver cavalry horns split the air, and the long black pennon broke out and floated over the tossing crests of the helms, the melee broke out anew, men shading their eyes and pointing, gesturing furiously at the design of the raven and the sun on the banner. For this was the emblem of the Ismerian kings that had not flown in this land for 3 generations, and had scarcely been seen above the heads of warriors for centuries before that. At the very margins of the army, Kermorvan wheeled his horsemen and brought them, still in their tight formation, cantering cheerfully along the ranks. He kept a careful eye on Elof, who was having some difficulty staying in his saddle, let alone holding the line. But it did not stop either of them from noting how men who seemed sunk in weariness and filth, who looked up with disheartened desperation on their faces, sprang up with astonishment at the sight of this trim band of horsemen, and the banner they bore. Kermorvan at their head was a sight in himself, clad in the grim black mail-coat of his fathers, but with a cloak of rich furs streaming out behind, and the raven crest damascened on his breastplate, glittering even in that sullen light. He wore no helm. His blowing hair served him for crest and crown, and above that stern and ageless face it made him look every inch a king. He reined in when he came to the first of the banners in the van, and bade his horns sound once more. Men came thronging around him, but though he held up a hand to them, he was obviously looking for some man such as the one who came riding up through the crowd on a tall chestnut war-horse, a burly, balding man in a stained black tunic, set at the breast with the same red shield as upon the banner, patterned with gold mascles. A heavy broadsword with an intricate cage hilt swung at his side, and his hand was never far from it as he cursed the common kerns out of his way. "And who in the name of Verya do you think you are, riding in under that banner?" he demanded in a sibilant southern drawl. Kermorvan smiled, and shaping his words as Elof had taught him, he replied, "I had best answer to the commander of this army, whom I seek. Are you he, or will you take me to him?" "Commander?" glared the burly nobleman, his short beard bristling. "Where have you sprung from? Fallen with yesterday's rain? You don't think this mob can boast a commander, do you? We're long past such things. We're bound to fight, man, and that's about the best we can manage. If you've a mind to die beside us, why then muck in and welcome to you. No politeness is needed, I do assure you. Needn't even answer your bloody name." "But I will, none the less." Kermorvan's cold eyes sparkled. "I will join you gladly, but I have no mind to die quite yet. I am the Lord Keren Kermorvan of Morvan, King of Morvenhall, heir of the line of the Ismerian, lord of all the children of Caris in the land of High Brasehall, far across the oceans. We have heard of your need, and brought such force as we can to your aid. Even now our fleet disembarks upon the coast, and though we have but half your number, we are fresh and hardened, and our hearts are in the trim. For we also have faced the ice and the Ekwesh in our lands, and though it has cost us dearly, we have beaten them back." The big man looked at him blankly. "You're kin of ours from oversea? Of Ismerian blood? And you've landed—" He sounded about to choke. Some 10,000 men to help us? 10,000 fighting men?" Kermorvan nodded. "And well armed, though a few are also smiths, such as my court master-smith here." The Baron glanced at Elof, then his eyes bulged, and he clapped hand to sword with such violence his horse almost reared under him. You're the sorcerer who slew Nidade!" Elof nodded calmly. "As I had promised him, for good cause. And ere he died, I promised him I would bring his folk a worthier figure of a king." "So it was true what you said," muttered the Baron. "I was at court when you came." "Aye, you had cause. But in Ismerian—" He gazed at Kermorvan from keen dark eyes, then anxiously around at the throng of men who were pressing in, hanging on every word. "He has the look of it. Gentles, you had better come with me. The lords must hear of this." He swung the heavy horse about, beckoning them to follow him, and curdled the air as he sought to clear a way through the press. "But others have heard of it first," thought Elof, looking down on faces dulled and haggard, catching new life from a spark of hope. Then, as the column wheeled to follow the Baron, he caught his friend's eye, and was startled by the twinkle in it, wintry but unmistakable. It was too easy to forget that Kermorvan, though almost painfully honest and honorable in himself, had a king's upbringing, and kingship in his blood. It made him, among other things, extremely adept at getting his own way. He had deliberately attracted the attention of large numbers of common soldiers before announcing himself and his purpose. He had seized the chance to do so in their hearing, and drive home the message that Ice and Eckwesh could be beaten. Or had he very gently maneuvered the Baron into giving him it? Elof had warned him of the squabbles and jealousies he must expect among the lords of Kerris, and he had passed them by before they even knew it. So it was that while the loose alliance of nobles who had strung together this last desperate army of Kerris were welcoming Kermorvan effusively, and at the same time striving either to put him in his place, or, as they got the measure of him, to win some personal alliance with him, the word was spreading through the army outside, like sparks spreading before a forest fire. And for confirmation they had Kermorvan's horsemen, men of Morvenhall and of Kerbrahane together in amity, common men like themselves, but equipped and armed better than most of the lords. They were only too ready to tell tales of Kermorvan's defeat of the master-smith in the Westlands, of his journey east and liberation of Morvenec from its oppressors, of how he had rescued the besieged folk of Norderney and Kerbrahane, and united them into a strong and peaceful eastern kingdom, all in the short space of 17 years. And all, they were careful to add, when he was no more than 44 years old himself, and could, if he lasted the long span of his line, look to another 40 or 50 active years. Before the lords had spent more than an hour or two in talk, they were astonished to hear a growing murmur outside their great tent, lively but restive, and sent out to see what it was about. When answer was returned that the soldiers wished to see the king, they looked at one another in dawning dismay, and some in sharp displeasure. Elof, who had been observing their maneuvering with amusement tempered with disgust, grew tense, and made sure Gorthor was to hand. But Kermorvan looked blandly astonished, and sat at ease where he was. "King!" barked one of the more piratical lords from the northern shore. "The only king here's from a far land, and doesn't mean to go poking his nose into the matters of Kerris. Tell that to the swine." He had forgotten that he was not within the thick walls of his tower, now reduced by the Eckwesh, nor surrounded by his own unquestioning peasantry as of old. The ragged and desperate soldiers outside those walls of oiled cloth and leather were of a very different mood, and they heard him clearly. A loud rumble and hiss of anger, like a wave breaking on gravel, answered him at once, and his florid face grew pale. The others rounded on him in anger and panic. They were not evil men, thought Elof. They had at least had the wisdom to swallow their differences, the will and courage to muster this last force, to give a morsel of leadership where it was needed. Nor were they battening on their followers, as some lords might have. Their gear was as grimy, their armor as rusty, their board as bare, their faces as gaunt and desperate as any of their men's. But it was obviously their power they were most concerned about, and the independence they had looked forward to since Naidade's death. Even before his forefathers usurped the kingship, the lords of this land had lost any respect for it, or any idea that they might benefit under a central rule. Or the common folk either. It was not impossible that they cared for them, in their way. Now, though, they were in for a shock. Outside, the murmur of the crowd was rising, growing louder and more rhythmical, becoming a chant there was no mistaking. "The king! The king! Show us the king! We'll see the king! We want the king! Bring out our king!" "Outrageous!" blared the young lord of Carualan, the great city in the south. "Get out there and silence them." "Who are you talking to?" growled an older and poorer lord. "Go silence them yourself, puppy. They'll rend you limb from limb. They've had a scent of something they want, and woe betide any of us dares tell them they can't have it." There was a long silence while the lords assembled digested this unpleasant truth. And then, for the first time, many pairs of hostile eyes lit upon Kermorvan. "You must tell them, then," said Iroquois, who had been Naidade's steward. "Say to them that you have come to help, and have no other ambitions, that being a stranger you must naturally submit to our command." He faltered. Kermorvan's lean features had hardly changed, but there was a faint and alarming smile on his lips. "Must I?" He spread his hands, as the faces grew downright menacing. "Speak to them so, I mean." They relaxed a little, and so did Elof. He had Gorthor's hilt in his right hand, the weight of the long trestle table in his left, ready to hurl it in their faces if they sprang. But Kermorvan's smile hardened, and became a wry and angry grimace. "My lords, consider. What you ask me to say would be justified if there were some strong, some solid captaincy here, some leader or leaders fit to direct such a force as this in so crucial a campaign. But what do I find? What do you find, if you look honestly at yourselves? You are so strained with suppressing your rivalries that you can barely agree which direction to march in. And though you are all capable warriors, not one among you has ever held such a command as this. I know that because I have listened to your talk, and because Naiade would never have risked giving an underling such power. Speak to my lords when you meet them, and you may hear a different tale. But that is not now at issue. What is captaincy." He rose from his seat. "Look upon me, my lords. You know little of me, save what I have told you. But I think that simply not being one of you, not being caught up in your ancient strife, would be a great asset in a leader. However, I can offer you more. I was born to war. I have fought by land and sea, as penniless wanderer, as common sailor, as leader of half-armed mobs and marshal of great armies. I have fought men and monsters. I have raised my sword against the very walls of winter themselves, and I have not been defeated." In the gloomy light of the tent his pale face seemed gray and stony, implacable, resolute. "I ask you, am I not better suited to command than any one of you, let alone your ramshackle confederacy? Ask yourselves, where lies your greatest chance to save your land, your estates, your power that you cherish so much? I do not say there is much hope. This land has been let slip far, and perhaps it must fall further yet, ere it can be cleansed. But I urge you, do not let it slip away altogether, to gratify your own resentments. Do not bury your good sense beneath stale rivalries of rank and lineage. But if you must, what of mine? I am the last of the Ismerian, and descended from a line which, had it not balked at kinstrife, could have held the kingship of Caris more rightfully than the one that did. I could step out of this tent and assert my ancient right. And dare you think it would not be upheld?" The cold eyes blazed, the calm voice thundered. The assembled lords gave back, astonished. They had seen Nithade in his wrath, but never this mood of stone and centuries that descended upon Kermorvan in his righteous anger. "My lords," he said, amid a sudden hush outside, "I will make no such claim unless you force me, unless there is no other way to stop you casting away the lives of your followers and mine, to stop you ruining the last hope of this desperate land, and perhaps of the whole living world, with your selfish follies and distrusts. I will lead you now, if you will it, as war leader only. As to kingship, let that rest until there is a land to be king of once more. Then we shall see." "Indeed, and by then you'll have your claws well fixed in the throne anyway," grunted a sour-faced southern lord. Kermorvan's look was bleak but unoffended. "You seem very certain that I would want it." That left them silent with confusion and suspicion blended. To them, Caris was the world. They knew well enough that Kermorvan had his own land, his own realm, but could hardly bring themselves to credit that he might prefer it. "Anyway, what's in the name?" added the Baron of the Red Shield. "Whatever we called any leader we chose, warlord, overlord, marshal of the field, they'll call him king. They trust kings, they don't trust us. And I don't blame them one blind bit." The lords were drawing breath to turn on him next, when Kermorvan's voice, pitched to carry to the outside, curled around them like the fine tip of a lash. "I came this great distance to strike at the ice, my lords, that is all. And with you or without you, fight I shall. If I cannot wring some sense from you, shall I ask your men? I do not think they will refuse me. Others have not. We are not without other allies." Elof watched warily as Kermorvan told just who they were, and how they had come to serve beneath the raven banner, expecting a great outburst. But when he had done, there was only silence, broken at last by the burly baron. "Ekwesh," he drawled thoughtfully. 30 shiploads, which is to say some 4,000 of 'em. And the dragon. Well, gentles, to whom shall fall the honor of proclaiming our new warlord?" "It won't last, you know," warned Elof, as he and Kermorvan rode out in the van of the ragged army, towards the northern flanks of the hills they had passed through. "This sudden meekness of theirs. You've daunted them well for now, yes, but if things go ill, even briefly, or the moment the fighting's done—" Kermorvan smiled. "I know, but that moment is a fair step into the future, and I am preparing for it. Now do you don your wings, for you must take word to Rock and Ilse at once, while there is light. Our two forces must move swiftly to unite, march night and day if need be. If Louhi realizes we have met, let alone made alliance, she will hurl everything she can between us. So go now, guide them to the tryst. We shall be hurrying on your heels." It was 4 days later that the two armies met. It could scarcely have been sooner. The place appointed was a shallow cleft in the hills above the southern cliffs of the vale, just beyond the angle where the Ischianus narrowed sharply, more or less opposite where Elof and Rock had first looked out over the great valley. Its surrounding hills, though they were no protection from the icy north wind, screened it well from the sight of the distant gate. The mood in both armies was one of rejoicing at the finding of kin long lost, and it made mingling them an easier task. When the lords and captains of both armies came together, united by the common demands of commanding so great a body of men, and of establishing a new battle order, the soldiers soon followed their example, and by morning Kermorvan commanded a reasonably unified army. But it was not without its problems. If Kermorvan's force had found their rations meagre before, when they saw the plight of their fellows they portioned them gladly. That created great goodwill, but something of a problem. "It'll leave us little enough to fall back on," was Rock's verdict. "But then if this goes ill, there'll be nowhere to fall back to, will there?" So it came about that the men of Caris went on to their war somewhat strengthened, and in many cases armed anew with spare weapons from the store Elof and his mastersmiths had built up. Shields alone were denied them, though the fleet had brought a great store of light metal shields, tall, curved rectangles, large enough to shelter the whole body. But it appeared that these were of some special kind, which only trained men could use properly, and Kermorvan had forbidden their being given away. This did create some resentment, but it was a small enough point, passed over easily in the glad meeting of the armies. More troublesome was the strong presence in the fleet of Nordeny men with the same copper skin as the Equish. Many Caris men met them with lively and vocal distrust and scorn, and as the Northerners were not given to suffering insult mildly, it took all of Kermorvan's authority to quell the resulting dissension. The wiser Caris men accepted them then, at least when they found they talked and behaved much like their own Northerners. The rest soon found it politic to keep their resentment silent. Only the ravens stood apart from the gathering, eating the mass of fish they had caught and smoked while Kermorvan was away, and loath to share. Most men were glad of that, for they remained a fell and uncanny folk, and there was hardly a man there of either camp who had not suffered some loss at the hands of their fellows, whether of home or kinsfolk or his own blood. Among the Caris men in particular there was great ill-feeling against them, but it was mitigated by the belief that their desertion was a potent omen. Also Kermorvan had put Elof, who spoke their tongue best, in charge of them, to see that they neither offered nor suffered any treachery, and every man was too much in awe of him to risk anything. Kermorvan lingered only long enough at that camp to send out scouts, Elof among them, and plot what they found onto the maps the nobles brought him. Then, shortly before dawn, on a day of mist and rain, a whisper ran through the camp that was more thrilling than any trumpet or drum. The new king had commanded silence, and all his subjects, old and new, were already given to heed him. In a pale half-light, with no fanfare save the muted thunder of their own bustle and tread, the last army of men formed up and marched away to do battle with the ancient powers of the world. Chapter 11. The Hammer of the Sun. There was no way now their presence could be concealed from the gate. It grew before them as they trudged along the snowbound hills above the great river's southern shore, from a notch of gray between hummocks of white to the great crowned ridge that Elof knew only too well. Rock, riding as ever at his side, spat and cursed. But as they drew closer, coming out of the hills onto open plains, frosty and snow-sprinkled, they agreed that its aspect seemed to have changed again, though clearly there was no dragon coiled around its crown now. The grey walls seemed to glisten blue in the sun, as if filmed with ice, and above them there was snow, thick crests of white crowning every roof, outlining every rail, every balustrade, every plinth, picking them out clearly so that each man of the army could see, even at this distance, the towering strength of the stronghold they must face. Ilse whistled, and turned to the chief of her Durgar. "Not so bad for man's work, eh, Guri?" His dark eyes scanned the ridge, and he rubbed his flat-chinned jaw. "Man's work, and ours, I guess, in days when such things were. Long in the breaching, long in the undermining. Months, perhaps." "Time is Louhi's servant," remarked Kermorvan, "but I doubt if she will leave us free to try either. If we are to besiege that burg, we must first get by—" He stopped and reined in his warhorse. From somewhere ahead of them, the high gate or near it, a weird sound arose, a deep pulsing rattle, rhythmical as a heartbeat, and beneath it a soft roaring note, hollow and thunderous, that rose and fell upon the bitter wind, but never quite faded. Elof could not for the life of him identify it, and to judge from the excited comments he heard among Kermorvan's guard, neither could anyone else.
"Like a heartbeat, hey? But dry."
"More like hammering."
"Like breath," said a nervous voice. "Another bloody monster, panting for air."
"Or flapping its wings."
Ilse snorted. "Might be some kind of an engine, maybe."
"Aye," said Rock fiercely. "A huge water wheel, bigger than the master-smith's even. What deviltry's she about up there?"
But Kermorvan made no answer. He was gazing around him with furrowed brow, considering the scene, looking across the open space to where it dropped away, no longer to cliffs, but onto the steep slopes leading down to the chain of deep lakes that flowed from the Gate Falls. A cold gleam came into his eyes then, and a wry smile. He frowned once more, and called to one of his captains.
"Have the Raven Chieftain come to me."
He turned back to the others.
"I was going to say, we must get by her defenders, and if I mistake not, this heralds their coming. The ravens cannot or will not say how many there are, save that there are more than us, which is not hard to believe." Even as he spoke, the sound faded away altogether. The sudden silence quivered like a tautened wire. He thought for a moment, then gestured to another captain. "Sound the halt, then the battle order, and see them formed up. Send out the rest of the scouts. We go no further in marching order. It's too vulnerable. We'll give battle while we're still in the open, not among Louhi's hills." The horns sang in strident discord through the ranks, and the long serpentine columns halted, broke, and began to cluster together on the plain, gathering slowly into a series of concentric rings, so wide they covered more than half the plain. For a time all was chaos, horns signaling, men shouting, horses neighing. For although the 20,000 of Keris had all seen some campaigning, they had less experience of the tight and flexible formations that Kermorvan demanded. Foreseeing this, he had had to divide his own well-trained men, weaken their dependable lines, to leaven the mix, and pass on as much of their knowledge as they could on the march. He took his stand with his captains and friends upon a rocky eminence atop a low rise of ground. With the many banners of the two armies floating above his head, he was easily visible as a pillar of calm above the milling masses, one moment conferring urgently with captains and nobles, the next calling cool orders that disposed one group or another about the lines, or set another to scraping shallow breastworks out of the hardened ground. But those close to him saw how his mouth worked, and how closely he scanned the hillsides for any signal from the scouts. "What ails you, my long lad?" demanded Ilse. "You've seen bad battles enough in your day." "Aye, and never loved a single one of them," retorted Kermorvan grimly. "But least of all one in which I am doomed to hang back, to command thousands to spill their blood before I so much as risk any drop of my own." He turned sharply as the Raven Chieftain struggled through the melee, and hailed him with grim respect, raising spear and shield. "Ha! Where will you have the ravens perch?" Kermorvan lifted a hand. "Gather them below the hillock here, where you can hear me." The old man eyed him a moment. "I thought he will place us in the front line, that his foes may seem to strike against themselves." He paused doubtfully. "Clan has fought clan often enough. It is a place of some honor." Kermorvan shook his head. "I have a better for you. Hold yourselves ready to my command, and keep down your banners till then." Abruptly the air was shuddering about them with the same rattling thunder and roar as before, but nearer, much nearer. The Equesh tensed, spun around and sniffed at the wind like a hunting hound, this way and that. Then he lifted his spear and pointed at the rounded crest of the high hill before them. All eyes followed him, but upon its unstained whiteness there seemed to be nothing to see. Suddenly it was as if the sharp skyline of the hill grew blurred. Another breath, and it had grown a fine fringe that swelled and wavered and rose higher. All along the rim of the hills that spear swung, and as it passed, as if somehow calling it up, the line arose, shimmering like wind-blown grass. In the utter silence, Elof heard Rock, standing beside him, swallow convulsively, and realized then how dry his own throat had become. The line stretched out in a great half-moon around them, from the hills inland to where the land fell away down steep slopes into the valley. At that end, small specks were still bounding to complete the line, and rank upon rank behind it. For this was the shield wall of the armies of the Equesh, and every seeming grass blade was one of their long oval shields, man-high. The army below, that a moment before had seemed so vast in its numbers, dwindled and shrank in Elof's eyes before that shimmering mass. He saw men's faces grow pale all round him, their knuckles whiten upon rein and weapon. Kermorvan, apparently impassive, was quietly and unnecessarily loosening his grey-gold sword in its scabbard. "Look at them," breathed one of his captains, appalled. "Look at the numbers of them. There must be 50,000 if there's a man." "And more in yon tower," growled Ilse. "But we'll deal with them later. For now it's only slay 2 to 1, and in the old days it was a poor Durg couldn't manage that now and again." Still in the eerie silence, save for the crunch of feet among the snow-clad stones, a long section of the northernmost line detached themselves and padded downward, hunched down and slipping swiftly behind hillocks and along gullies, till they were just beyond bowshot of Kermorvan's lines. They stopped there as if waiting, for one long breathless moment, and then, at an order howled from the hill, they swung up their short spears in a glittering mass, whirled about, away from both armies and towards the tower of the gate itself. It seemed to Elof, straining his eyes, that he saw high on the balcony below the round tower a soft gleam of gold that shifted, as it might be fair hair. But dark hair he was too distant to make out. Then the Equesh cried out a single word, unmistakably a salute, and lifting their shields of stiffened hide over wood, they sang out a hooting, carrying call, and rattled the blades of their spears flat against them. "Aotu-ue!" Across the ridges the whole vast army echoed them, and the drumming of the shields swelled and rang off the cold rock walls of the valley, a savage, terrifying music of war. "That's what the row was," barked Ilse. Her large eyes creased into deep wrinkles as she squinted across the snow. "Not quite," said Elof. "There was more." Below the rise, the old raven chieftain, growing impatient, seized his shield and slammed it hard, and all of his men would have echoed him, had not Kermorvan barked for quiet. They subsided at once, but looked sullen and resentful. Even as he spoke, the foremost of the enemy whirled back suddenly. Among them a chant began, a sung line and a massed response, almost like a sea shanty. "Away, Heug! Away, Heug! Aotu-ue!" On that last word all joined in, brandished their spears, and rattled them against their shields once more. "You speak their tongue better than I, Elof," Kermorvan murmured. "Can you catch any of that?" "Only the salute, the last word. Aotu. It means slay." They were leaping in time to it, dancing even, a strange bounding step, on the spot at first, then carrying them forward a step, 1, 2. With frightening suddenness and a great howling shout of "Aotu!" the dance became a charging run, and the first wave of Equesh swept forward towards the lines of Caris and Morvenhall. A shoal of arrows hissed out to meet them, and many fell beneath the feet of their fellows. Another shout from the hill, and the rush halted, but did not retreat, remaining there, the copper-skinned men dancing and chanting in mockery, while the deadly shafts sang into their uneven lines, and sent one after another sprawling in agony on the frozen soil, impaled and contorted, grotesquely propped up by the embedded shafts. It was an evil spectacle, so much bravery so ill-used, and for one long moment it held all eyes in horror. All eyes save those of the ravens, who had looked upon worse and laughed. It was their shout that brought Kermorvan whirling around. "A decoy, by the powers!" yelled the king. Like a grey tide creeping, the southernmost quarter of the shield wall had detached itself and advanced, was even now padding stealthily down the lower slopes and onto the plain. "Sound horns! Stand to your posts!" As they saw their ruse discovered, the black-clad chieftains upon the hill stretched out their spears and called in baying voices. The advancing troops abandoned their stealthy, crouching gait, and with a great shout and rattling of spear upon shield, they sprang up and broke into a fast trot that rapidly became a headlong downhill plunge. The crisp snow flew up beneath their feet and hid them, so that the shields seemed to glide forward across an icy cloud, and the crunch of each man's footfall, magnified many 1,000-fold, became at last the mounting unearthly roar that they had heard across the hills. Kermorvan measured the distance with a keen eye, then waved his hand. A horn sounded, and from within the ranks the catapults he had taken from the ships sang and slammed. It was a well-timed stroke. Rocks and darts went whistling down upon the advancing lines. Black-armored warriors were transfixed, dashed down like skittles, or crushed outright. But they left hardly a gap in that immense line, nor slowed the onrush. Some rocks overshot, but came tumbling back down the slope to take the Eqwesh from behind. Here and there the snow cover broke and slid away in little avalanches, sweeping warriors away helpless as insects struggling in sand. The catapults were frantically reloaded, and some even had time to fire. But the main lines were already under the arc of their flight, and it was only the few stragglers they caught. Now arrows began to sing down from the hilltops, a long shot, but in the tight-packed formation Kermorvan had ordered, they seldom wanted a mark. Men fell groaning and screaming, but their cries sounded thin and ridiculous against the rising thunder of oncoming feet. For the first time Elof actually felt a thing he had only read of, the earth shuddering beneath him at an army's tread. Amid their snow-cloud the Eqwesh came on like the stormy surf of a vast ocean, and like surf that first massive onrush struck Kermorvan's shield wall and burst over it with a roar. Or so it seemed. An endless moment of flurry and confusion, roaring and screaming, and the rattle of arms took hold. Hide shield boomed against metal, pike and sword clinked against the Eqwesh spears, short-shafted, broad-bladed, that could be wielded as either, while from the second rank long spears stabbed out over the shoulders of the defenders. Elof itched to take wing, to see and fight from above, but in this barren land they had little fuel to burn, and he must save it for great need. It was too much to take in, too complex and terrible a sight, this mutual slaughter of many thousands of men. Even to Elof's sharp eyes, only fragmentary images registered among the confusion, small scenes that seemed to be repeated, played out over and over again, wherever one looked along that long line of battle, like recurring patterns on some potent work of smithcraft, some immense and frenzied frieze, patterns brief, bloody, all too vivid. Here a pike sheared away a hide shield and the arm that held it, raking open the black-armored ribs behind. There a sword wedged in the wooden frame of another such shield, grey and serpent-crested, then fell from its wielder's hand, as like the serpent's tongue the deadly spear flicked out. Here a tall warrior sprang up on bodies sprawled across the breastworks, only to rise straight up into the air, thrashing like a fish upon the spear that impaled him. There a man of Morvenhall was knocked back across the breastworks by a hide shield, and had time to scream in terror at the spear that plunged towards his heart. But a metal shield felled his slayer to his knees in the snow as a man of the second rank stepped into his place, and a long spear drove under the Eqwesh armor. He fell thrashing, dragging the spear with him, and his assailant drew blade to confront the man behind. Over and over again such scenes took place, made all the more uniform when distance or the clouds of powder snow, pink-tinged now, hid the adversaries' faces. To Elof, then, it took on a dreamlike quality, as if two armies of ghosts were condemned to eternal battle, where each man who fell rose at once to fight again. Then, quite suddenly, like glass that cools or ice that melts, the scene cleared. The confusion resolved to reveal most of the Eqwesh milling and thrashing against the ring of shields, still sparring viciously with its defenders, but to little effect. Kermorvan's tight formation had played the strong sea-wall to that human surf. Most it had held, and what passed it had scattered like flecks of foam. Alone, intruders burst like foam indeed against the second rank, thrust through even as they yelled their triumph. And for larger groups also Kermorvan had made ready. His few squadrons of horses and picked bands of pikemen ranged freely between the ranks, blocking any breach and falling upon any who passed through. No intruders lived more than seconds. Only at the apex of the charge was the shield wall truly breached, brave men borne down with broad spears biting at their vitals, and there at once the horns sounded, and men of the second lines moved up around the gap, enclosing the influx of Eqwesh in a shallow arrowhead hedged with shields and thorned with spear and pike. Those at the fore, isolated in the narrow channel and beset from three sides, were driven onto their points by the sheer weight of the press from behind, and their bodies piled up to serve their slayers as a grisly breastwork of their own. The chieftains on the hill, seeing how ill even this breach was faring, bade new commands. All along the line the black-armored warriors broke off their skirmishing and dropped back, but those caught within the arrowhead could not move so quickly, to their undoing. With a hungry roar, the two ends of the reinforced line rolled over the uncertain press in their path, stabbing and slashing, trampling what fell, narrowing and closing the arrowhead, till the line stood whole once more. The ranks of the Eqwesh drew back, many still dancing and chanting mockingly as they trotted back up the slopes once more. But they left the ground before the shield wall, a stinking trampled slush, brown with blood, strewn with bodies like rain-felled grass. A wild cheer went up from within the Keris lines, and some, foolish or blood-drunk, broke ranks to follow. Their captains roared them back, and they came all the faster when a couple of the foremost dropped with Eqwesh darts in their bellies. The archers on the hills began to fire further and faster. Now there was less danger of hitting their own ranks. "Well, we've held 'em," said Rock tensely and without any note of rejoicing. "But that was just their first wave. What next, Kermorvan? More of the same?" "I think not," said Kermorvan. "They have failed to whelm our lines. Now they will strive to break them. The chiefest question is, where? On which flank will they strike?" "Why not on all?" growled Ilse. "There's enough of 'em, by Ilmarinen." "No. In such a melee they could not keep control of their forces, and that would serve us better than anything." He danced hurriedly aside as a heavy catapult arrow came hissing down and skipped across the stone near his feet. Nor could they fire down into it so freely, lest they hit their own. They will sooner try the lance, I think, now the club has failed, and they will tip that lance with hardened warriors. But where? Where? "I think I know," said Elof quietly. "Look there." High on the hillside there was activity behind that motionless front wall. Grey shields were streaming over the hill brow and down into the center of the shield wall, to the west of them. "It may be," began Kermorvan, then he broke off. Even as the last few grey shields bounced into the line, a wailing call rang out from the hill. The outer shield wall parted and melted back, and the greys took their place. Their shields bore the same serpent pattern as the banners that lifted and fluttered overhead. There were no chants now, no dance. One more wail from above, one jabbing spear lifted in answer, and with a single shout of "Ho!" the grey shields swept down the hill. As they ran, their line bent back from the middle into a wedge shape, and all the rest of the vast phalanx on the central slope, some 9,000 or 10,000 men, fell in behind it. Well nigh as many warriors as Morvenhall's whole army raced in a great spearhead towards the western edge of Kermorvan's lines, with the grey serpents tossing at its point. "If we'd had but a few hours more for earthworks," hissed Ilse between her large teeth, as she watched that inexorable rush. Then she winced in sympathy as the two lines collided with a terrible juddering crash of shield on shield. So might two mountains sound that made war upon the plains, hurling down their slopes of stone. Elof held his breath, for it seemed no mere wall of human thews could sustain that impact. Even as he thought that, he heard the horns bray alarum around him, saw the outer lines seem to shudder and dissolve, falling back, aside, inwards, anyway, as the great column of Eqesh came charging through, and the writhing banners came driving with breathless speed straight towards the heart of the ring, the King's Rock. He cursed and snatched at his sword, but even as Gorthor sang out of its scabbard, he realized that the fragmented lines had not dissolved, only shifted once again. For a moment they had curled in on themselves, spirals of shuffling men, then suddenly they were sharp-edged squares, islands shored with shields and forested with blades, solid and impregnable among the churning Eqesh, their charge thrown into confusion by the sudden dissipation of its target. The smaller surface the squares presented meant that only a few at a time could come against each face, and they met the same double or triple ranks as before, and an impenetrable press of men behind. The rest, angry and impatient, could only mill around and shout. The veterans of the Serpent clan alone kept their heads, it seemed, for they held together and drove hard against the inner rings that had not been pierced, but had drawn closer about the King's Rock. Many fell, but the press began to tell, and Elof saw that they would burst through any moment. Kermorvan paid them no apparent heed, but strode over to the edge and called down, "Ravens all, now is your hour! Pluck me down that serpent!" He gestured, horns sounded. The hard-pressed lines gave back, and with a hoarse yell of triumph the serpents came streaming through. But the old chieftain had sprung up with a cry of his own, and hammered spear shaft against shield. His followers echoed him, and took up the cry, "Kokjuawatle! The raven is upon you!" With no more ado they fell upon their fellow tribe. Around the rock chaos flowed, and from the throng, of a sudden, the serpent banner burst, around it a tight knot of hard-faced men. Up the slope they charged, and throwing aside the cares of the greater battle, the captains drew blade and turned to fight for themselves. Rock cast down his bow and unhooked his mace from his belt. Ilse plucked up her axe. Kermorvan, drawing on his helm and fastening down the fearsome jeweled eye mask that was its visor, turned to Elof. "Stay here. You cannot walk on this rough stone, and there is no time for your wings. None shall reach you while we are on our feet." Then, sweeping the grey-gold blade from its scabbard, he bounded down the steep crag with Rock and Ilse on his heels, and hurled himself into the onrush. To left and right of him he hewed with all the fierce art of his youth, harnessing the impact of each savage blow to launch himself into the next. He became the center of a grotesque death-dance, black-armored figures springing in, then rebounding back, flung bodily from his path, or capering a moment and collapsing like clumsy dolls. From the moment of his coming, the onrush was stemmed. Elof, perched on his crutches, cursed his infirmity and all who had caused it, for though he was not naturally a warlike man, it galled him to be left helpless, watching his friends at risk. Gorthor seemed to shiver and sing in his grasp, and he began to hobble and clamber painfully down towards the fighting, striving to see more clearly. Neither Rock nor Ilse could he make out, their short figures lost in the crush, but Kermorvan, taller even than the Eqesh, stood out clearly. He seemed at no peril. Indeed, the fight was swirling away from him as the Eqesh saw him hew down their strongest by twos and threes. Elof saw him bend down then over somebody fallen, and hurried to look closer. It was Ilse, with blood streaming from her leg, But then 2 tall Equesh made a sudden rush. Ilse cried out. Kermorvan whirled, but a shield clubbed him on the side of the neck and sent him staggering back. 1 Equesh raised his spear to stab. Elof, still beyond sword's reach, leaned on one crutch and lashed out with the other. The stabbing arm was stopped in mid-air. Then Gorthor thrust deep into the bared armpit, and the man fell with a retching gasp. The other rounded on Elof, but the crutch struck him in the face, and the black sword took him below his breastplate, up behind his ribs. Another ran up, shield raised. Elof slammed the crutch against it, knocking him sprawling, and thrust him through the back with Gorthor, then wrenched it free, slashed another across the breast, and with a growl of effort toppled him from the rock. Now the attackers were themselves attacked. Beneath the banner a huge man, head crowned with bobbing white plumes, face and arms ringed with the swirling bluish cicatrices of high rank, roared out an order, gathered such of his men as he still could about him. As swiftly as they had come, they gave back, turned, and vanished into the fray. Elof turned to his friends. Ilse, forgetting her own injury, had removed Kermorvan's helm, and he was already staggering up, grimacing with disgust as he fingered his bruised neck. "Let no man call you cripple evermore, Mastersmith," he gasped. "A foot or a wing, my friend, you are the great manslayer I once named you." Elof grimaced. "Mastersmith, I prefer. Are you all right?" Kermorvan's clear laugh rang with triumph. "I am, by your good grace, and all the better for seeing how the field stands now." Elof knew that the old raven had spoken truly. Until first the Mastersmith and then Louhi had managed to tame their rivalries, the great tribes of the Equesh had made constant war over the scanty resources of their barren homeland. Anywhere else the serpents might have been wary of their kin, but here they had fought their way, as they thought, into the very heart of their enemies, only to find there a strong force of their own kind. For a moment, evidently, they had assumed that these were their fellows coming to their aid, and that moment was fatal. The raven's attack struck them as a stunning shock, an awesome stroke of magecraft that thus stood the battle on its head, and the ravens, with the weapons of Keris many had adopted, were terrifying opponents. The serpents' charge stopped dead. They lifted their shields in a feeble attempt to defend themselves, but panic blazed through their ranks, and those behind turned at once to flee. Out into the milling mass around the squares they charged, and in that disordered hubbub their fright was contagious. Heads turned, warriors already balked and frustrated by the disorder, saw them flee and began to draw back themselves. The press eased, and the squares, still holding doggedly together, began little by little to move. 2 came together and joined, and bore down upon another that was hardest pressed. There, too, the Equesh gave back at sight of this creeping dragon thing of shields that slowly but surely trampled over any in its path. They began to stream away. In moments the chieftains were again yelling from the hilltops, and the men of the great onrush turned and went pounding away. But there was no dancing nor mockery now, for of that great wedge of men over half lay dead among slime and mud, the heat of their spilled blood thawing even this frosty ground. And behind that mighty heap of corpses, Kermorvan's sundered lines were already forming anew. Elof heaved a deep sigh of relief, but Kermorvan's countenance was grim. "Why so, my long lad?" demanded Ilse, leaning on his arm. "Your plan worked well. Our losses are light compared to theirs." "Losses they remain, and there is worse to come. Nevertheless, I am thankful. But what's this?" Through the press shouldered the leaders of the ravens, bearing something towards the rock. Before Kermorvan's feet they unrolled it, with a bellow of laughter, the chiefest banner of the serpents, and within, impaled upon the staff, a naked corpse, obscenely mutilated, but with those chains of cicatrices still recognizable. Ilse whistled, and chuckled softly in Elof's ear. As well we didn't recruit the real savages, I guess." But Kermorvan remained imperturbable. Stepping down from the rock, he gave the grisly trophy grave attention, commended the talons of the ravens who had seized the serpent, then ordered the chieftain wrapped in his banner again, and laid honorably aside with the other slain. This surprised the ravens, accustomed to displaying the bodies of their more notable foes, but appeared to impress them deeply, the more so when Kermorvan ordered their banners to be flown above the hill with all the rest. "They have earned it," he said, returning to his vantage, "and it will confirm the tale of those who fled. That may be of use to us. To cover their shame, they will magnify the numbers they met. Among the common warriors, rumor will spread that Ekwesh can be our friends and fight beside us. It may even unnerve the true fanatics a little." "Are you so sure?" demanded Elof. "It may weaken the hold on their minds a little, but enough? And how soon?" "Not enough to win us this battle, of course. But if we win it, ah, yes, then it may make a great difference. If. But that remains to be seen. No, my old friend, there is only one thing I am sure of, and that is that there is hard hewing ahead before the night comes." In this Kermorvan proved himself a true prophet. There are many accounts in the chronicles of that last and greatest of battles in the defense of Caris, and they differ over many points, for so vast a conflict can seldom look alike to any one pair of eyes, and to each man his own standpoint must often have seemed the most hard-pressed and perilous. Yet all agree that between midday and evening 4 more such great onslaughts were unleashed against the combined ranks of Caris and Morvenhall, and smaller assaults unnumbered, and that many broke through even to the King's Rock. But though they differ as to how, they agree that the ranks, though sadly diminished and frequently broken, never panicked nor sought to run, and that all these assaults were turned, though at great cost, all save the very last. For there came a point towards evening when Kermorvan, squinting out across his regrouping lines, turned a weary head to his friends and said quite calmly, "They have done bravely, very bravely, but I do not believe they can withstand the next assault." A grim silence fell. Elof, looking out at the sinking sun glaring from a gray sky, realized that he had long ago accepted that this would be so. It had scarcely seemed to matter. Ilse, refastening the bandage around her slashed leg, lifted an eyebrow, but said nothing. Evidently she felt much the same. Kermorvan looked from one to another of his captains, then at the gray-gold blade he held, the blood of many men intermingled upon it. A catapult arrow whined overhead, and he nodded, as if coming to some further conclusion. Then he turned to Elof. "There is one stroke we might essay still, but those archers on the southward hills with their long view may ruin it. I have not asked this of you before, because it was too perilous to justify, but they must be dealt with, or at the least distracted, even as the onslaught comes. At all events their attention must be held, if only for a few minutes. That you can do, and no other." Elof grinned, felt his mouth tense and turn wolfish. He hefted Gorthor and raised himself on the one crutch left him. "Build me a good fire, then," was all he said. Out on the slopes the ranks of shields were moving again, and another chant beginning, along the lines of the first, but louder, more mocking. They, too, scented victory, fearfully depleted as their numbers were. "DeLotel," sang a single voice, and deep voices a guttural response, "Ihotechuk." Then the line was repeated, but to a different response, a singing bass line, "Kawe-o-ho, Kawe-o," to which spears were brandished, sawing the air. Then they were struck against shields, no longer merely rattled, but hammered butt first, 3 savage blows that made the hide boom like a metallic drum. The ring and crash of it burst like thunderclaps among the hills and echoed shivering from the cliffs. Snow dropped from ledges, rocks split and tumbled away with a roar. Though his head reeled with the noise, Elof caught the meaning of the song all too clearly. "Sheep of the valley, come to the slaughter! Sheep of the valley, come and be slain, come die! Calves of the bison, stand for the arrow! Calves of the bison, come to the blood trough! Come, bleed!" All eyes were on him, and he felt appallingly alone. He realized suddenly that he had no idea what Kermorvan intended. His hands full with the ravens, he had taken little part in the actual planning of the battle. But then the fire blazed and crackled, and he had no time left to ask. He swept down his wings, held them a moment as fierce heat beat on his numbed cheeks, then swept them back with a rush that caused the draggled banners overhead to thrash and stiffen. The heat vanished with painful suddenness. He dared not linger, but raised an arm in salute to Kermorvan and his friends, and letting fall his crutches, he swept up into the icy airs. A great shout went up from the ranks below as he rose, as if he was some living banner, and he knew the fleet men must be remembering how once before he had plucked victory from defeat for them, and hoping. They were a burden, those hopes. They weighed down his spirit, so that he found no release in his flight, only grim necessity. A wailing command drifted up to him, and a deep shout in answer. He looked down across the hills and saw the great lines of shields sweeping forward like the incoming tide. The orange sun glinted dully off his plumage. He was high enough. He would have to be. He hovered a moment, wings thrashing, gauging his time, and drew Gorthor from his belt. Then, as the Equesh shield walls reached the plain and broke into their last run, he tilted in the air and dropped, the black blade outthrust before him, falling as fast, he felt, as the lightning that had forged it. He did not, could not, see that moment when among a shivering crash of shields the two great armies collided for the last time, but in his very bones he felt it. There were the archers, a rough line of catapults and a few hundred men scattered widely across the hilltop, taking advantage of whatever small eminence they could find. He saw one perched in the blackened carcass of a tree and swooped towards him. The man had time to see, to whirl around, loose one wild shot, and shriek, for so Elof had intended. All eyes turned to him as the black blade struck, and the fountaining body fell headlong through the branches. Then the air was alive with shafts. They fell far behind him, some among the catapults. Another archer, perched on a rock, fell right in his path and was cut down. Two more dived for cover. A third was less swift and paid the penalty. Elof whirled around, wings thrashing, and headed for the catapults. Only the lightest had a chance to fire before he was among them, hewing out at their cords and the arms that drew them. Windlasses spun and sang. Men shrieked and fell, many under the panicky shafts of their fellows as he passed. Compared to the slaughter on the plains below, it was nothing, but it ensured what Kermorvan desired, that every eye on that southern ridge should be fastened on him as he glided up and away. His, though, turned towards the plain, seeking some assurance that his flight had worked. He found only dismay. The ranks of Keris and Morvenhall, so sorely tried, had broken, even as Kermorvan predicted. No longer was there any calculated regrouping, no squares, no order at all. It seemed that no man had any sense of it left in him, had any thought left at all save to flee and save his own skin as best he could. Elof was appalled to see the King's Rock empty, abandoned, and the many banners bobbing this way and that near the head of the throng, fleeing desperately over the valley's edge and down onto the steep slopes beyond. They must have fled almost at once, before the collision even. The Equesh, abandoning their own shield wall in triumphant contempt, were streaming this way and that after the stragglers. Where was Kermorvan, then? He would never have allowed this if he were still in command. With leaden heart Elof soared up, fighting an urge to fall like a thunderbolt upon the Equesh chieftains. That would help nobody, neither his friends nor Kara. But what could now? Then from his greater height he saw over the valley's rim, and laughed aloud in glory and amazement. A wilder gambol he had never witnessed, nor a more marvelous feat of order. Perhaps the Equesh thought so also, as in their bloodthirsty pursuit they poured over the rim of the slopes, ready to butcher all they overtook. For what they found there was no terrified trail of fugitives, but the same fearsome shield walls they had faced all that day long, regrouped now in 3 solid ranks all along the slope, with more forming behind as the seeming fugitives poured in. The rear ranks must have pulled back first, pretending to flee while the outer ranks held, and used the time to order their array. The archers could have seen that happening, and passed a warning to the main force, but because Kermorvan had unleashed Elof onto them, they had not, and the greater part of that last onslaught poured over the slope at speed like maddened beasts stampeded into a snake-lined pit. And like beasts they perished. Many, unable to stop themselves, plunged headlong onto the spear points. Others sought to turn, but slipped and fell on the trodden snow. Some managed to turn, only to be knocked back down by their own eager fellows rushing along behind, or struck down by the stragglers they had thought to harry. In the blinking of an eye the slope had turned to a scarlet fall of blood, so many died in those first chaotic seconds. Chaotic for the Equesh, for among the ranks of their foes there reigned an implacable calm, as if Kermorvan's cool mind lay like a mantle across them. The onrush of the Equesh slackened, as from the cries below some realization dawned that all was not as they thought it. But even as they stumbled gradually to a halt, horns sounded, and with a single hoarse shout the shield wall rose and paced forward, up to the edge of the slope and over. Even to Elof it seemed a fearsome sight, those solid walls of shields, rank after rank, arising suddenly over the valley's rim, blood-reddened, flashing with red fire as they caught the last long rays of the sunset. To the Equesh, seized by sudden uncertainty after the intoxication of victory, it must have seemed appalling. Many must have thought it a whole new army, come in the nick of time to the relief of the one they had broken. But even to those who did not, it must have seemed no less marvelous that ranks once scattered should cohere once more. Grim fighters as the Equesh were, they had never been held together by the same strong bonds of discipline as the men of Morvenhall, or followed a leader out of regard and love rather than fear. Thus all the awe and terror that Louhi and her shadowy kindred of the ice relied upon in dealing with their thralls turned at that crucial point against her. For all their subservience to their chieftains, for all the hold the shamans of the hidden clan had on the hearts of the Equesh, they had always been prone to panic. For those who are dominated through fear are in the end ruled by it, and their hearts may fail them sooner than those whose obedience is freely given and truly earned. So it had been before with the Equesh, when the master-smith fell. So it had proved in the Eastlands, when Kara's influence was taken from them. And here, for all the fire that she, Morgannon, warrior of the powers, chooser of the slain, could pour into their hearts, it was so again. They saw what they could not understand, a menace arising where none should have been, and being accustomed to fear such things, they could not confront it. They looked back to their chieftains, only to see, high in the airs above them, the vision of an armed man aloft on immense wings. The greater part of them took fright, and turned on their heels to run. Many did not, but they were out of their shield wall now, each man for himself against an army of men they had moulded in their own likeness, as fell and grim as any, and better armed. They stood and perished, and the rest, seeing this, fled all the faster. In vain the chieftains cried out from the hilltops. In vain they came down onto the plain and harangued the fugitives, sought to seize them, and in the end menaced them with weapons. Their own men cut them down. Into the passes of the hills a broken rabble streamed, leaderless, heedless. Above them the sun set, and to their minds the sudden darkness and bitter cold seemed only another device of their foes. They sank down and sought shelter, or ran on mindless till they fell, without thought of food or fire or the means to make either, and the frost settled upon them like the wrath of the ice they had betrayed, and tightened its grip. They were hardy men, but they had fought a long day, and that last run sapped their endurance. Of those who ran from the battle, more than 2/3 parts are thought to have perished that night among the hills, and it is said that some fell not to the cold, but to the many kinds of night-walkers and trolls the ice had sent to haunt those lands, who cared not whose blood they took. To the High Gate and the wrath of Louhi only a fragment returned of the vast force that had been sent out. Yet in her pride, and the nearness of her victory, she gave no thought to flight, but made ready for the siege she guessed must follow. On the field they had fled, few thought ahead to that. There was no rejoicing, for so utterly drained and exhausted were they in body and mind that they could scarce take in the fact of victory, let alone its scale and consequence. When the horns sounded their release, the weary soldiers of the shield walls could only sink down among the bloody mud, grateful for even a brief respite, a moment of life where neither man nor weapon menaced them. Gradually, as they grew used to the vast wind-scoured silence that had replaced frenzied tumult, they began to realize what they had done, but the awful cost of it was clear to all. Of the armies of Caris and Morvenhall together, that had numbered some 30,000 men, there remained only 17,000 alive, and well nigh 2,000 of those grievously enough wounded to be unable to fight. How many Eqwesh had fallen was never tallied, but it is generally agreed that out of a full force of some 50,000, not 12,000 had joined that mad flight into the darkness, and 4,000 at most survived it. All around them, then, as far as the distant foothills, as near as the trampled paste at their feet, the stench in their nostrils utterly inescapable, that darkling plain was carpeted with the broken limbs and the spilled blood of at least 50,000 men. No other description of the scene than that is given in any chronicle, and none is needed. There could be scant celebration in the midst of that horrendous carnage. The salute with which the armies greeted Elof as he came gliding clumsily in on the back of night rose hoarse and grim from their throats. But a salute it was. Exhausted, the force of his wings long spent, he missed his precarious footing and landed hard in that noisome mud. But he lost no time in reporting to the king all that he had seen. Kermorvan nodded, as if he had conjured up the rout already in his mind's eye. I hoped as much. Victory is ours, and yet it only flutters before us, to be blown hence if we do not stretch out a hand to seize it, however weary. We must march out at once to lay siege to the High Gate itself. Must we, indeed? Interrupted one of the nobles of Caris. My lord, you have worked great wonders, but at great cost. Do not wastefully make it greater. Elof bit his lip. It had swiftly become clear that the vast majority of their fallen, as many as 11,000, were Caris men. This might easily have been because they were so much wearier and worse fed for months before, less well fed and skilled in war. But malicious tongues would not be found lacking to suggest that Kermorvan had spilled those lives to shield his own folk. His horsemen, in particular, he had been most sparing with. Aye, my lord, put in another noble. Your will swayed the battle well enough, but can it whip up limbs whose strength is spent? Hasten hearts at the brink of cracking? For your own folk I cannot speak, but the men of Caris are fordone. They must rest, or perish. If they try resting on this freezing butcher's slab, they'll perish anyway, growled Rock. Of cold in the night or pestilence tomorrow. Better die on the march than that. But Kermorvan raised a commanding hand. "You are both of you right, my friends, but no dispute need arise, because our forces must be divided in any case. The High Gate has 2 approaches, and we must lay siege to them both. What I command, therefore, is this. Hot on the heels of the Eqesh shall go the forces of Morvenhall, and any others who wish it. But the men of Caris, who have suffered more in the march here, may descend into the valley, and there find shelter and fuel for fires among the trees. But having rested for a few hours, they will cross the frozen river, climb the northern slopes, and lay siege to the gate from that flank, blocking all approaches, and watchful for new forces coming from the north. You will travel faster than we, then, because you know the land, and will not have to deal with stragglers. But all this must be accomplished by dawn, and no later. That is your charge, my lords." So it was that 3 long columns filed away from that terrible field, and left it empty beneath the gathering darkness. 3, for not even the wounded could be suffered to linger, lest the carnage breed disease. Kermorvan was sending them, with such comforts as could be spared, southward towards the landings. But his own forces he led with little or no respite up into the hills, walking like the least of his footmen, to spare the strength of his horses for when it might be needed. In this, and in much else, he was proven wise, for many times that night, as the column wound like a long snake through a mass of little hills and vales, it was set upon by bands of Eqesh diehards, willing to make desperate and damaging strikes in search of food, or simply revenge. Cavalry proved the most effective answer to such depredations, charging swiftly and frighteningly up and down the long lines. It was for such a chance, in victory or retreat, that Kermorvan had reserved them. But there were other enemies abroad against whom cavalry was of little use. The breeze was freshening as they neared the sea, but the clouds stayed obstinately solid. They marched without light of moon or star, and as few torches as they dared. In the shifting of darkness, shapes seemed to move, shadows to skulk at the edge of vision. They were not all illusions. Among the deepest shadows of the dales, dark things snarled and slunk away from Eqesh corpses, or flitted up like great bats. Men who straggled or strayed from the main column, even a short way, all too often vanished without trace. In one deep dell, overgrown with thorns, 3 men vanished. When Rock took a party of ravens to search for them, they found only bloodstains and strange footprints, and at the sight of those the ravens all but dragged him away. The mounted scouts seemed to rove safely enough, until Elof, serving as one, since he had perforce to ride, found 2 of them dismembered in the shadow of a giant boulder. Even as he summoned help, he himself was snared by the huge arms that reached over the top, and almost met the same fate before lancers and mounted bowmen arrived to slay the brutes. Kermorvan, inspecting the scene as the column plodded past, grimaced at the rivulets of dark blood upon the rock, the tangles of grayish fur hanging over its edge, and the yellow tusks grinning moistly between tautening lips. "Our old friends the snow trolls," he remarked, his face drawn and pale, as he watched the columns come plodding up the slope. 3 of them, come back to finish what their cousins of our land failed in long ago. I almost thought they had succeeded. Cold shivered on Elof's neck. Thanks to your foresight, they did not. Thanks to my horsemen. They heard you before we did. Those brutes. They were not even killing out of hunger. The remains of some 20 men lie behind that rock, set neatly to keep in the snow. He shuddered. I could curse this land, but it is accursed already. What will cleanse it? What will sweep away this dreadful night? The wind, maybe, remarked Ilse, limping up to them. Feel it. It blows stronger, and we have marched a good 5 hours now. We must be nearing the sea. The chill breath touched Elof's neck again, and he realized it was real. It blew away the reek of slaughter, and touched his lips with the keen tang of drift. Together they hurried up to the hilltop, and even as they climbed, they saw that the heavy clouds had begun to shift, solid no longer, but stirring, rending, tearing. Here and there pale gleams shone through the gaps, and the snow-clad hills around them stood out silver-clear against the deep blue skies. "The banners of the ice break and grow ragged," said Elof. "Let it be a signal to her." But even as he spoke they reached the summit, and Ilse cried out and pointed. They had reached the sea indeed. At the base of that long slope it lay, its surf all but deadened by the ice that choked its shores. But they hardly spared it a second glance, for there, only a little way to the north of them, the high gate also had awoken to life, shining and shimmering like some monstrous jewel beneath the sinking moon. From the battle-plains they had seen the gleam of ice enshrouding it, but now they stared in wonder and horror, and many rubbed their eyes, as if some glamour of magecraft were laid upon their sight. Even in the few short hours since last they saw it, it had changed and grown, its battlements glittering beneath crowns of dazzling snow, its galleries hung about with icicles of incalculable size and beauty, its stern walls lost beneath rippling depths of translucent blue and green, rich as sapphire, deep as the sunlit sea. They seemed a greater architecture in themselves, a palace of ice that enveloped the ancient stronghold of stone almost mockingly, a shell of vast columns that dwarfed the original structure, immense blue-lit pillars that tapered down even into the frozen cascade of the waterfall below. Its stern lines softened into curves as sweeping as an ice-bound wave. Its straight, unworn walls swirled and ornamented with fantastic shapes. The high gate, in all its grandeur, was reduced only to the barren core upon which something vastly more majestic was founded. It was a towering vision of the might and nobility of the ancient powers, a creation of unhuman beauty and strength, so great that it awoke a yearning ache in the hearts of all who gazed upon it, as if they were children looking from their own scrawled slates to the supreme jewel of some great master's mind and hand, and seeing the vast gulf that separated them, their own joys shriveling the petty things they had been so proud of. It was beauty that struck men like a blow, and cowed them. And just as it mocked their ideals, so equally it seemed to laugh at their warlike ambitions. For what could any assault launched by men mean to such walls as those? How could they be assailed, being ice deeply overlaid upon stone, doubling the strengths of both? Who could scale that wall of slippery glass, or hurl stone or dart against it? The largest throwing weapons of men would be as helpless against it as slingshots in the hands of their children. In every sense it seemed to tower above them, this awesome thing, as indifferent to their hatred as it would be to their worship. They might do either, and it would scarcely matter. A great silence fell over that whole army. Men fell upon their knees, or shrank down behind their shields, or simply stood and stared at that eerie fortress of the cold as the moon sank slowly down behind it, crowning it with light and leaving them once more in darkness. By its mere existence it cast down their hearts and held their minds in thrall. Elof felt no such urge to bow down, though he shared in their awe. The undertow of horror and revulsion it awoke in his mind was too great for that. In the fate of that noble fortress, encased within that sternly glittering shell, he seemed to see a vision of the impending fate of the whole rich and varied world that he loved, and of Kara most of all, and it came to him now that it might be too late to prevent it. Was the chilly triumph of that vision, the sudden burgeoning of it, an earnest that the crucial point had already passed, the balance already tilted? Had the cold hands of the ice closed at last upon the world? So he was held, as was each of them in their own way. In the end it was Ilse's voice, loud and sardonic, that broke the silence upon the hill. A pretty toy, if it's to your mind, but don't mistake it for more solid craft. What's this beside the high mountains, eh? That Ilmarinen forged from the very earth fires, and gave to us as a refuge and a home, when last these chilly powers sought to plaster the world thus in their tuppenny trumpery." She gave a snort of scornful laughter, echoed by Guri and the other Durgar, and thumped Elof and Kermorvan hard upon the back. "Look with the eyes of the elder folk, you fools of men, and don't be deceived by mere melting charms." Kermorvan shook himself, massaging his neck and blinking like a man awaking from a long and haunted sleep. "I wondered why the clouds broke so conveniently," he muttered. "When she might have held them. She was readying her defenses. She meant us to see the place clearly." "And now it'll work against her," whooped Ilse triumphantly. "Look alive, man, and don't just stand there blinking. It'll be dawn soon, a clear dawn, and what have we labored so long on our weapon for, if not for this?" Kermorvan gazed down at her a moment. Then, flinging aside his customary dignity, he caught her up and kissed her with startling vehemence. Then, setting her down gently, he seized a horn from one of his captains and blew a piercing blast. It coursed like a shock of lightning through those still ranks. Men jumped and shuddered where they stood shaking off the subtle thrall the vision had laid upon them. "Morvan Morlenhall!" he shouted, the ancient and bitter battle-cry of his line. "Morvan shall arise! Up, all of you, and into your ranks once more! Stand firm upon the living earth! Feel your blood flow, and heed no sendings of the barren ice! Form up, and await the dawn!" His clear voice rang against those glittering battlements, challenging and defiant, and it seemed to awaken a response in the world around them, from the depths to the heights of the very skies. For even as the army took up his battle-cry and sent it roaring like a tide against the castellations of the ice, so in the east behind them came the first faint gleam of light, grey at first, but turning swiftly to the palest gold. And as the men came streaming past, summoned by horn calls to form their shield walls across the hilltop, answering calls came echoing out of the still dark chasms below the falls. Kermorvan nodded in satisfaction and pointed. Up the far flank of the vale wound what looked like a serpent of golden lights. It was the army of Caris, hurrying up from its warm fires to take its appointed place among the northern hills and close the siege of the gate. I commanded them to keep well back from the fortress, in the shelter of the hills, until any actual assault, he remarked. That was wise, Elof answered, though inwardly he writhed at the thought of what must follow. It gives us a freer hand, and I think we will need it. Kermorvan nodded. I fear you are right. She will scorn to answer us if we seek to talk with her now. Each moment may be a gain to her. Any one might be critical. I will not deny Louhi a chance of terms, if only for Kara's sake. But first we must make her feel the power you have given us. Make ready, then, and I will sound the call. Elof stood rooted as the tall man strode away, feeling helpless, feeling as if the ice flowed through him, veins and vitals frozen to crystal. Ilse, oddly hesitant, touched his arm, and when he made no response, she looped her own through it. He smiled at her thinly. "You're slipping, my lady. When he kissed you, you didn't hack him on the shins." Ilse shrugged. "He learns, that long lad. Decidedly, he learns. Would you kick me?" For answer, Ilse twisted around and pulled his face down to her a moment, then as swiftly released him. Kermorvan's horns, marching out before the host, were sounding a single braying challenge, and the first full rays of the sun were blazing up over the eastern rim of the world. "Now go! Go, and may our work blister the pale hide off her!" That first call had set the soldiers swiftly to work. They laid down those great shields, upon which Elaf and every smith of Kermorvan's and Ilsa's realms, from apprentice to master, had labored through many long months. The remorseless heat and sweat of that time came back to him as he watched, but also a growing thrill of excitement. Those who had lost or damaged their shields in the battle had gathered more from the slain, and from the store of spare ones they had brought. Now they were unscrewing the heavy bosses of the shields. Behind these were the bolts which held on their wooden grips, and their covers of sturdy fabric. Off came the grips, and were laid aside. Then off came the covers, and a swift golden shimmer seemed to play among the ranks. Quickly then the shields were laid down, and the grips refastened. Then the horns sounded another call, and because this was a set and practiced drill, the whole army picked up its reversed shields almost as one man. Cursing sergeants ran to berate the inevitable few who had failed, but also to assist. Speed was the all-important thing here. Behind Elaf stood some of the few Keres folk who had chosen to follow Kermorvan rather than rest. They were mostly young and hardy, and two of them, to his surprise, were among the few women who had come out to fight. They had stayed close to Rock because he could talk to them easily in their own dialect, and they were plying him with puzzled questions. But all he would say was, "Do you watch?" And it was not such a bad answer, Elaf thought, for even as the next call sounded and the ranks reformed, some earnest of their purpose could not help but appear. The ice wall nearest them came suddenly alive, shot with fleeting shimmers and sparkles of golden radiance, beautiful, but so bright one hardly dared look at it, for it left blazing streaks of purple in one's sight. One of the Keres men gasped and swore in astonishment, then fell silent, as Elaf turned to him with what must have been a death's head grin. "Well?" Elaf demanded. A mirror," stammered the Keres man, in horrified fascination. "A mirror of the sun. A burning glass." "Aye, lad," said Rock with grim satisfaction. "That's just exactly what it is. The most mirrors there's ever been, or the biggest, however you care to look at it. But not just any mirror turns the sun better, gathering rather than scatter, turning a blow better than a flat one. And an inward curving mirror turns the sun betterer, gathering rather than scattering the light. It was Hela's own job trying to find a shape good for both, let me tell you. But Master Elaf did it." For long moments the Keres men and women watched that great burst of light pulse and shiver upon the fortress wall, awed and fascinated. But evidently one of the women was also deeply disturbed by something. "Well?" demanded Elaf again. "Speak up, woman. I won't bite."
"It's just that, even though the mirrors gather the light, can it really be enough against ice such as that? True, there are many, but they would still all need to cast the light close together, into one single narrow place. How may they aim all for that one small target for the time they will need?"
Elaf nodded gravely. "There might be the makings of smiths in you folk still. As you say, men's arms weaken, their aim wavers. We could not depend on it for a moment. So within that metal we master-smiths set virtues, potencies, and attributes fitting to both its tasks. For what fits a shield better than to hold firm with its fellows in the shield wall? Did you wonder at how tight ours held? If they had been made of lodestone, they would not have held faster, nor moved more as one. Yet when needed, they could be plucked apart again without effort. And so it is with them now. Or it will be when all is prepared, and the command is given. Rock, by your leave." Rock nodded curtly, and turning to Elaf's mount, he handed him down the great shield slung from its saddle-bow. The grips had already been reversed. Elaf tore the cover from it, revealing a surface still mirror-bright after its long voyage. That was a work of virtues also, and of subtle alloys. "This is one of the master shields," he said quietly. "There are others, here and there among the host, but they will command only if this and others of greater precedence are turned from the sun. We tested this weapon when we had only a few shields. Where the master shield's light falls, all follow. 1 or 2, even 10 do little, but 30, under a clear noon sun, could fire a tree given time, or 100 a man. And though some and their wielders are lost to us, we have, what would you say, some 8,000 still? He held the shield to his lips, and they heard him murmur a few words in a tongue of old. Only his friends knew their origins. Ein Herr Ilof Halmstürmer, Starlanes Imars, Olneri Ilof. It was the phrase the master-smith had first shown him, the words of power that had governed the shaping of Tarnhelm and sword, and even of himself. For in one word of ambiguity, signifying both one alone and smith, they had given him his name. A lone thing gains power surpassing, when joined among many by a smith. So it had been with him. For without his friends, what would he have been? And so it was with this. He cried out suddenly, and brandished the shield aloft. From along the slope above, Kermorvan answered him, and other commanders about the hill. Then slowly, carefully, Elof angled his shield to catch the sun as it lifted above the horizon, and cast it into the heart of that amorphous glow. And as he did so, he caught his breath, for with a sudden brilliant flicker, like coals shifting in a fire, all 8,000 shields, each the height and breadth of a man, tilted to follow him. For a moment it was as if the sun had stretched forth, not the long and lazy beams of dawning, but a limb of its own blazing substance, a great arm of flame that struck against that glittering wall. An image of fire like a living thing danced mockingly upon it. For long seconds nothing seemed to happen. Then, as Elof's arm settled and grew steadier, and the other shields followed it ever more closely, the dancing image grew finer, more concentrated, impossible to look at. Even the reflected radiance of it was dazzling, and the air about them, that had been so frosty a moment since, grew slowly warm as spring. It settled and steadied until it seemed that the mirrors had captured the sun itself and sent it out to fight, for upon that bright surface there formed a perfect image of the blazing disk high above. In that very moment there came a deafening explosive report, and across the face of the ice a great white line sprang out, a crack that coursed and spread across the shining surface in a mad fusillade of sound, thrusting out others like living roots, crazing and opaquing all its transparency. From the heart of the blazing light there came a sudden frenzied shriek, the cry of the steam that boiled out through the cracks, but not fast enough. For with a sudden dull roar, a great chunk of the ice was blasted out by its pressure, and went crashing down in a mad, shattering music onto the frozen falls below. A wild, wolfish cheer went up from the host, and Elof, his face taut with concentration, began very delicately to swing the beam of sunfire around towards the center of the tower. He had played such games as this in childhood, in his few precious moments of idleness, turning the sun with a bright flake of mica or metal. It was strange to turn the light in such deadly earnest now. If he brought down one of those great ice pillars. But a warning shout from above showed him the activity upon the upper reaches of the castle. Men were moving, files of black-clad warriors pouring out of the gates onto the paths along the ridge that led around the slopes of the pillars of the gate and up towards the army above. He winced, hating Louhi more than ever for what she was making him do. Slowly, very carefully, he began to shift his shield once more, as Kermorvan, breathless, came bounding down to his side. "Easy now," breathed the king. "There's time enough, and with luck we need only give them a slight lesson." "I hope so," grated Elof, fighting down his nausea. But it was too late for regrets. The first mass of warriors had reached the hill's edge. So had the light. Flame and fire flashed up as it touched, for there was no chill in the bodies of men to match that of the ice. Like heedless insects they rushed into that burst of sunfire, and like insects they blazed up, withered, and dwindled to a charred nothingness. Those at the light's edge were not instantly consumed, but leaped and capered as it touched them, and burst into little pillars of flame. Those behind fell back, blinded, and found their hair and clothes catch about them. This way and that they rushed, fell on the steep slope, and rolled crazily downhill through the melting snow, till they fell like blazing star-stones out into the abyss. The disk of light played searingly back and forth across the hillsides, splitting stones, steaming snow, and blasting the black earth beneath to white powder. There was no shelter from it, for even those who sought it sprang up shrieking as air like the breath of some immense furnace wrapped itself around them, flaying their skin and blistering their lungs. The light began to tremble then, till Kermorvan put a steadying hand on the edge of the master shield, countering Elof's unsteadiness. But it was more also than his foes could stand. From shameful defeat they had fled to the fastness of the gate, that to them embodied the ice's conquering invulnerability, only to find it menaced also, and themselves driven forth to perish against a force they could not understand, let alone fight. That point of sunfire seemed to them more fearsome and awful than any of the terrors and wonders by which the ice had fastened its thrall upon them, a greater, more devouring horror than all the dark rituals it demanded. It broke more than their onrush. It broke them. They obeyed that ancient enthrall and died instantly, for they cast it off and fled. Still they streamed from the doors of the gate, but no longer in any order, and not towards the shield walls on the distant slopes. This way and that they ran, scuttling like pale things from beneath an overturned stone, no longer thralls of anything save their own terror. In pride and despair some flung themselves down from the heights, or ran headlong into the flame, but most fled incontinently into the vale or the hills once more, and there perished in the hardships of the days that followed. A few who kept some shred of sanity ran southward, around and behind the slopes where Kermorvan's army stood, for there neither ice nor sun could reach them. But there the ravens were waiting, for Kermorvan had stationed them against such a chance. A few offered fight, and were cut down. The remainder were gathered in, and by Kermorvan's command well treated. They were no longer a threat to anyone. In one blazing day of wrath, the cold grip on their people had been tried in an ordeal of fire, and in that fire it melted away. So also melted the ice upon the walls of the gate, for Elof, glad to be free of such slaughter, had already swung back his shield, and after it he drew the sun, as if, like Raven in the old tale, he had stolen it for the succor of mankind. Against the tallest of all the glassy pillars he flung it like a coin of white-hot gold, and ice and image shattered together, cracking, splintering, exploding outwards in a cloud of flying spicules. Downward he played it, and cracks ran ahead of it all the long length of the pillar. Great showers of shattered whiteness came plummeting after, fell through the beam, and blasted back up as steam. Then, with a tormented moaning crunch, the whole top-heavy column blew free of the main sheet, and tilted out into emptiness. With the same momentous deliberation as the glacier face falling into the sea, it toppled away and down into the valley below. It struck the frozen falls with a ringing crash of glassy thunder, rebounded off with sickening slowness, and rolled down the flank of the vale, crushing a great swathe through the pines, and plummeting at last onto the frozen surface of one of the lakes, splitting it to fragments, and raising a huge fountain of dark water. Heads turned to watch, for that was an awesome fall. But their shields seemed to stir in their hands, for Elof, with a savage grimace of triumph, was already swinging the beam back against the patch of bared stone. Back and forth it coursed, and as the cold stone grew swiftly warm, the ice began to melt outwards. A growing stream of meltwater poured down, and the searing air boiled into the gap. Cracks exploded along the wall, and suddenly, with great tearing crashes, pillar after pillar began to tear free under its own weight and drop down into the chasm. All the army of Morvenhall cheered wildly as they felt the power in their own hands blast those daunting walls to nothing. Even Kermorvan was yelling in delight, crying out ancestral vows of vengeance for the raising of Morvan. Only Elof's face was grim, a mask as set as any Equesh shaman's, feeling the might of the sun tearing at the heart of his foe. He caught Kermorvan's eye and called, "Is that enough of a taste for her, think you?" Kermorvan nodded and signaled to his men, and through the rumble of falling ice the bright-voiced horns rang clear. For long moments it seemed as if there would be no response from within the gate. It stood there, silent and unmoving, while its shattered ice continued to sizzle and melt and fall away from the heated stone. Angrily, Kermorvan signaled that the call should be repeated more loudly, and his heralds blew till they were scarlet-faced. As the sound died, they all heard, quite clearly, the thin, cold music of icicles vibrating in sympathy. But still there was no response. Elof frowned. He tilted his shield with unhurried care, and the sun disk began to creep slowly up towards the still untouched crown of the gate. As it settled on the rim of the first balcony, a great cloud of steam arose, and meltwater poured down in a sudden stream. Then at last from within the battlements a single horn rang out in answer. Elof stared, cursed, and the light juddered violently. Within the very heart of that blazing orb, full in its glare, a door had opened, and onto the central dais of the balcony, raised high upon stairs, stepped a majestic figure. About her blonde hair the fire danced in a corona of light. Against the sleek whiteness of her robe that sunblast shimmered and glowed. Yet neither she nor the shadowy shapes behind her shriveled or vanished, or seemed in any way affected. She leaned out, resting her hands lightly upon the balustrade before her, and a swift whiteness seemed to course along it, spreading as milk whitens water, glittering as it grew thicker, radiating cold flashes of rainbow hues from the true sun overhead. As it ran out along the outer battlements, men filed out behind it, tall warriors of the Equesh, but with their black shields painted only with plain bars of white. Elof knew them at once for men of the Hidden clan, deepest and most fanatical votaries of the ice. And behind them other shapes came lumbering, nightmarish, inhuman, trolls and worse beasts of shadow. Elof had no eyes for them, for he had glimpsed another, slighter shape. Bare-limbed and slender in a corselet of bright mail, helmless so that her short dark hair showed, she came to Louhi's side as she beckoned, suffered an arm to be laid about her slim shoulders, and inclined her head to rest it against the white-clad breast. "Well, brave men of Morvenhall," called a smoothly mocking voice, "what of all your brave deeds now?" "What indeed?" Kermorvan shouted back. "We have defeated your army, driven away your rear guard, and shattered your walls of ice. If you do not surrender and submit yourself to us, we will melt the very stone beneath you." The laugh that drifted down was sweet and silvery. "Will you indeed? And can you now? See, I bathe in this brightness of yours, for the heat is not in it that can burn me. I drink such petty fires, and make them my own. Ask the clever smithling who made you your toy. So what, then, my brave man-child? You must move swiftly, remember, for your power dies with the day's end, and the night is mine. What then, man-child? What then?" Looks of dismay flickered across men's faces, much as the heat across their shields, but Kermorvan smiled calmly. "What then? Another dawn, my Lady Louhi, and by that dawn you will be alone, and your life at risk. Can all the ice stand thus against men, with such power as this in their hands? Whatever a winter achieves, the first suns of spring will undo more swiftly. Your power is slow, my lady, so slow that but for its strength it would be laughable. And now we have found a greater. You are defeated." The bright peal of laughter that drifted down to them sounded disturbingly true. There was almost an affectionate ring to it, delighting as an adult might in the absurd follies of a child.
"I? Defeated? Believe me, my fair lordling, those of my kind are not so easily defeated, nor lightly slain. The great ice has come and gone many 1,000 times since this world of ours was gathered out of dust and given to us to direct. Do you really think your toy can change that at a few strokes? But let us suppose it might. Have you thought what must follow?"
She shook her blonde hair till it foamed about her shoulders and fell across her breasts. "Of course you have not. But, man-child, the ice you would melt, what will become of it? It will not simply vanish, will it? It must turn to water, of course. As much water. And what then?" Her voice hardened suddenly, and became queenly, regal, stern as cold steel, mirroring the light that played still about her. "Fool, shall I tell you what must happen? Into the seas that vastness of water shall flow, as all waters must, and swell them mightily, and they shall rise and overwhelm the land, and with it shall sink all the petty realms of men, and the last pitiful hopes of your ill-starred race. Destroy the ice, and you destroy yourselves." A shudder of dismay fell across the army at her words, and the disregard she still showed for the consuming sunfire. Rumor rumbled among the ranks. But it was Kermorvan's turn to laugh, a broad, confident chuckle, not at all like his rare outbursts of mirth. He meant it to be heard. Lady, he laughed, you have learned to threaten well, but you threaten too cleverly for simple folk like us. If the ice cannot overwhelm all the land as ice, then why should it do any better as water?" Answering guffaws broke out among the ranks, and the mood of the army was turned again in an instant. But Elof did not laugh. He could not take his eyes from that slender figure by Louhi's side, all but eclipsed by her brilliant light. "No, lady," said Kermorvan then, growing more grimly serious with every word. "I fear nobody believes you. But I tell you this, even if I did, still all your threats would not divert me the breadth of one of your fair golden hairs from my purpose." His words echoed against the bared stone, and the tall woman swayed suddenly, as if struck in the body. Kermorvan caught Elof by the shoulder and said sharply, "Above her head." Elof hissed his agreement, and tilted back his shield with minute precision. The sun settled on the upper galleries as if it was caught between the high towers of Keris, and their icy sheathing exploded. Steam boiled out around the people on the battlements, and Louhi had to throw herself aside to avoid a rain of jagged fragments. "Stop it!" they heard her scream, stumbling up. "Stop it!" She was raging now, all pretense of suavity gone. "Mindless vermin, can you not even see? All that you have, all that you are, you owe to us, our chance creation, a bye-blow, an accident of our power." With savage precision, Elof shone the sunlight closer. Then he stopped abruptly as he saw her hurl a figure forward against the balustrade. It was Kara, looking out with wide, alarmed eyes among the boiling steam, but making no effort to struggle. The sun's image shook and danced wildly in his quivering grasp. "You!" yelled Louhi, and he had no doubt whom she meant. "Master Smith! It was your mind dreamed up this pretty toy. Who else of your vermin kind would have the wit? And it's your hand that sways it now, I'll be bound. Well, do you turn that meddling hand away from me, away from the ice, or you'll see its power at work indeed. This creature you claim to care for, though little she thinks of you now. What of her, when your beam is upon us? I need only lift my hand from her, and she'll burn to ashes as swift as any common mortal. And what then? We may not die, we higher born, if we are unbodied against our will, but we do change, and change in the changing. She is weak, and change hangs over her, a change neither you nor I can guess. Bring it upon her, little Master Smith, and how will you ever find her again within the puny lifespan of a man? And would she know you, if you did?" Elof shot a horrified glance at Kermorvan, but even as he did so, and before the king could answer, the whole great army of shields parted as one, as if they moved of their own accord, dispersing the light in many directions. Elof bowed his head. "Your will is in them," said Kermorvan somberly. "When it is so strong, they heed it even as it forms. You must turn it again, my friend, or we are lost." "But there must be something we can do," cried Elof in dire anguish. "What, then?" Kermorvan demanded bleakly. "Rescue her? But does she want to be rescued? Look at her. She might strike you down as soon as Louhi would if you tried." Elof ground his teeth. "She would want it. She will, can I but win her away again. You should know there are shackles upon her, though you cannot see them." "I know," said the king bitterly. "But can I set her, against all the lives at risk, all we have spent already, and all the future of this world? If you cannot nerve yourself to it, I could not blame you. But I also hold a master shield. And if I must—" "Kermorvan!" cried Elof, desperate with anger and alarm. "The ruin of all that is yours would not deter you, you say. But who are you to command the ruin of mine?" Rock and Ilse sprang up, for they had seen his hand drop to the silver hilt. Kermorvan did not answer. Instead, he said, "We have a minute, while Louhi is still gathering her wits. A swift strike at her might free Kara. It is a better chance than none, at all events." "I could crawl close," offered Rock hoarsely, "with our best archers. Fetch down the bitch with an arrow." Kermorvan shook his head. "They are watching for that, those guards. Elof, what could reach that balcony in time? A catapult? No, too inaccurate. If only I still had my hammer. But hurling that into such great heat might awaken a worse danger. My wings now, but we've no fire." A thin, faint smile hovered about Kermorvan's lips. "Do we need it?" Elof slapped hand to palm and swore. Within minutes he was strapping his wings about him, and Ilse, with infinite care, was directing a growing number of shields around and onto his corselet. For long moments he felt the flaring radiance envelop him. His sight flamed scarlet, and his skin prickled agonizingly. Then it faded, and his broad pinions drove the searing air from about him, beating with a promise of strength they had never before known. His whole being seemed to tingle with energy, and he grew impatient for his sight to clear. When it did, Kermorvan stood before him, in full armor and helm. "Can you bear a heavy burden thus?" "Kara, you mean, twice over, with ease." Kermorvan nodded, lacing his helmet tight for battle. "Then you can bear me also. You may need me to occupy that guard." But you're the king." "Of where, save for my friends? You more than any, perhaps. And Kara was my friend also. The grey-gold blade slid from its scabbard. And in truth, do you know any other warrior who would serve? Elof, half smiling, shook his head quickly, once, and his wings spread high above his shoulders. Kermorvan hooked an arm about his neck. Elof caught him by his broad belt, and they lifted. Ilse swung back the beam to distract his foes. Elof's wings thrashed like a storm wind, and they soared up towards the looming heights of the high gate. Lean though he looked, Kermorvan was a heavy man, but the smith's strength and the power of the wings bore them both up easily and fast. The wind burned in their faces with the speed of their rush, and the arrows loosed by the guards above flew harmless in their wake. In a few fast breaths they were crossing the balustrade just below the dais steps, out of sight of those above. A melee of startled guards rushed in on them, and Kermorvan, loosing his grip, dropped lightly onto the balcony. His feet skidded upon the rimed tiles, but in the very act of recovering his balance, he hewed the first-comer's head from his shoulders. Elof angled his wings and bowled down 3 more, one right over the balustrade. The others dropped back, shields raised, and Kermorvan sprang at them. Elof, drawing Gorthor, was turning to speed up the steps when he heard a scream of wrath from above, and from below a warning blare of horn-calls. A speeding shadow fell across him, and he twisted around in alarm, squinting up at the dark shape that dived out of the sun's glare towards him. In that blaze of light he judged his distance ill. His first thought was only to warn, his second that he was responsible for the king's safety at whatever cost. With that thought the shadow was on him, and the collision sent him spinning around in the air, his ears ringing with a terrible cry of pain. Gorthor was wrenched from his fingers. He saw something plummet past him and crash upon the balcony tiles, and heard from above him an echoing scream, and a peal of sobbing laughter. Then as he rolled upward and regained control, he himself screamed at what he saw there. It had the ghastly clarity of a dream. The slender form of a woman arched high against the sun, the wings that were her arms flung back from her outthrust breast, and standing in it among a flood of scarlet, the shining hilt of a black-bladed sword. It seemed an endless age of agony and horror that she hung there before him. Then it was as if she crumpled up around the blade that transfixed her. She toppled sideways, her wings folding about her like a shroud, and even as he leaped out to her, crying her name, she fell away in a cloud of black feathers into the deep vale below. After her he sped, so fast the wind whipped the very tears from his eyes, but it was hopeless. For all that long fall, Elof's eyes never left her, but of what thoughts passed behind them no chronicle can tell. Light but swift she fell, the merest speck plummeting into the distance, lost to him in an instant against the dark waters of a new-opened lake, still churning with the icefall. A frozen moment passed, and a speck of white leaped up upon its surface. A rage of whiteness swirled there a moment, and Kara was gone. In a void he whirled, and a void opened within him, a raging turmoil of agonizing emptiness and loss. The shouts he heard he heeded without understanding, less will in him than in the least thing of his devising. Back against the balustrade he crashed, and would have fallen had hard hands not hauled him in. There was Kermorvan, his mail spattered with blood, Louhi's guards scattered, writhing or still, about his feet, but in his eyes a greater horror dwelt. "You were right," whispered Elof. "She attacked." But Kermorvan, his lips set hard and grey as cold granite, was lifting something from among a mass of splintered tiles. He hefted it a moment, his head bowed, and then stretched out his hand to Elof. In it was Elof's hammer. Light and dark seemed to spin around in Elof's head, forming a cruel mask of a face, stern, grey-bearded, cruelly lined, laughing a bitter laugh that echoed into infinite emptinesses, mocking the twisted web of destiny that twined there. It was the face of the Watcher, the image of Veda. It was not his own, and yet somehow he knew that it laughed for him, because it had never learned to weep. But he himself, it is said, rose shakily on his knees, staring at the hammer that Kara, in one last defiant act of love, had risked her existence to bring him. Risked, but she had never dreamed the risk was from him. A sudden slash of pain cut through his legs. All thoughts save one died and shriveled in his mind, all fires save one in his heart. He looked up and saw there another, fair, deadly fair as the shining summits of the ice itself, and she too was laughing, no less terribly, leaning far out over the whitened balustrade and brandishing her fist at him. Within him a cold knot of compassion twisted, for she too had loved in her way. Had he not had Kermorvan to protect? With a howl of sheer animal pain, he seized the tall man by belt and arm, and sprang up and out with him, over the balustrade, as if he meant to dash them both to their deaths below. But his wings flung out, and back towards the blazing shield wall he swooped. At the slope's foot he glided low and dropped his burden, crying out in a great voice, "Down, all of you, behind the shields, and cover your eyes! Do not look!" Then high into the middle airs he arrowed, and even as he rose the shields of his craft seemed to come alive in the hands of their wielders, twisting like serpents till the sunfire they ensnared found focus upon him. To the few who dared look a moment longer, he seemed to vanish for a moment, as if he had met the fate of so many that day. Yet Kermorvan, as he sped back among his ranks, saw him still hanging there at the heart of the glare, shining like a shape new cast in white-hot gold. On the balcony of the gate the Equesh too stared at that terrible sight, and many cast themselves headlong, hiding their eyes. But she whom they cried to, tall and pale, made no move to look away. The white gems of the corselet drank in the whole force of that fire, and from them the gem of his gauntlet, till his whole arm blazed with the terrible radiance of contained power. A moment more and it would have consumed him, but in that moment he acted. Louhi shrank back. She screamed aloud, and her arms flew up as if to ward off a blow. It availed her nothing. Out from that glowing shape, as the fingers flashed apart, burst all that pent-up force in a single incandescent shape, and in its path, straight and fast as if to shatter mountains, flew the devastating hammer. Kermorvan, forewarned, reached the shield wall and threw himself down among his followers, crouched down with covered eyes. Yet the flash of light they saw even through tight-shut lids, so white it seemed to burn deep into the depths of their minds. Thunder crashed about them. The very air seized them and shook them, and threw them half-scorched upon the steaming earth, as it twitched and shivered beneath them like the hide of a branded beast. The drum-beats of avalanches resounded through earth and sky, as the faces of cliff and slope crumbled and slid away beneath that single overwhelming blow, that violent impact upon the face of the world. Yet through it, above it, louder than any voice they had ever heard, it seemed to all who were there that they heard that last desperate cry echoing still, a shriek of anguish and defeat and ultimate, infinite loss. Like lightning it leaped from sky to earth and back again, and rove the air asunder. But whether they heard it with their ears or in their hearts, few cared to say. Elof heard it. A searing blast hurled him skyward so high, so fast, the breath was crushed from him, and when at last he could breathe again, the air lanced thin and cold through his straining lungs. It stung his scorched skin unbearably, and the sunlight, brighter, sharper, fell on him like a sleeting shower of needles, as if to flay him for his presumption in having channeled its power. Something was happening to him, something frightening, as if the shrieking winds were shredding the flesh from his bones like leaves from dead branches, as if he was being torn apart and reformed. He groped for understanding, but that convulsion of nature, and ringing through it that last terrible scream, had shivered his thoughts like thin ice. His wings had shielded him, and they were ragged now. They hardly bore him, and yet he felt unable to fall. It was as if only fragments of him were left to float upon the wind, a ragged shred through which a clear light could shine. But it was a strange light, at once limpid and fiery, and it seemed to well up out of the infinite abyss below. Visions it bore with it, visions and truths, clear sights of things that had been, that were taking shape even now, or that might yet be, all weaving together in one vast coil. In wonder he perceived that coil, and gazing upon it, knew that slowly but surely, as he once had crafted a sword, the many strands were being twisted into greater strands, and those strands hammered together into one bright, infinite shaping, one awesome work of craft. No vision lingered, though he grasped at them as might a child at butterflies. He glimpsed them only, as one might through the gaps in a tattered tapestry draped across a wide casement. But he saw enough to grasp one truth. He himself was that tapestry. Seconds passed, perhaps, before he knew he was falling once more, but they might as well have been hours. As he turned over in the air, the clearest vision of all came to him. His tortured eyes, and more than his eyes, looked down upon the churning sea, scattered with jagged shards of ice, fragmented, melting, and at its margins a great scorched scar upon the land. There the fortress of the high gate had stood. But it was gone, and the very ridge it was built upon. The mountains that flanked it still stood, but their faces had collapsed in rubble into the yawning gap. And through that gap, bounding like a horse newly freed from harness and stall, the sea came rushing in. Down it crashed from heights to depths in falls and rapids of awesome height, tumbling the shattered mountain ribs like fine gravel, spitting brilliant spray skyward as if to mock the force that had lately held it in icy bonds. Into the upper reaches of the Ischianus, still frozen, it spilled, and further downstream the ice bulged up from beneath and exploded into floating shards as the dark waters swelled. He looked after them, and to his sight time and space merged and became one. Down the river of days he followed their surging progress, and watched the ending of a land. Wider they spread, smoothly, slowly, and up bank and barrier the darkly gleaming line rose. There was no wave, no wash of devastation, only a smooth, slow devouring. Waterside and island seemed to shrink and sink down into the sparkling maw of the waters with scarcely a wash of foam. Grasses waved their heads to the flow as they had to the wind, till they were swallowed up. Trees at the riverside stood straight even as the waters climbed their trunks. Only at the last, like men awakening in a sinking ship, did they flail their dark heads frantically. Their fear availed them nothing. They, too, sank. But down to the haunts of men that fear was swiftly borne, by the waves that lapped at wharf and wall, boomed at water gates and shook bridges. Bells rang from tower to tower, bronze voices that sang their warning peal all along the shores of that once mighty country, till it seemed that the whole land quivered. Back and forth they swung, as if the waves themselves were ringing them. Even in the horns of the bull they swung, in the towers that crowned the strength of Charis, telling of a subtle foe that neither outermost wall nor highest bastion could bar, of the cool darkness that even now was filling the docks, swinging ships at anchor, swelling channel and canals like riven veins. With many voices they sang, but one word only was their message to all men, from furthest farmstead to the streets of Caris, the city itself, and that was, "Flee!" It was heeded. Those fled who could, and most fled in time. Men who had boats took to them, but large numbers were sunk by the frantic fugitives who sought to struggle aboard. Others fled mounted or on foot, in carts and carriages, or with what conveyance they might. But it was little enough they managed to take with them. Many farmers drove their beasts inland, but some not far enough, for at the first the Ascanius rose as fast as a weary man might run. It met the tributaries and drove back their flows. Into the crevices of the fire mountains it spilled, recoiled in steam, and patiently, insistently washed once more. The defenses that Elof had created with such care it touched, tried, and found wanting. Into their depths it sent a probing tendril, and even as the tiny garrison escaped, it was lapping the dark blood from its rough-hewn stone. Down it came to a green island, whose crown still smoked and smouldered, and the little mammoths among the rushes squealed and trampled their way to the high ground. Nobody dared set foot there now, and they were safe. Wider and wider it spread, that great river, no longer a river. Men fled to north and to south, as the sundering waters rose between them. They saved their lives, but the land and realm of which once they had been a part was engulfed at their heels, and lost beyond recall. The peril of the ice was lifted from the world, but upon the land it had corrupted, and upon the city at its heart, the mightiest that then was in all the world, a still greater cleansing was come. But already Elof's eyes were gazing far beyond it, for the hunger of the waters was not yet sated, and the cleansing not yet at an end. Chapter 12. The Coming of the Spring. So much came to Elof in his vision, and many things else, both near and far. Perhaps among them he saw also what passed beneath him, as he drifted among the uppermost reaches of the airs. But for an account of that, whatever its origin, the chronicles must answer. Awesome as were the forces he had unleashed, the armies gathered among the hills had escaped them. The Caris men, almost a league away to the north and westward, were well sheltered by the intervening hills, but it seems that the light in the sky and the terrible blast that followed were too much for them. They were brave men, but they had fought too long and hard against forces they scarcely understood. Almost to a man they took to their heels, and those few captains who sought to restrain them were borne along in the rush. And in the end that was as well, for they were not cut off from their homes and kin by the rising waters. The men of Morvenhall might have been less fortunate had they not heeded Elof's warning and been crouched down behind the shield wall. Those among the Durgar, wise in such arcane matters, believed that the shields had mirrored more than light that day, for it was certain that such strange metals as were bound within that hammer could unleash 100 unseen deaths if ill-handled. But none who were there, save perhaps Ilse and her folk, guessed anything of this. It is told in the chronicles that even as the roar and thunder of the riven land abated, and the earth grew still again, the first gusts blew of a mighty gale that scoured the smoke and dust from the air, and for a few minutes left the skies clear. Then the bravest among them ventured to peer shakily over their shield rims, marveling at the catastrophe that had occurred, and even more at their own preservation. And as they gathered courage and stood up upon shaky limbs, humbled and fragile in the face of so vast an event, they saw that outside the shelter of the shields the snow and frost had been scorched from the hillside, and withered grasses were steaming in the sun. Their wonder grew when they perceived that all around them, upon every hill as far as the eye could reach, even beyond the possible reach of that blast, it was the same. The cloud that had maintained that wintry landscape was gone, blown apart and dispersed, and so no less was the will that had created it. Only then with a shaky lift in their hearts, did they begin to understand. One of the first afoot was Kermorvan, and though he was as awed as any by the spectacle of such utter devastation, he turned at once to see that his people were safe. He helped Ilse up, her wounded leg stiff beneath her, and kept her hand clasped tight in his own as he gazed around that shattered scene. And he it was who first voiced the hesitant hope that was slowly swelling to a certainty in all their minds. "A great change is come upon the world," he cried, his clear voice carried upon the wind. "The balance is turned back. The power of the ice is swept away." And down that wind, as though in answer, as if he had heard those words or perceived them in his vision, came Elof. Spiraling from the sky, he fell like a moth from a candle flame, whirling and tumbling like one of his own plumes upon ruined and smouldered wings. They saw him at once by the trail of smoke he left. Down over their heads he glided, black against the red of the sinking sun, and crashed onto the hillside above in a sprawl of limbs. Up the hill they streamed after him, his friends to the fore, though they dreaded what they were sure they would find. But some long strides away, Rock, who was first, stopped, hesitated, whispered, "Is that him?" For the man who lay upon the scorched grass, arms and legs outflung, had skin darkened to the hue of old bronze, and hair of purest white. "Ah!" breathed Ilse, her voice choked and hoarse. "He might almost be that watcher. Fool! Of course it's him, but living?" As if hearing her somehow, the man stirred, moving his legs slowly, and Ilse cried out. Beneath them silver gleamed against the black ground, and a slow trickle of blood ran from the rags of his clothes. Forgetting her own pains, she hastened to tend him, and found, when she did so, that the anklets set in his legs had shattered, violently as it seemed, and the fragments were gradually working loose from his wounds. "He lives, then. But what more?" demanded Kermorvan, returning with men bearing a shield lined with blankets, and bending over the anxious knot of figures. The gale was blowing ever more strongly from the south, a warm wind rich with the promise of rain, and heavy clouds were rising over the southward hills. "Will he waken?" Ilse looked up at him, her huge dark eyes troubled. "The wounds to his legs are healing already. His burns not so, but we have salved them. But as to wakening, well—" The first shadows of the night touched the hillside, and she sighed. Above the noise of the torrents a distant rumble sounded in the sky. "His eyes are open, as they were from the first. I think he has heard all we said to him, but he does not seem to understand. It is as if he looks elsewhere, at things we cannot see, and we are not real to him." "He has flown too close to the sun," said a deep voice quietly from behind them. "That man may not do, and yet live." Kermorvan jerked upright. An awful chill had lanced through him at the very sound of that voice, and he knew at once whose it was. The huge figure that stooped beside him had not been there only a moment since, and though from the huge rough-shafted spear the man leaned upon he had the look of a warrior, no one in all the army wore such a long and dusty mantle of midnight blue, nor such a wide-brimmed hat. But even had Kermorvan been a man of less swift thought, that chill would have warned him. "You," he said, his words forming thick as blood upon his tongue with the wrath that welled up within him. "You, Raven! And well you are named, coming to settle upon a battlefield and batten upon the fallen. May you fall in your turn, you callous crow of carrion, and drag down all your kind with you. Your kind, that in their eternal squabbling trample unheeding upon the brief lives of men." He waved a furious hand at the devastation in the vale below. "Why could you not have prevented that, friend of men that you claim to be? Why could you not save him at least, rather than come prate above him? What better have you wrought with all your endless wars? Your kind, or the ice kind? One power is as bad for mankind as another. Why will you twist and turn the world this way and that between you? A lasting curse upon the whole pack of you! Why will you not leave men be, to live their own lives?" The figure turned its head, and he found himself staring into a single eye that gleamed bright as black waters beneath the shadows of the brim. The face in the shadows was lean, hook-nosed, seamed as an ancient oak, with lines that were a cryptic chart of long years of wisdom, and perhaps also a vast and joyous laughter. The rest was hidden beneath shaggy white hair and beard. But the eye was young and clear, that of a man in his vigorous prime, as he was himself. It surveyed him gravely, without anger, and with only the faintest tinge of mockery before it spoke. "That will come, and this day has hastened it. That is worth a higher price than is paid. Be content." Kermorvan glared at him. "I may not be Elof, to cross blades with the powers, but since he lies at death's door, I will at least have my say none the less. You despoiler of our—" "No!" The commanding strength of the voice astonished him, but though it was deep and fair, it was not Raven's tone. Kermorvan turned again, and though a man of courage, he found himself shaking uncontrollably. Elof stood before him, upright and straight upon his own strong legs, and though it obviously hurt his deep-burned face, he smiled. "I heard you, but folk such as I don't die so easily, old friend." Kermorvan, limp with astonishment, looked back at the raven. "You did come to help? You saved him?" The white beard tossed. "I did nothing. All that was done he did. But if it is help you wish, I may spare you some, my lord Keren, under my ancient bond with your folk and line, and because I am indebted to you for your work today. I give you advice, and it is this: be gone from here at once. Back to your ships with all your folk, and be gone. At once." "But Caris," said Kermorvan angrily, "the unleashed waters threaten it and all its folk. We must stay to succor them at least, not only because they are our kindred, but all the more so." Raven growled impatiently. "You cannot aid them, nor should you try. Do you not see why? But you knew that a great change was impending, that once again the world hung in the balance. Surely you realized that such things cannot be avoided, that the balance cannot be stayed, only tipped one way or another, this way or that. Very well. The balance has been tipped the better way, away from the changeless ice towards the side of life. You have had a hand in that. Why rail against it now? Did you not know that life means change, constant change?" "No," said Kermorvan dully. "I did not guess." "But why not?" The deep voice was rich, almost rejoicing. "Nothing endures forever unchanged, not the stone beneath your feet, nor the stars above your head, not men and not powers. Everything changes, everything shifts." His eye gleamed brightly, as if at some secret only he knew. Overhead the stars were coming out, and the pale ribbon of the river stretched across the heavens. And why should it not? Would you have the river frozen and dead, as that one was below, or the river flowing? For if it did not, how would anything ever reach the sea? Silence lay across the shattered land. Even the thunder of the new forces below them seemed stilled for that time. The clouds were gathering fast, hiding the stars. The tall figure raised his spear. In the end, there are only two choices. Call them what you will, growth or decay, life or death, a clear river or a stagnant pool. The fate of Caris is hard. None know that better than I, who have watched over it since its birth, and joined my blood to its royal line. But it was old, as the lands and races of men are reckoned, long overdue to alter, one way or another. Yet so entrenched was it in its ways that only some such disaster might bring that about. Its folk must forget what was theirs, and struggle to find something new in a new land, as their ancestors did, and yours also. Harsh, yes, but consider how much harder the other way would have been. Kermorvan lowered his eyes. You are right, and I should not have spoken as I did. The grey head nodded, and the voice became softer. All things go their way appointed, and in their own time. But I should not blame you for not grasping that truth. Even I did not wholly, till Ilmarinen taught it me, greatest of the elder powers. Most of his fellows never learned it, least of all Taun, and Tauntar after him. Well, she knows it now, and she has paid a grievous price for her knowledge. For like all her rebel kind, she has resisted change longest of all. Yet now it has been forced upon her, and her loss is all the more grievous. She was trapped in her body with no chance to leave it, and so she is severed from her power, reduced as Taun was to a shadow of her former self. It will fade now, that power, and with it the ice. That will be a change for the better, will it not? But since all things are linked in the world, each acting upon another, you must accept one change as part of many others. You cannot pick and choose. Kermorvan raised his head suddenly, and stared in horror. He made as if to speak, reached out to seize the old man's mantle. Elof called out a warning, but faster even than his thought, the spear swung about in the gnarled hand, and the tip of the blade dug in beneath the point of Kermorvan's jaw. No more! Your duty is to your land. Linger here, and you will not live to fulfill it. The forces that were wielded today have flooded land and sky with poisons. My storm winds bear the worst of them northward to the ice, to speed the cleansing of what lurks there. But enough is left to put you all in peril. Kermorvan's mouth hardened with anger, and he pulled free of the insistent spear-point. But without wasting time he whirled about and shouted to the silent throng below the hill, "Captains, to me! Heralds, sound! Form up for the march! We're going home!" No other words could have aroused so thunderous a cheer from those weary throats, drowning even the thunderclap that burst overhead. But Kermorvan did not stay to acknowledge it. He turned back at once, with a question hovering on his lips, and then stood staring. The figure of the raven had vanished. "Did you see him go?" he demanded of Ilse and of Rock, but neither of them had. "And you?" Elof shrugged. "That's a dark mantle he wears. He seemed simply to merge with the dark. Kermorvan looked at him strangely. You had nothing much to say to each other, he and you, yet it was to you he always came. Elof returned the look. Everything he said was as true for me. Understanding widened Kermorvan's eyes. Of course. You have lost more to change, far more. I grieved with you, my friend. I grieve now. Words will not serve me better. Rock grunted his agreement. He could not meet Elof's look. Ilse took his hand, very gently, perhaps because of the burns. You deserved better, she said softly, after so long a struggle. From the shadows below, the horns were sounding, summoning the army to the march. Do you feel able to walk now? To ride? Elof nodded. I do. In body, at least, I am healing. For the rest... His eyes seemed to lose their focus once more, to gaze into distances undreamt of. That is harder to tell. But I will come with you, for now. A slow rain began to fall about them as they set off down the hill. The march to the sea was a silent one at first, but by the second day it became more triumphal in mood, as the true measure of their victory at last began to dawn upon the weary soldiers, and the promise of going home. Even the prospect of short commons and a long voyage could not dampen their joy, but they kept it muted out of respect for their king, and for the master-smith who had wielded such awesome power, at such cost to himself. For the most part both men rode in silence, and Kermorvan most of all, to Ilse's deep concern. Something troubles him, something more than I can understand, she told Elof as they rode. Do you know what it might be? Elof looked at her, and took her hand in his. I cannot help, Ilse, was all he said. With the column marched the ravens, and their many captives, whom Kermorvan pardoned and proclaimed free. When they came to the coast and their landing, he offered them all their freedom and their ships to seek out their homeland, but to a man they declined. They were his followers and his people, and preferred to follow his fortunes if he would permit it. To this he agreed, since there was land enough and to spare in his eastern realm. And through them I may one day come to some peace with the Ekwesh settlers in the west, he added to his friends. With the grip of the ice loosening upon them, they may become more reasonable. In time, he added, looking hard at Elof. A wise hope, I think, was all Elof replied. It did not seem to satisfy the king. It was an exchange neither Ilse nor Rock understood, and it grieved them that there seemed to be some cause of tension between two such fast friends. But neither would give any clue as to what it might be, until the dawn when the fleet at last set sail. Last of all to weigh anchor was the Prince Corentin, and at its stern stood the king and his friends, looking back. As the great ship turned its head out into the bay, catching the freshening wind, Elof leaned back intently, as if listening to some remote sound. I don't hear, began Rock, but Kermorvan held up his hand, and together they listened. A moment later Ilse looked around sharply. It sounds like bells, she said, and bit her full lip. Aye, said Rock uneasily. Couldn't make it out, but bells it must be. From Keris. Kermorvan nodded. So it is, but they are swinging with the waves now. Soon the waters will ring the bells even in that great city, in those high towers I have never seen, save in my dreams. And where else, Master Smith? Where else? Such was the anger in his voice that Ilse caught him by the arm. "He knows," said Kermorvan softly, "what I was about to ask the raven. He knows the question. He may even know the answer. But he will not tell me." He controlled himself with difficulty, and stood up very straight. "As your friend, I might have a claim on your truthful answer, Master Smith, but as a king, you owe it to me." Elof ran his fingers through his whitened mane. He had never felt older or wearier than then. "You shall have it," he said, "but not now." "When, then?" demanded Kermorvan, tautly. "When I choose. But it will not be long delayed. That I promise you." The voyage back was by all accounts swift and sure, but to Kermorvan it must not have seemed so. Nevertheless, it was clear to Elof that he was doing his best to be content with that promise, and be the friend he had always been. And that was what Elof most desired. He surrounded himself with his friends as much as he could, and this did not go unnoticed. "Almost as if you're savoring us," said Rock bluntly. "Storing us up so you won't forget. Not thinking of setting out on one more lunatic search, are you? Because lunatic it will be, I promise you. At your age, in your condition." Ilse put an arm around his shoulders. "If she remembers you still, she will do the searching. There is nobody now who can hold her back. Louhi will have problems of her own." Elof smiled, but it became a grimace of pain. "What I did to her, that may hold her back. Even at the last I betrayed her, Ilse." "No," said Kermorvan, pouring him a stoup of wine, made doubly precious by their short supplies. "Drink this, man, and take heart. I was there, I saw, and I will judge you, as is my right, as once before I declined to. You did what was inevitable, with no time for thought, and you were shielding me. If the old Kara is there, she will not forget that." "Maybe," said Elof quietly. "What you say may be true. But meanwhile, I am waiting for a sign. And though I am happy among you all, I grow weary." At long last there came a sunset when the mastheads hailed land on the horizon. That brought Kermorvan and the others on deck, but to their surprise they found Elof already there. He was huddled up by the steersman's bench against the cold night wind, and coughing. He looked up as the king approached. "I said I would answer your question one day, Kermorvan, and this is the day." Kermorvan's face went grey, and he sat down heavily on the bench. "I feared it might be." Visibly he gathered his strength. "Tell me then, and have done with it. What Louhi threatened me with, and I laughed away for the army's sake. It has haunted me all these days and nights since. I see it in my dreams, even. Was it true?" "Yes," said Elof quietly. "It was. It is." Ilse and Rock stared down at him aghast, but he shook his head sadly. "Think of it. Where did the waters come from that make up the great glaciers of the ice? From the seas in the end, and their level fell. New coastlines were laid bare, new land emerged as other land was covered. And men took that land, because it was farthest from the ice, and because no other power held it as their dominion, as Tapiao does the forests. The old kingdoms of men were crushed, and it was in coastal lands that their new realms sprang up, even those of the Equish. Why was the Vale of Keris so deep, think you? Because once before it was a sea, and waves broke over that smooth ridge where the gate was built. The Ischianus was all that remained of that sea. It only reclaims what was taken from it." He laughed till it turned to a coughing fit. "Ironic, is it not? Caris, Morvanec, Morvan, Kerbrahane. Men settled those great realms to escape the ice. Men held them against it. Yet all the time they were the ice's own creation, as unnatural in the world as it was. And now Tauntar is weakened. The others of her kind will not be able to sustain it. It has ceased its advance. Slowly it will melt and withdraw, and the oceans will reclaim their own." "How soon?" demanded Rock in horror. "How soon? Are you telling us we've no home left awaiting us over the horizon there? Was that why you waited?" Elof smiled and lifted a hand. From overhead came a joyous cry. "Morvenhall in sight! Morvenhall to starboard! Palace and tower! Home! We're home!" "That, at least, I can spare you," he said. "It comforts me somewhat. And you did not notice the glaciers shrinking before we sailed, did you? They almost made themselves the ruling forces in the climes of the world, and such a presence will be slow to disperse. It will take time, many lifetimes of men, I think, but not so many, 3, 4, 5 perhaps, before the waters begin to swallow the coasts. But after that it will become swift." "New lands will be laid bare when the glaciers melt," said Ilse encouragingly, "as they were before. That's something, isn't it?" Kermorvan did not lift his head when he spoke. "As I feared. That cannot be enough time to find and clear enough new land, even if the powers that linger will let us. And the lands that were under the ice will take longer still to recover. Oh, we will manage something, somehow, with your folk to help us. Men will endure, but not their realms. We will dwindle, as did your folk, or revert to simple rustic folk, even savages and barbarians. It happens even now to Caris, but soon we also shall be devoured." He stood suddenly, and his face was bitter and bleak, his fists clenched white at his breast. "So ends my fool's dream, my dream of founding a realm and a dynasty, a land of prosperity and wisdom, of strength and justice. Not one that would last forever. I needed no raven to tell me that, but that would last as long as Caris, and leave as great a name, or at the least some tangible mark and memory in the hearts of men. But whatever I achieve still, it will melt and vanish, and be dissolved in the eternal changes of the seas. I should have known better, this world being what it is. It was all in vain." Elof also rose, though with difficulty. "No," he said quietly, and put a hard hand on Kermorvan's shoulder. "It was not, and it will not be." The tall man turned, his bronze hair streaming in the breeze, with the look in his face of one who hears a distant horn call. "It will not be," repeated Elof. "I did you an injustice, my old friend. You spoke still of the future, of what you might still achieve, hopeless or not. Had I been sure you would, I would have answered you sooner, and not delayed till I had to. Hear, then, and hope on. Without your kingship, without you, there would have been no victory, no chance of any men at all surviving, civilized or not. But they will, now. Civilization will come again, where without you, without all of you, it could not have. It will come again, because from the fires you light in the years to come, small sparks will be kept alight, little enclaves of wisdom in a world new born, and ignorant as all things newborn are. Some of their knowledge, some of their wisdom, that will survive to pass down the years, even if men forget whence it came, and keep only a dim memory of legend, of an age of vanished glory. All save that memory may be lost, yet still it will inspire them to glories of their own. Your name, all our names, they may forget, but the image of your kingdom, your line, shall burn bright in their hearts. They will cross seas in quest of it once more, and perhaps the name of Caris, of the glorious city of Ys, will not be wholly forgotten. Men may hear its bells ringing still, there beneath the waves. You shall have your dynasty, Karen Kermorvan, and no king ever founded one greater. It shall be all mankind. When Kermorvan spoke at last, it was with difficulty. It is greater than I deserve, then. I am comforted, and I am humbled. I can hope still. May our children and theirs be worthier. My Lady Ilse? She smiled then, but she also could not speak. It was Rock who spoke first. That goes for me also. But Elof, I don't know if I should ask, but how can you be so bloody sure? And you said you had to tell now, whispered Ilse. Why, Elof? Why? Kermorvan nodded. I wonder also. Yet I do not doubt you. What sight is given you, Elof Valantor? Elof smiled again, though a cough racked him painfully. The sight of the bird that breaks its shell. As a bird indeed I saw it first, blown this way and that on the heights. A light shone all about me, it seemed, and only my own poor self was in the way of it. As Louhi said, we do not die so easily, our kind. But Kara was right to sense a change coming. It was for us both. Who are you? Kermorvan whispered. I have asked you that before, but who are you? A man like yourself, answered Elof, with only a tinge of amusement. Exceptional in some ways, perhaps, but then all men are, if only they can discover how. I live by eating and drinking. I grow ill, I feel pain, I bleed. Age comes upon me. What more would you have? I have smithcraft in me, but then so do all men in whom the blood of the powers is still mingled richly enough, yourself included, Kermorvan. But he hesitated. Once I was something more. No, more than once. What in Hela's curlies are you talking about? Demanded Rock. Elof grinned. In no place so arcane. Bear with me. It is hard to explain. There is still so much that I can't remember, or only have a brief glimpse of. More than my mind will hold. Say, if you like, that I have lived many lives. Stay! So commanding was the word, so absolute the gesture, that instead of springing up in astonishment or fear, they swayed towards him, and were silent. Or that someone has, each one different, none of them resulting in the man who speaks to you now. How could they, when so many different memories must make up a man? Yet each began from a common core. Each was a different path to an end. And that core endured. Most were failures, but I am not. He grimaced. Not entirely. Not at the last. For if I learned one thing in all those lifetimes, learned it with pain and suffering and damnable follies, it was this. He coughed so that his whole body shook. that only a man free of the powers could free men from them. He smiled again. As free they must become in the end, Kermoven, however great the cost. So I forswore all that was mine, knowledge and power beyond your comprehension, and now beyond mine, forswore it wholly, as I had never before dared to do. On that path there was no going back. I forgot entirely who I had been. When I became the infant foundling they named Alv, I set myself forever within the limits of men. And you chose Assenby, murmured Kermoven, as if in a dream, where a scepter was being used as a cattle goad. A scepter that would draw me through my great smithcraft to its rightful lord in the end, said Elof, and became aware of a vast laughter bubbling up within him. And where an agent of Luhi would come, drawn in his turn, though neither of us ever guessed it. Only I had reckoned without the raven. He knew of me, none better. No other did, not Tapiao, not even Luhi, though she saw something in me she did not understand. Raven chose to shorten my ways somewhat, in his own twisted fashion, but never freely. I had always to earn his help, however paltry. Of my own I had nothing, save one legacy left myself against great need, and that was the sword Talathar, which I renamed Gorthor, and the knowledge that lay bound up in it. And both of those I had to find anew for myself. Veda's sword, said Rock quietly, as they knew in Keris. And you were drawn to Veda's forge. So it was Veda you were, right enough. Veda was himself, and for what he was he perished in the great marshes, though nobly enough at the last. Poor creature. He knew too much of what he was, and not enough of men, and both were torment to him. He failed, though not completely. Him you might have feared, for he was more than a man. But I— he laid his hands in his lap. I am a man. All my life, that is what I have thought myself. And now that I know my history, I feel only the more sure of it. I'm afraid that you might think otherwise, that you, my oldest friends, might not accept me as you always have. He smiled wryly. Whatever my human failings. No one answered at first, and the sound of the waves grew very loud in their ears. But then impulsively Ilse caught his hand and held it tight. Ass! Of course you're a man. Does it take a Durgar girl to tell you that? Well, said Rock thoughtfully, you look like the same lad I've chased around and about half this world with, and I reckon nobody but a man could get in some of the scrapes I've hauled you out of. He chuckled. Or haul me out of mine. So we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Eh, Kermoven? I think that might be arranged, said Kermoven dryly, though a great wonder was still in his eyes. Indeed, I have known you too well, too long to think otherwise, and I always thought it an honor, even then. Yet— But there he caught himself, and said no more. Ilse snorted. There he goes again, too damned courteous. Elof, you are who you are, and you're a fool to think we'd have you otherwise, after the first surprise, that is. But once you were someone else, you've told us. Someone apart from those other lives. Have you remembered who? Elof laughed suddenly, and fell to coughing so hard his hand clenched tight upon hers. I'm sorry. My chest seems afire. I was only remembering you and I, Kermoven, in the earliest days. arguing about what your Kerbrahane philosophers thought about whether the powers could take human shape, and why, whether it was to understand men better. I wish they could have met Louhi. It is not the shape that gives understanding, but the life. I, as I was, I never understood the hearts of men, and I longed to. So at last I plucked up the courage, and made what I thought a great sacrifice, frighteningly great. Freely I forgot all of myself, leaving only the essence, the inner fire. And fire it was indeed. For the light and fire that gave life to the world, they were my element once, as the waters are Naiads and Sedanas, and the forests Tapiaus, as the airs were Tauntars and Tauns once, till they armored themselves in the dead ice. We were the minds that roved in those forces, set within them to the long labors of shaping a world, destined in the end to change and become a part of it, to join with men. We take human shape more easily than any other, because that is the shape we must all take in the end, and the destiny we must share. Louhi may soon, and I wish her joy of it, ill-prepared as she is, though she will still have something of her beauty to help her. I embraced that change, because I knew it must come, and oddly enough I feel more myself than ever before. For I was Ilmarinen, forger of mountains, smith of the powers, and I am all of him that remains.
Ilmarinen,
gasped Ilse, and would have sunk down at his feet, had he not caught her and raised her, though she shivered at his touch.
Small wonder that I...
Elof smiled. Saw something in me? It is so, and it is not out of place. For in his way Ilmarinen always loved your race as much as they him. But I would rather be your friend still than what he has been to you, for I share your world and not his. Save only in this, we who have dwelt upon the heights, we cannot enjoy the surcease of a single life, a single death. It may be that men cannot either. Of that knowledge only a glimmering remains. But this I know. We at least may rest between our human lives, may find long surcease from our labors. I have earned it, and perhaps more. For when I took courage at last and embraced that change, I found something new rewarded me, something I had never managed to find before. And if it is lost to me as a man, then by pursuing that change I may find it yet. You asked me, Ilse, why I had to tell you now. It is this. I was waiting for a sign, and that sign has come. He stood, and they stood with him. It is time to say farewell, my friends, but not forever. I will never be far from you, in this life or any other, for harsh as the world may seem, yet against all hope, we may make things of worth endure, even that most fragile thing of all, that we call love. For see there! The voice was a man's, but such a weight even of remembered power resounded within it, that, as the tale is told, no man on board could look anywhere but where his lifted arm pointed. High above the coasts of Morvenhall, where red stone and white tower gleamed in distant harmony, a dark speck appeared, flying swift against the wind that bore them home. And it seemed to those who had been the friends of Elof Valantor, greatest of all master-smiths among men, that for a moment that wind blew strong and fierce and warm about them, as if great wings beat within. And when they turned to Elof, the deck was empty where he had stood. Only a few fragments of silver lay there, and an arm-ring of pale gold, abandoned as things childish are when their need and use is past. No man heeded them, for their eyes were held skyward, higher and ever higher, to where two great swans flew up, circling ever closer in a graceful spiral, until they seemed to vanish among the clouds, into the last rich light of the sun. And though to them it set, the watchers knew in their hearts that elsewhere it arose again, in spreading, undying fire. Coda. It came to pass even as Elof had foretold. Under the wise rule of Keren Kermorvan and his queen, the last kingdom of men flourished and spread far along that eastern shore, ever joining and mingling more with the Durgar as the years passed. King Keren lived to an astonishing age, far beyond the span of his eldest subjects, save only his great chancellor, the Lord Rock. Until their end they both kept strength and vigor. In that, perhaps, the Lady Ilse had a hand, and the healing arts of the Durgar. But it may have been another's gift. After the king's death, Ilse returned to her own folk, and with her aged father long ruled that remnant who would not mingle with men, but chose to live out their lives under stone. And though they stayed long in friendship with the kingdom of her children, she herself never came there again. But it is said that on the morning King Keren died, two black swans came to perch a brief while upon the heights of the palace, and then flew off to the southwest, filling the dawn air with cries that seemed not of sorrow, but of gladness. And the chronicles affirm that two like them returned ever and again in later years, at the death of Rock and of all they had known, and of all the kings of Kermorvan's line, till at last the city was abandoned to the rising waters, and a lasting end was come, of the days both dark and heroic, of the long winter of the world. Appendix. Of the land of Keris, its form, nature, and climate, and of its peoples and their several histories, such as are set forth in that volume of the Winter Chronicles called the Book of the Armoring. In reducing to a single tale the long span of years covered in the Book of the Armoring, the many strands of lives and events that weave and intertwine throughout, the many details of people and places, much has had to be omitted, or told only from afar. For it was the master-smith Elof Valentor who proved, unknown even to himself, to be the prime mover in that troubled time, and his tale is the one that matters most. Also, as before, the authors of the chronicles could scarcely help writing for their own times and their own folk. So, inevitably, they leave much unexplained that we no longer know, or explain at length matters we would today take for granted. This account cannot replace all that is missing, or has had to be curtailed, but it may at least paint in more detail the backdrop, like a remote and misty landscape, against which these events took place. The land. The land of Keris, with which the Book of the Armoring is principally concerned, was like no other in the world at that time, uniquely suited to provide a refuge for men against the ravages of the long winter, and a fit cradle for the birth of a great civilization. In form it was as Elof and Rock saw it, a river valley of immense size. In extent it must have been greater even than they realized, stretching at its widest some 600 or 700 leagues from the western oceans to its eastern margins, and from north to south over 200 leagues at its widest. In former days, when it also included great regions of the hinterlands above its northern and southern walls, its area can only be guessed at, but these were gradually lost to the ice, and to the desert that crept relentlessly northward, like its malign shadow. By the time of Elof's arrival, the last of them had become the Wild Lands, home to none save the scattered remnants of the Durgar. The account given by Elof of the origin of Keris is substantially correct. However, it had gone through many such changes before. Originally it appears to have been a low-lying, landlocked basin, probably a barren desert, founded upon rock chiefly of granite and limestone types. It was held back from the oceans by a land barrier at its eastern end. Gradually this was eroded away, until at last the seas came flooding in and over, in a waterfall of astonishing size and height. This probably created the ridge upon which the gate was built. The shape depicted on surviving marginal sketches, though obviously much narrowed and steepened on its seaward side by men to make a defense, still suggests the shallow crescent typical of wide falls such as Niagara, or the awesome rock face, long dry, at Malham Cove in Yorkshire, England. The waters that poured over that fall turned the basin into an inland sea, but in the succession of long winters launched against the living world, enchaining more and more of the world's waters, its level sank, and it became land once more, only to rise again as each winter came to its end. This the Durgar seemed to have known, but among men, more recent arrivals, it was either never realized or wholly forgotten. These successive floodings were not without their effect on the once infertile land. The waters had eroded much hard rock to sand, and into this inflowing rivers, as well as diluting the salt content, poured rich loads of upland silt. Fertile volcanic debris, distributed by the waters into which it fell, may also have played a part. As the level of the seas outside gradually declined, the waters drew back and left these deposits open to the air. Land plants came to grow on this new soil, bound it and enriched it with their remains, and after them trees and animals, establishing a whole fertile cycle. Certainly the result, by the time men first came there, was a black alluvial soil of remarkable richness, and on the higher ground brown earths of the podzol type, developed under the vast tracts of deciduous forest which then covered the land. In the more southerly areas the less fertile terra rossa soils formed on limestone. By later days, however, the richest soils had been exhausted by over-farming, and the forests cleared altogether from much of the land. The unity of the soil was destroyed, and much of it was simply blown or washed away. Even before its drowning, Caris, rich as it seemed, was a dying land. The Great River. So it was that Caris was in a very real sense created by the river, and the river continued to dominate it, as the name the Penruthia, or southern peoples, gave it, Ischianus, acknowledged. Chian was a rather poetic name for a vein, and so this meant vein of the heartland, or as it was understood, river at the heart of the world. The Svarhoth, inhabiting the north of the land, took a less central view, and called it simply Miklstavathon, the Great River. As sea levels had declined, so the falls over the ancient barrier had ceased to flow, save for a small central cranny or channel that the river cut itself, probably by following some crack or flaw in the eroded rock, or some softer intrusion. This admitted a relatively restricted flow of sea-water, but it was soon swelled, and its salt diluted, by inflows from various tributaries to north and south. Some of these were created or swelled by meltwater directly from the ice, and this brought with it the same terrors as did the upper reaches of the Gorlafrus to the marshlands in Norderney. But the great river dispersed these in its vastness, as it rode peaceably through the center of the land, and if some trace of darker influence remained, a slow poison for the minds and spirits of the people, it cannot now be said. Past the warm lands where men founded Caris, the river flowed, until at last it broadened to become a great lake, or properly an inland sea. Those waters were little navigated or frequented. The lands around their shores were hot and unwelcoming when men first arrived there, with many regions of marsh along the coasts, and tempted nobody to settle save the most desperate of outlaws. By Naidade's time, thousands of years later, the marshes had spread, and the rest degenerated into barrens in the north and near desert in the south. Through those marshes, along many small streams and channels, the waters of the Ischianus drained southward, and though much was lost by sheer evaporation, at least one river was thought to reach the mysterious oceans to the south, but it was not navigable, and its course, if it ever was known, had long been lost. Adventurers in those lands had brought back little of worth, but many plagues and spreading maladies, until the reputation of the area for disease was such that landing there was forbidden on pain of death. If any ventured it, therefore, they left no records, and no certain maps have survived. The High Gate. Such was the course of the great river, and a vein it was indeed to the land of Caris, bearing its heart's blood, the water that fed its rich fields, and the ships that carried their produce to feed the great city at its heart, and at need their soldiers to enforce its defense and royal authority. That so many of their towns were built along its shores and at its confluences is ample witness of this. Its importance was obvious to the people of the land even from the earliest years. Very soon they began building, over that narrow crevice in the ancient barrier and the falls that came through it, the first stages of what was to become the High Gate. They had many reasons for siting such a fortress there, but high among them was the desire to protect the source of the river that was their land's life. At that time they had not yet grown complacent, and lost their awareness of what the ice or some other enemy might do. Generation after generation built the gate higher and grander, and as the sea level fell outside, they cut down and narrowed the ancient barrier into a well too steep for any enemy to scale. In the end, the gate towered high over the ancient ridge, an imposing palace atop walls smooth and utterly unscalable, guarding the river that thundered through its depths, and it became a sign in the minds of men, a symbol of the fountain-head of the land they loved. A fire was set on its roof, guiding mariners by day with its smoke, and by night with its flame, and to them in particular it became an almost sacred sight, their last upon setting sail, and their first upon their return. Since it was the greatest and most adventurous mariners who discovered the new lands across the ocean, it became especially important to them, and for those who fled into exile to found a new realm there, it was a poignant memory, the last they were ever to see of Caris. So it was that even when with the decline of Caris the gate had ceased to mean so much to its people, their kin beyond the seas were still invoking its name. Climes. The compression of climes that the long winter created throughout the world was particularly acute in Caris at the time of Elof's coming. This was because the ice had been able to distribute itself very differently than in Brassehall. To onlookers such as Elof and Rock, the great ice sheets appeared at first to have extended far further south, but in fact the borders of the main sheets followed much the same parallel as across the oceans. What they had been able to do, however, was create an advance guard of secondary ice sheets by the means Ansgar described in the Book of the Sword, colonizing the heights of more southerly mountain ranges by extending glaciations from mountain snowcaps. The land immediately beyond the main ice sheets had no such peaks, but was hilly and uneven enough to impede their advance. It became the tundra landscape of Taunla, snowy, bleak, and haunted, an evil place in whose northern reaches nothing save the hardiest lichens could live. Over this, however, cold airs and subtler influences spread to the mountain peaks beyond. Gradually their ice caps swelled and gathered strength, and gave birth to glaciers that flowed down below the snow lines, joined and became vast enveloping ice sheets that no longer changed with the seasons, but were as permanent as the main body of the ice. In fact, it was the ice glow from these, and not from the main body, that Elof and Rock saw from Elan Gorenheim. There were now 2 of them, each the size of a substantial country, and steadily growing by the same process. Each winter the cold fingers of the glaciers would spread further along the more southerly peaks, and leave them that fraction colder. And though with the thaw they would retreat again, it would not be all the way. Each year they had gained a little more ground, until now in winter they thrust deep into what had been the north of Caris, and spun their webs of frost and snow over valleys that had once been high green pastures, home to hardy farmers of the Svarhoth folk. Now they were miserable barrens, and even when the snow had drawn back, many evils stalked them under the shadow of those peaks. South of these troubled lands, the land was still fertile and rich, though it suffered from severe winters that killed off a great part of its game. Once it had been the main home of the Svarhoth, who were for the most part free landholders and cultivators, save when they lived by the sea. Then it had held their pastures and grain fields, for they raised both, and many other crops besides. There had even been orchards for the more robust fruits, and a few vineyards on the most southerly slopes. But most of that people had fled the advance of the ice thousands of years since, and now these were the wild lands, overgrown and tangled, home only to the Durgar and human outlaws, and much feared on that account. From time to time, under some more vigorous king, attempts had been made to clear and resettle parts of them, but in winter these little colonies were isolated for long periods, and sooner or later they came to a bad and mysterious end. Many blamed the Durgar rather than the ice, and it is not impossible that they were right. But to the people of the Vale, its steep sides, in many places impassable cliffs, remained an effective barrier against the worsening conditions above, and for centuries this seemed to be so. In their shelter, the land north of the great river enjoyed a warm, temperate climate, growing gradually warmer as the river angled away to the southeast. The lands of the southern shore were much the same in the regions about the gate, but as they sloped away sharply southward, they grew increasingly warm and humid, basking in a warmth semi-tropical and even fully tropical, with high humidity. A great belt of dense rainforest covered the southernmost slopes of the vale, and extended out to envelop the southern mountains. Beyond these, however, the land grew equally swiftly hot and dry, and the forest gave way to parched scrubland, sun-baked barrens, and, at last, sheer desert. And though it was hardly noticeable at first, this, too, was advancing, as the ice drained more and more of the free water from the cycle of life, and bound it in chill and sterile chains. Thus the extremes of clime that had first brought Caris into being were all the millennia of its existence closing upon it like the jaws of a nutcracker, and all the while the shell was growing rotten from within. The last winter. This was the closing of the jaws, the disordering of climes in whose fell grip the fleets of Morvenec found Caris. It began soon after Nithaid's death and Elof's flight, as if either or both of them had been holding it somehow at bay, and this may be the case. It started as an early, fierce autumn, with stormy rains that ruined the harvest, and frosty nights that froze the sodden ground hard. Bitter blasts whipped the southern forests, blowing ever more of their tenuous topsoil from the great areas that man had cleared for his own husbandry, or simply laid waste. The first snows for thousands of years fell there, and the plants shriveled. In the north the snows fell heavier, and the river began to slow and freeze. Then at last men saw their folly in neglecting the gate, and cursed the Lonuan line that had let it slip from the grasp. Somehow men managed to survive the winter, though food was scarce and many dark perils stalked the land, eagerly awaiting the spring and some kind of a thaw. But the time came, and there was no thaw. The snows did not slacken, nor did the glaciers relinquish their hold upon the mountains high above the walls. Ice stopped the inflow of the great river at last, and its level began to fall. What was happening to the northward can only be guessed at, but it is likely that the main body of the ice was beginning its long-delayed advance at last, and setting in motion the final stages of Louhi's plan. Certainly the hilly tundra was more densely covered in snow than ever before. With the weather so propitious, in a very short time, weeks or days even, it might be about to form a solid sheet, and allow the main body to reach and merge with its two offshoots, and they in turn to stretch forward and join up with the enclave of ice around the gate, where Louhi was exerting her own power. From there the path of the ice would have been easy and obvious, down the great river and into the heart of Caris. Formerly, its sheer size must have made it almost impossible to freeze, keeping a constant temperature in its depths, and also its salinity. Ever since its flow had been reduced at the Gate Falls, however, only its tributaries were feeding it, and it had been growing fresher. This may explain the dearth of fish Elof found around the island. Now, with many of the northern tributaries themselves frozen, it was also dwindling in size. Already half frozen, with the ice itself behind her, she could undoubtedly transform it almost at a stroke from river to glacier, from a bearer of life to a harbinger of death, overwhelming a vast area of land. Whether this in itself would have been enough to overturn the climatic balance of the world and make the ice permanent, we cannot now tell. But from the urgency all the powers seemed to have sensed, it almost certainly was the crucial point. As to what brought this about, the chronicles offer no better explanations than Elof's, and they seem to be right. Recent research suggests that the forces he saw at work would indeed have produced the results he feared, and ironically, it is from the ice sheets that the evidence comes. The Antarctic ice cap preserves a remarkable record of many atmospheric events and changes, and among these any particularly great volcanic eruptions. These hurl vast amounts of dust and gases, in particular sulfur dioxide, high into the atmosphere, and it is this gas, converted to fine droplets of sulfuric acid, that the ice preserves. Comparing concentrations of this in ice of known age with records of climactic changes over the same period have produced remarkable correlations between, for example, the enormous eruption of Tambora in Indonesia and the extraordinarily severe weather in the northern hemisphere in the first years of the 19th century, known significantly as the Little Ice Age. Studies of later eruptions, when more accurate records exist, such as Krakatoa in 1883, or more recently Mount St. Helens, establish that the temperature not only of the particular region, but of the Earth as a whole, falls by several tenths of a degree in the years following a major eruption, chiefly because of the filtration effect of the dust in the upper atmosphere upon received solar radiation. Most of that dust falls to Earth in only a few days, but enough remains to make a significant difference. The effect of a number of such active volcanoes over a period of many years, capped at the climax by a period of extra-violent eruptions, and in a restricted area where the ice could at least strongly influence wind patterns to gather and sustain more dust than usual, is difficult wholly to imagine. It would certainly be savage, turning the sky to a permanent lowering gray, chilling the air and stifling photosynthesis in plants. The sudden glaciation of the river might well increase the volcanism still further, but even without that, it would have been quite conclusive enough for Louhi's needs. The Peoples. The people of Keris. It is accurate to say people, for the division between Svarhoth and Penruthia, northerner and southern, that so bedeviled the Westlands, had always mattered less in Keris, and by the time of Elof's coming was almost extinct. Nevertheless, it had its roots there, and they helped to understand its history. Originally, it may have reflected the merging of two distinct peoples, relics perhaps of the forgotten racial strands in the little kingdoms of the north before the ice came, and that now were less than legendary. Kingdom, indeed, may have been too grand a word. More probably most were mere tribal leagues as loose as the Equesh, and at best small and fluid monarchies of various kinds like Northumberland or Mercia in Dark Age England, or the Burgundian and Frankish realms that grew up around the Roman Empire. Almost certainly the dominant kingdom among the Penruthia was a city-state, because it was a cultural mold they never escaped, but simply expanded to fit the land. Even in so vast a realm as Keris, which had perforce to have several great cities, one immense community dominated all the rest. The Svarhoth never showed quite the same tendency. Their preference was always for towns of moderate size among a loose federation of villages. Probably it was the threat of the ice that first drove these related but disparate peoples to unite, but nothing certain is known of that. It is well established, however, that in even the earliest records of Caris they thought of themselves as one nation, owing allegiance to one lord, intermarrying freely, and speaking one another's tongues. It was chiefly a preference for different climes and manners of life that kept them separate at all, and perhaps also kept them friendly, for they seldom, if ever, competed for the same land. The character of both peoples was much the same as in the realms of Brassehall. The Penruthia of Caris were always the more numerous race, probably because their way of life allowed it. They were a lowland folk, fond of warm climes and the rich flat farmland of riverine plains. They grew much grain and many orchards and vineyards, but raised little meat or dairy produce, and almost no fish. Their lands tended to be divided into large estates, whose farms were held in tenancy from the great lords. But this tenancy was not a burdensome thing, and until the last years the land was worked at all levels by free men. Some of the estates on the southern shore, settled later, were of astonishing size, their laborers numbered by the thousands, and their lords men of great consequence. Their cities showed the same tendency towards size, but in a well-ordered form. They were masters of buildings as of all the other arts, and had a surprising command of the basic requirements in water supply and sanitation that alone make such large communities practicable. Their laws regarding public health were strict and carried severe penalties, and they were supported by all levels of the community, even the lowest. Almost certainly this was a result of the state's provision of basic instruction for all its citizens. What was provided varied widely, but in Caris, the city, at its height, there was almost no citizen of sound mind who could not read and write, and recite the basic table of laws. The Penruthia had a strong tradition of hierarchy and the rule of law from above, but set against this an equally strong tradition of freedom, if not of equality, for all men. This often took the form of opposition to their kings, commonly by powerful lords in pursuit of their own independence. The Svarhath, on the other hand, had no particular tradition of order, and few, if any, great lords. They reserved their respect for wise elders and rich men, and regarded the king much as a clan might its chieftain, their ruler, but by right of kinship more than law. They chose to dwell chiefly among the cooler uplands, above the northern walls of Caris Vale, a land that seemed far too coarse and wild to the Penruthia, but could, in fact, yield a rich living to men who knew how to cultivate it. They grew some grain, wine, grapes, and other fruit in the sheltered valleys, but meat and dairying were their main products. Upon hill and mountain pastures they raised their huge cattle, and upon higher slopes of coarser vegetation, sheep or goats. Wise in all matters relating to ships and seafaring, they fished not only the rivers but also the rich seas around the coast. They also thrived upon forestry and hunting, for they took better care of their woodland lands than did the Southrons. Land holdings were mostly no larger than an individual could manage. Even the richest men might own no more than a single manorial farm, albeit a very large one, and some woods and hunting preserves. Tenancy was almost unknown and treated with deep suspicion. Some villages, however, owned and worked large holdings in common, and so also some families, for a particular reason. Land was inherited not by the eldest male heir, as with the Penruthia, but by all sons jointly. Only if it could not support them all, would some have to seek their support elsewhere. Since large families were rare among the Svarhath, this usually worked well enough. There were plenty of opportunities for such sons. Shipping and the crafts were honorable and prosperous occupations that supported many, and also matters financial and scholarly. The Penruthia appeared to dominate trade, but never to the exclusion of an energetic northerner. Indeed, since it was Svarhath-owned ships that handled the cream of the swift river traffic, they had considerable influence in it, and many a southern lord owed his fortune to the acumen and industry of his Svarhath stewards. And in scholarship and statecraft, which they tended to associate, both strains mingled readily, the Penruthia excelling only by their numbers. In general, this union of peoples was a strong one, each fulfilling somewhat different roles, each benefiting from what the other lacked, and respecting the other for it. It was a strong foundation upon which to build such a realm. Such friction as there was appears to have been mild, easily contained by the Ismerian kings, who mingled the blood of both races, and it is noticeable that when serious factional problems did break out in Caris, the division was more social than racial. The plebeian and patrician factions that appeared among the Penruthia were reflected among the northerners, though less aggressively. But then the distinctions between lord and commoner were never so important there. The factions plagued the land, but never seriously divided it. The real difficulties began when the might and wealth of Caris were at their peak, and the land seemed a strength unassailable. It was then the menace of the ice first began to make itself felt among the Svarhoth lands, and the remotest northerners had to flee southwards, even into the Vale. Then, a generation later, a serious conflict of kinship and succession broke out for the first time among the Ismerian. The Sundering of the Peoples. The details are simple enough. A king, Garanon, died, leaving a son and a daughter by different wives. The laws of succession were strict. Daughters could inherit at need, but the son, Barek, was the elder, and there was never any doubt that he would be the rightful successor. But he died suddenly within days of his father, and though he was of mature years and his wife had recently borne him a son, there was grave doubt as to whether the child, though named for him, was in fact his. And what followed fed that doubt. His widow, Amer, immediately installed as regent, not Barek's younger sister, Authe, as was customary, but their cousin, Dormaid, one of the most able and powerful southern lords. By a coincidence of ancestry, he was a pure-blooded Ismerian, a well-made man of great charm and vigor, and he was also a former suitor of Amer. The resultant furor threatened to split the country, for if the child was not Barek's, then Authe was the rightful heir, and after her son Kerin. But Dormaid enjoyed great support among powerful men of both Penruthia and Svarhoth, and of both ancestral factions. Fewer supported Authe, young widow of an Ismerian landholder, and of no great distinction, but she showed great firmness in claiming the throne on behalf of her son. For many years the whole land simmered, without ever quite bursting into the flame of civil war. Even the ancestral factions were split down the middle, although the older aristocracy tended to support Authe, and the newer Dormaid. Dormaid was the effective ruler, but his power was never absolute enough to put down his enemies, and to do him justice he had no particular wish to, restraining the most hot-headed of his followers. It was charged he had murdered Barek, but his later behavior made this less likely. Authe was less restrained, but could never whip up enough sure support. However, her supporters' minor insurrections seriously disrupted the trade of the land and deepened divisions. When the garrison of the High Gate declared for her, she occupied it and set up her own court there, and over a period of years intrigued to little effect against Dormaid. Meanwhile, the two children were growing up. The younger Barek as a powerless shadow under Dormaid's overwhelming personality, and Kerin as an independent and intelligent young prince. As he grew up, it became obvious that he was the most attractive character in the whole tangle. When he reached his first manhood, in his 16th year, as the custom then was, his mother was persuaded to hand over her claim to him, and swiftly he gained greater support than she ever had. Dormaid himself, eager to end the disruption, offered him joint succession with Barek, but Barek, for the first time in his life, objected violently. He threatened Kerin's life, and swore bloody retribution against the least man who supported him. Civil war now began to seem inevitable when Dormaid died, if not sooner, and men on either side began to arm and prepare, and break off what slight contact they had kept with their opponents. Towns on one side or the other hounded out minorities lest they launch a surprise attack, and murders and brawls began to multiply. This prospect, on top of the years of squabbling he had known, saddened and disgusted Kerin, and the news of the advancing ice brought by northern refugees, remote as it seemed to most, filled this far-sighted prince with alarm for the future. He was in the mood to find some new alternative when one presented itself. Mariners had long suspected the existence of another land across the oceans. Wide-ranging fishermen claimed to have fished off its shores, though none had dared to land. Now some bold Svarhoth shipowners, desperate for new profits after some 14 years of decaying trade, set out to find it in earnest. One party succeeded, after great privations, and returned to tell of a vast new land of forests and high mountains, wild and uninhabited as far as they could tell, but fertile and full of promise. Most significantly of all, it was relatively untroubled by the ice. For Keren that was enough, and he resolved to seek out a new home in this land. To Dormaid and Barek he sent a defiant challenge, saying that though he asserted his birthright still, he preferred to extend his realm rather than lay it waste with war. Since the folk must be divided, let those who favored his cause come with him to settle this new land. If Dormaid would not hinder any who wished to go, but would assist them with ships and resources, then, rightfully or not, he might rule those who remained. Dormaid accepted this with relief, for he too hated the prospect of war. He ignored the wrath of Barek, who foresaw, rightly, that many would desert the land rather than face his rule, shrinking his inheritance and injuring his pride. In fact, many even among his own supporters were piqued by the idea and the taste of adventure, and the number who responded surprised even Keren. Men and women of every quality, of every allegiance and faction, joined with him, until the size of the expedition began to alarm Dormaid. But by then events had gathered momentum, and there was little he could do. Barek's attempt to deter recruits by threatening the kin they were leaving behind simply swelled their numbers further, as he might have expected, and led to open conflict between Dormaid and himself. In the end, some 5 years later, it is said that more than a fifth of the entire Penruthia population of Keris chose to follow Keren, and close to half the Svarhoth, and the majority of these were able-bodied folk in their prime years, so that the loss to the land was far greater. Many more would have come, if they could have hoped to survive the voyage. More ships were needed than the land could possibly dispose of, and it may well be that the great clearing of forests began at this time, and that the timber taken was never fully replanted. There is no reason to doubt the chronicle's picture of the fleet, at last assembled on the shores below the gate, darkening the ocean and stilling its waves by the very number of its hulls. The number of people who sailed in them is harder to be sure of, but since at that time Keris was mightier and better peopled than when Elof and Rock came there, it is possible that 100,000 at least set sail with Keren that day, and like him looked their last upon the beacon of the gate, until even its last wisp of smoke had vanished utterly beneath the remorseless horizon. It was a blow from which, perhaps, Keris never quite recovered. Soon after the sailing, Barek, supported by many who were suffering its consequences, raised a rebellion against Dormaid and toppled him. He became king, and his heirs after him, and save for one act of cruelty, he was not as bad a ruler as his beginning had promised. His worst fault was a certain weakness and indecision, which had perhaps been seen in Dormaid also, and inability to restrain the warring factions. Yet it is not unlikely that he did indeed represent some altered strain in the Ismerian. For though after him, as before, there were kings strong and weak, good and less good, that indecisive nature appeared more and more often, till in the end the kings were reduced to puppets of their powerful warlords and marshals, and were at the last overthrown by one such of the Lonuan line, who took their place, and his great-grandson was Naidaid. That act of cruelty was significant. It is said that Barek took Dormaid to the shore and mockingly sent the defeated regent and a few close companions to sea in an ill-equipped hulk, bidding them also seek new kingdoms to conquer. Cruel as this was to a man very likely his own father, it is possible to understand the grievance he bore. The land was cruelly impoverished by losing so many, and the nature of its people changed. The Svarhoth in particular dwindled from that time, becoming a far smaller adjunct to the Penruthia than they were anywhere in the new lands, save only Kerbrehane, and without them, as Elof suspected, Caris began to follow the same downward slope. Together, both strains added up to a great people, but with their mutual influence removed, each followed their own particular downward paths into harsh and demoralized decadence or sullen rusticity, respectively. Clearly, some more radical blending was needed in them both, and it may be that it was this, harsh as it seemed, that the downfall of all their lands in the ending of the long winter provided. Of the fortunes of the folk of Caris in its immediate aftermath, a little is known, for one or two fortunate ships still managed to escape across the oceans to Morvenhall in the years that followed. Relatively few lives were lost, for in the wake of that unnatural winter a sudden and balmy summer followed, and a sudden explosion of growth. The wild lands, to which most in the north had escaped, took flower and fruited, and rough patches could be cleared and sown here and there, and shelters built against the coming winter. In the south the jungle also provided some food. So few, if any, starved, but the life they clung to was hard, with hardly a trace of its former luxury, or even of civilization. The Durgar might have helped, fallen as they too were, but the gulf between them and men was grown too wide. Objects of fear they were, and remained, to the sundered folk. Of the north, the last that was heard, a generation later, spoke of a reversion to the levels of the Stone Age, and of the south nothing. In so short a time was the glory of that land brought at last to the dust, yet against the span of time, even all the millennia of its rise and fall seem little longer, and are swallowed up in that greater river so thoroughly that they might as well never have been. Languages. The tongues of Caris were, like its peoples, very close to those of their kin in Brassehall, and more has been said of these in earlier appendices. However, they were less close than would appear from the text of the Chronicles, and it is likely that Roch and Elof had a great deal more trouble making themselves understood than the account suggests. The grammar of both versions of Penruthia appears to have remained substantially intact over the long period of their separation, but such matters as word termination had altered drastically, and even the meanings of many common words. The accents also had changed. Roch had the advantage here, for Elof's clear northern accents sounded alien to the Penruthia, though not unpleasant, and startlingly august to northerners, such as Tryggvar. It was as if an Englishman of today were addressed by a fine speaker of Shakespeare's English. The northern tongue had changed less, for its speakers had become an extreme minority, and as minorities do, they guarded their tongue jealously, hugging it close to them, and teaching and using it with meticulous care. Arcane beliefs and arts. Of these, also, much else has been said earlier, but some points arise only in the Book of the Armring. In Caris, for example, the probable origin of the river as a concept of time and the cycles of the world, and as a border and barrier to the land of the dead, are best seen, for to the first men who looked upon it that awesome flow must have seemed like the bounds of the world indeed. At some later date, though, the Milky Way seems to have become identified with the metaphysical river, and been given the same name. But by Kermorvan's day it was no longer seriously thought of in that sense, save by the least educated of folk, and the river had become a wholly philosophical concept. Yet nevertheless that misty streak across the night skies persisted as a symbol of potent meaning, at least as significant as the ice glow which seemed to be forever and futilely seeking to blot it out. By that time the rather vague concept of reincarnation the peoples of Caris favored had coalesced, and for that also the river became a symbol. As something set afloat upon the Ischianus waters would eventually find shore elsewhere, so might the returning spirit, unless it were weighted or dragged down. It is interesting that Elof is not made by the chroniclers to endorse that, as one might expect, but to declare his ignorance of it. Evidently they wished to stress that within this world even the powers have bounds, for better or for worse. Smithcraft. In the Chronicles, the nature of Elof's smithcraft is discussed and debated at every turn, as to whether it was an attribute of a human or a power. But these present accounts could hardly reflect, without revealing more than Elof himself knew at the time. The conclusion come to is the one that Elof suggests in passing, that all smithcraft in humanity was a gift of the powers, a counterbalance to what they knew its foes would one day hurl against it. Whether or not that gift was reclaimed or exhausted, or simply lies dormant for want of knowledge to awaken it, cannot be said. But Elof's case is clearer. Those who came before him had been more than human, and that was their glory, and all too often their downfall. So Elof had, by the very nature of his mission, to be no more than human, if he was to succeed. So though the power he had was great, it must have been no more than the most a human might have had, albeit an exceptional one. Or, more probably, it was as great as any human might have found within himself, had he only the will to awaken it. It was a great endowment, yet without the dedication to learn its uses and the skills to exploit them, it would have been meaningless. It was in these that Elof's true achievement lay, and in these that his mastery truly surpassed any other of that time. Certainly the materials and processes he used, though mysterious, are not wholly beyond our own comprehension. The mirror shields seem to have been no more than some light and hard alloy, perhaps upon a bracing frame of wood or metal tube. Their chiefest subtlety lay in their shape, which caught and concentrated the sun so well, and in the truly mysterious influence that held them in such unison, both as shield wall and as solar mirror. Such tight coordination and focusing is the problem which bedevils modern solar furnaces. They are capable of astonishing temperatures, such is the power the sun sheds upon us, but are very clumsy at concentrating it. Nevertheless, there is evidence that some part of this problem was solved in ancient times. The Greek philosopher Archimedes, among the defenses he created for his home city of Syracuse, is said to have fired enemy ships by just such a burning glass, a feat historians have long sneered at because of the problems such mirrors involve. But recently a more practical archaeologist realized that he might have used the long Greek shields, highly polished, and tried an experiment with some 20 modern replicas of these, representing quite a good-sized area of reflector. Under the noon sun their combined beams were well able to set afire the timbers of a boat moored in the harbor. Elof's shields represented a surface thousands of times greater, and much more carefully and uniformly shaped. In such greater numbers and more skillfully shaped, and with their beams concentrated by the master shields into near perfect intensity, they must have achieved astonishing temperatures. It is ironic that the ice's ultimate plan was to raise the world's albedo, and so reflect away the life-giving solar energy, for Elof simply reflected it back at them. That fine fiber of which both Gorthor and his wings were shaped is rather more mysterious to our eyes, yet essentially it was almost certainly more refinement of carbon or graphite fibers, many varieties of which we can produce under a very great and sustained heat, and of such a heat in his day some kinds of lava flow would have been an adequate source. Such fibers depend for their remarkable properties upon their crystalline structure, and the ability the Durger taught him to study this under heat must have given him wide control over them. This, incidentally, the chronicles speak of as if it was a natural ability, but more probably he made use of some device, and his own subtlety lay in the true interpreting of it. For in this, as in all else, he was, as he wished his friends to think him, a man only. Such signposts as he left himself, all those generations past, would have been meaningless as his power without the will and daring to exploit them, and the sheer disregard of himself. Had he not shed his old life willingly, it is likely his labors, and most of all those in the furnace, would have curtailed it, or at any rate brought on him a miserable and suffering old age. But the greater flame that burned within him spared him that. The Durgar. In the Book of the Sword some brief glimpses remain of the Durgar people at what in these latter years was very probably their peak. In the Book of the Helm their decline and disappearance is hinted at, and in the Book of the Armoring its progress is seen. They were undoubtedly a very ancient folk, and equally a very strange one by the standards of ordinary men. To grasp something of how alien they were, one needed only consider a race who were aware of many of the possibilities of science and technology, up to and including some grasp of the structure of matter and the potential energies it could unleash, yet who chose not to pursue or exploit that knowledge. Neither their dwelling underground nor their characteristic physical shape can set them further apart from men than that, for they were enough like us to interbreed, and they had not always dwelt beneath the earth. Some of them could understand men, and even become friends with them, and more, as has been seen. In the end, as the world changed about them, many united with men, and brought with them their many virtues, but these were always a small minority. Ildrian, as he is shown to us, is much more characteristic of the majority of Durgar, a cold and remote personality, with his concept of ethics governed by payment and return, even in a forced bargain. Elof's assessment of him shows how well he understood these people, for reasons that he could not have realized at the time. It is ironic that, when he first sought their help, he was himself, without knowing it, demanding a quid pro quo, for it was to the power he had once been that the whole race owed its very survival. The beginnings of the Durgar. Some words of Ilse, which are not included in the tale, throw a grim light upon this. They were spoken in royal council to support Kermorvan's plan to aid Karis, and promise the Durgar's aid. "We should act, and act in time, for once before we have stood here and failed to, and it was almost the end of us. Not for nothing do you call us the elder folk. For all that you are, we once were, all and more. Once we too had spread out across the world, had explored the secrets of nature to their depths, only to find what gulfs lay beyond them. We too dreamed ourselves rulers of the world, not brief tenants of another's halls. Then the ice came. Then that earlier long winter rolled over us, and scoured away all that we had built. Had Ilmarinen not helped us, shaped us our refuges beneath the hollow hills, and taught us new ways to live and to survive, then we should have been altogether destroyed. We were neither as numerous nor as aggressive as you humans. We were not so ready to rip the whole wide world apart and tack it back together again to suit us. We might have been driven back to savagery, and if both your race and mine do not act for themselves now, we may yet be. One alone came to help us, when it seemed that all other doors were shut, and many hope he will again. But I fear even his face is turned from us now." This was not so, for Elof himself sat by her as she spoke these words, as she afterwards recalled. But she was right, in that he had no intention of maintaining the Durgar in the state he had left them, even had he the power to do. As he himself had suggested in his plea to the old king Andvar, Ilmarinen had saved them for a purpose, that the riches of their culture might not wholly vanish from the world, that they might serve as a bridge and an inspiration to struggling future generations, just as he promised Kermorvan he should. To that end, he had sought almost to store them underground, in an environment and a way of life that was relatively fixed, hoping that when the winter was spent and the ice withdrew, they would emerge and join the new men coming into their lands, and teach them their ancient wisdom. To some extent his plan worked. As Ilse suggested, many of the greatest works of men of the elder days were created with advice at least from the Durgar. The High Gate, for example, would not have been possible without their skill with stone. Even in less happy days, men might from time to time awake their interest or their compassion, which was greater than might have been expected, and learn from them again. So it was with the master-smith, and so also Elof himself, though it may have counted for much with the more obdurate of them that he had saved many of their people's lives, and had only his own and one other in return, for on such petty balances their ethics might rest. They could be generous with their gifts if they took to a human, and undoubtedly he learned much from them, more even than smithcraft, either directly or from what the master-smith had gleaned. His skill in navigation came from them, and more arcane knowledge, often of a quite startling extent. The account of the reasoning by which he grasped Louhi's intention to use the volcanoes of Keris, and perhaps of the Westlands before that, is notable because it suggests that he had some knowledge of the existence of continental platforms, the so-called plates, but equally he seems not to have understood anything of their movement and interaction, or any of the processes with which modern plate tectonics is concerned. Most probably, therefore, his knowledge was second-hand, and not a result of his own deductions. There is nowhere else he could have come by it, save from the Durgar, and it is more likely his fault than theirs that he did not grasp the full concept. And indeed, such drift would be a hard thing to grasp in a world half-shelled in ice, but the Durgar remembered it differently. But a certain amount of teaching and advice was as much as the Durgar would ever give, in the years before his coming, and these were exceptions. Even in their best relations with men, they would rarely do more than dwell among them for a brief while, then return with relief to their own. Ultimately, Ilmarinen's plan proved a failure, because, no doubt, much as he loved the race he had made the Durgar, he understood them little better than their human cousins. The elder folk, buffeted by climate and destiny, had come to despise the outside world, and grown contemplative and inward-looking, suspicious even of their own kin from elsewhere. They forgot their purpose, or scorned it, and for the most part an enmity grew up between them and men that they made little effort to avoid. Instead, they fled, shunning the animals as they deemed them, and joined their kin in scattered halls elsewhere. In the end, as Andvar told, they fled halfway round the world to escape mankind. But they could not flee forever. Man was their destiny, and with him they were doomed to mingle, or perish in their own isolation. Yet that bleak end was what many at last preferred, and it is doubtful whether any of that race yet walked the world. Yet some did join with men, and their influence was a good one, for it is known that members of that race which was born of their mingling sank to the simplest savagery ere they rose again, but what little we have of them speaks well. Even their crude stone tools were fairly made, and they buried their dead with care, and filled the graves with flowers. The Durgar Languages. In earlier books of the Chronicles, mention is made of the sound of the Durgar tongue, or tongues, for there were several, but few attempts are made to reproduce any of them. The Book of the Arm Ring has more than the others that concern Elof, and that only a few scattered words and phrases, clumsily transliterated. Even these survive from a single text, probably the oldest surviving. In later copies they are omitted altogether. This probably indicates the reason. The tongues in which the chronicles were written were preserved long after they fell from use, first as a classical tongue of refined expression, and later as a mystery language, guarding secrets only for the initiate. But the Durgar languages no man of later ages knew. Even those Durgar who, in the general changing of the world, chose to throw in their lot with men, never taught them any Durgar tongue, lest it compromise the safety of their kin who remained apart. For this reason little can be made of what is left. The original author had no alternative but to transcribe it phonetically, using whatever ideographic characters sounded approximately right, and it must be remembered that each character in itself also stood for a word. The effect of this may be gauged by comparing the pseudonym a Japanese writer borrowed from his favorite Western author, Edogawa Rampo, to the original. He was referring to Edgar Allan Poe. What an immense span of time could do to this, in which characters and sound forms changed, and mistakes and improvements were introduced into the copying, is best left to the imagination. So, to the later copyists, whatever Durgar words were included must have seemed like meaningless gibberish. Sooner or later they were bound to be edited out. From what little remains, as has been said before, some deductions have been made. One or two words suggest some ancestral affinity with the rather unusual Finno-Ugric family of languages, but this cannot be proven. It seems to have sounded much more like a Slavic tongue, however, and for that reason it has been rendered into a Slavic form. Attempts have been made to make the meaning of what is spoken clear from the accompanying dialogue, though it should be noted that Ildrion's final comment appears to be moderately obscene. The Durgar were never known for primness, and there are signs that some of Ilf's more pungent comments have been censored by later generations, if so, most unfairly, as she was renowned even among her own folk for the imaginative nature of her insults. In most cases where a human being was present, of course, Durgar would speak the northern tongue. This was partly for reasons of secrecy, but also because they found it a very convenient lingua franca between themselves. Which of their languages took precedence could often have some social or political significance, and was hard to settle. The human tongue, which they found easy to master, avoided the question neatly. Why it was Svarhoth they spoke is uncertain. Ilse, who spoke both Svarhoth and Penruthia, claimed it was because the furry northern speech sat more easily in their mouths than the southern, which she thought sounded slimy. This may well have been so, but it may have been adopted simply because Durgar tended to prefer the same slightly cooler climates as the Svarhoth, and so came into contact with them more often. By Elof's time almost all Durgar spoke some Svarhoth. Even their names, though they originated in their own tongues, they habitually rendered into northern form, and only in that form are they preserved. The Equesh Peoples. The various books of the Winter Chronicles contain much incidental lore concerning these savage folks, but the Book of the Armring most of all, probably because it tells of the first encounter with the ravens. For that reason it is best gathered here. As with the Durgar, examples of their speech are preserved in the oldest texts only, and no doubt for the same reasons. The Equesh tongues. It is known that there were many of these, 3 at least. They were naturally closely related, but not always mutually understandable, because they had so many dialects. The majority tongue, like Mandarin Chinese, became almost universally spoken, but jealousies between tribes and clans ensured that it did not oust their own tongues. It became almost a point of honor to speak it or any foreign speech as badly and curtly as possible. The result was that most Equesh sounded crude and monosyllabic to outsiders. The ravens, however, spoke the majority tongue as their own, in a particularly old-fashioned form, much like the one Elof had learned a little of from the mastersmith. It may have flattered the raven chieftain to hear him speak it. None, however, had any written form. A few Equesh could read and write the Keris-born languages, but this was not an achievement highly regarded, even when it proved useful. It was, after all, something thralls could do. Even the shamans and chieftains preserved their lore orally, reinforced only by a mnemonic system, patterns of odd characters that operated as a more sophisticated equivalent of the Inca quipu, or medieval tally sticks, totally unintelligible when its sphere of reference was unknown. It is thought that this was forced upon them by the ice, to keep them dependent on it for dribs and drabs of knowledge which could be handed out over and over again as some new gift, and also very probably to prevent any true culture developing. For this reason, even in the oldest texts of the Chronicles, only a few words of Equesh are preserved, spelt much as they sounded to Svarhoth or Penruthia speakers, and since we cannot tell from an ideographic system exactly how those tongues sounded, the Eqesh speech is well and truly lost. It appears to have been an agglutinative type, highly expressive but cumbersome and fiendishly complicated to those who had not grown up with it. The whole phrase, vault out of a boat, became a single verb, out of a boat with one hand to leap, as it might in many primitive languages today, for example certain Inuit and Northwest Coast tongues. Such words as can be salvaged have been included in the text, but they amount at best to an informed guess. The Eqesh realm and its origins. Much information about the land and history of the Eqesh peoples is put by the chroniclers into the mouth of their chieftain, speaking with Elof, more certainly than he would ever have told a prisoner, even one he had come to respect. But this is a common enough device in such histories, and it was undoubtedly from the ravens that most such lore came. Of their homeland in particular, no outsider left any account. It is not hard to guess why. It is known to have lain in the lands far east of Caris, separated from it by a land so trackless and wild that the ice actually became the safest means for the Eqesh to cross, and to have reached the further shores of the oceans that lapped upon the westlands of Brehane, where Elof and Kermorvan grew up. Its exact extent is unknown, but undoubtedly it covered more actual land than any other realm among men at that time, perhaps more than all the rest put together. But so miserable and barren was most of this land, barely able to sustain life, that population densities were very low. The Eqesh people arose as hardy hunter-gatherers with only the simplest of cultures, living a nomadic, seasonal existence and making the best of the savage and hostile environment which was all they knew. At this stage they seem to have lived not unlike the natives of Tierra del Fuego, who astonished European explorers by their ability to live more or less naked, with only crude shelters of branches and grass, within 5 degrees of the South Polar ice pack. The Eqesh lands also lay in the proximity of the ice, and it dominated their climate, adding to the long and terrible winters it sent the brief, fierce summer that was natural to the region. Each season brought extremes, from heavy snow to floods to drought to torrential rains and snow again, in a ruthless cycle. So bleak was their land that it is a marvel these ancestors of the Eqesh survived. With only a little more effort the ice might well have exterminated them entirely, as it sought to do to all other races of men. Why then did it fail to? There is some suggestion that the Eqesh lands were a reservation created by the ice, or more properly, an arena. By pushing the lands to the limits of habitability, therefore, they sought to create a breed of men apt to their ways. Whether this is so, or whether some among the powers of the ice simply seized upon what they found, the fact remains they soon began to take an active part in the shaping of the Eqesh folk. Formerly they had relied for warriors upon the lesser powers among their own numbers, forcing them into strange and fearsome forms, and upon lesser creatures they had bred and deformed into monsters, and only secondarily upon men. They had recruited such renegades as can always be found, individuals or tribes, but these proved rare and highly undependable, and often at a crucial moment chose the kinship of their true kind. For even in the worst among men some small spark may not be wholly extinguished. So, after a series of formidable defeats, not least those inflicted by Caris in the days of its first grandeur, they seem to have concluded that only men could defeat men, and sought to reshape these troublesome creatures to their own ideas, and perhaps their own preconceptions. The Cult of the Ice. Undoubtedly these rebel powers saw men as substantially base, brutish, and vicious, and this judgment may have been reinforced by the urges which came to bedevil them whenever they assumed human form, and which they had never learned to control. So they began to force these strong but unformed folk, whose society already had all the savagery and ruthlessness necessary to hunters who must kill to live, into a society that, so they thought, would best express this human baseness, and channel it in ways useful to them. In subtle ways they began to take hold of the ancestors of the Ekwesh, and to lead them along the paths they chose. These were often very dark, for it was among the depths of the human mind that the ice sought its hold, and among the blacker desires and pleasures of men. Perhaps it amused those cold minds to dominate those they despised by what harmed them most, by unleashing their own worst urges, by cruelty and torture, and the bonds that bind those who have done a thing unthinkable to others. The Ekwesh, under the tutelage of the ice, became a folk bloody and fell, to whom the causing of pain and the shedding of blood were not an evil, not even a means to an end, but an end in themselves, a propitiation to be offered, and a pleasure to be shared. From Elof's intimacy with the master-smith, we know that it enforced austerities upon its highest initiates, no doubt, as the chronicler suggests, to direct their energy and avoid distractions, and fearsome journeys into the heart of the ice to commune there with its rulers, which must have involved the initiate forcing himself to survive in an environment that made little or no concession to the human body. The lives of the hidden clan lost in its march eastward over the ice to Morvanek were simply what it expected of dedicated men. From Brian's revelations we know that self-torment or even mutilation was demanded of them, and from accounts of Ekwesh captives and grisly discoveries aboard their ships and in their camps, we know that it demanded human torture and sacrifice from its followers. But of the actual rites of its worship we know only the most general details, mostly from thralls who were fortunate enough to see them and survive to be freed. As was mentioned in earlier appendices, the shamans relied on ecstatic and visionary rites, dancing themselves into a frenzy to drum beats to release their inner powers. This appears to have been a cruder analogue of the concentration and labor of smithcraft, and its effects, naturally, were more transient. This their followers appeared to have imitated, but to what end, and in what ways, is unknown. Unless perhaps we may see some distant reflection of them in the many strange rites of veneration and fear still associated with glaciers, such as those practiced, in a thinly Christian guise, by native South Americans across a wide range of the Andes in the Choyariti festival. In this, the participants, the so-called ukuku dancers, wear bear masks. Carrying a great cross, they climb up to the glaciers that loom over their mountain homes, and there spend a night above the snow line in a vigil, initiated by a symbolic whipping. This is intended to propitiate the condenados, ghoul spirits, now said to be those of the damned, who are supposed to inhabit the glacier, and protect the festival pilgrims from them. In the morning they use their whips as saws to cut out huge lumps of the glacier, and these they carry as a penance down to the festival sanctuary, in a procession accompanied by the pilgrims with wild hooting cries. This ritual destruction of the glacier is thought to enact the penance of the condenados, and release both them and their intended victims. In this and many other examples, some relic of the dominion and terror of the ice may yet remain. The Ekwesh Empire. In fact, of course, human beings are neither so simple nor so easily coerced, whatever the ice may have believed. Even under that yoke, at its worst, the Ekwesh kept many natural human virtues the ice could not suppress. These it had to contain by channeling them inwards. Love was limited to the closest of kindred only, and became a fierce and jealous thing that many times led to a slaying when it was in any way balked or betrayed. Man and wife, father and children, were linked by a bond whose very strength and rigidity made it perilous. Loyalty and respect extended only to the tribe and no further. Intermarriage was possible, but the wife was seldom well regarded, nor sometimes the children. Those outside the family could command no affection. Those outside the tribe might be foes or allies, but never friends. Those who were not Ekwesh were only potential victims or thralls, and thralls were scarcely human. An Ekwesh might father children upon a thrall woman, but those children would be marked thralls, and so also their children's children to the end of their line, even if all the fathers were Ekwesh, and the blood be almost pure. An Equesh woman conceiving by a thrall, if something so unthinkable were to happen, would be slaughtered out of hand, and her child with her by her closest kin, as being unfit even for sacrifice. Yet even in this harsh society, individual Equesh still retained surprising depths. Some families, especially among the ravens, had a tradition of treating their thralls humanely, and though this earned them the contempt of others, it often gained them greater labor, and so greater riches. For slaves have little to gain by working harder, but these wished their master to prosper, if only for their own protection. So such masters often became rich and powerful, and some slight force for better ways. However, there were stronger voices set against them, for the ice had chosen its chief spokesman with cunning. These were the shamans, the wise men of the tribes. From the earliest days it had recruited them and trained them in its cult, arming them with arcane knowledge and teaching them to enhance and develop the innate power that men of Keris called smithcraft, but which the ice claimed was its gift. From their association with the ice they derived great prestige and authority, and from presiding over the atrocious rites it prescribed. Often they became the true rulers behind the tribal chiefs, who became mainly war leaders. But sometimes they became chieftains themselves. The one whom Elof first encountered in Assenby seems to have been of this breed, as also their young captor in Morvanek. It was under the influence of the earliest and most charismatic of these leaders, men trained by the ice powers, or even the powers themselves in human form, that the most savage tribes in the north of the land first began to link up. Sometimes by alliance, most often by conquest, they gathered into a few very large tribes under the name totem of whichever group had made itself dominant. The strength of unity gave them greater mastery of their land, and their numbers began to increase rapidly. Soon they were outstripping the land's ability to support them, and under the pressure of the ice and the goading of necessity, they began to raid their most southerly neighbors to live, and at last pressed down into their land. So the pattern of the Equesh expansion, grow, raid, and then settle to grow again, was set in motion, and for 1,000 years it did not change. The same process drove them over the seas to the westlands, and overland to Keris. Some of these southern tribes had abandoned a nomadic existence and developed to the beginnings of agriculture, and the Equesh were not slow to see that this was a surer way of gaining food. But it posed a problem. To them, hunting and warfare were proper occupations for men, and the practice of crafts. Gathering was woman's work, at best, and the drudgery of cultivation inconceivably demeaning, not to say impossible for a nomad. So, perhaps with guidance from the ice, their attitude began to change. Instead of butchering their adversaries outright, they made thralls of them, and set them to produce food. They themselves remained semi-nomadic, and developed that mode of life to great heights. They moved as overlords between these communities of thrall-cessors, still nomadic and free. They would oversee a planting and return to oversee the harvest, leaving the thralls to cultivate the land meanwhile, knowing that if they slacked or failed, their masters would consume their own food, and perhaps them also. Though unusual, this society was a recognizable, if more extreme version of the periodic taxing rounds levied by the Rus of Kiev, or the Norwegian Vikings upon the Slav towns of the interior, as described by the warrior Otar, who visited the court of Alfred the Great. The Equesh, however, carried it further, extending the same principle to mines and shipyards, and even small manufactories and market towns. The thralls became almost a mercantile subclass, but always at the mercy of their fundamentally less civilized overlords. Any development more advanced, however, was always held back by the Equesh's understandable fear of giving thralls too much power, as the Spartans feared the Helots, and this goes some way to explain the Equesh's instant hatred of more civilized lands such as Keris or Morvanek, or even rural Norderney. To them they represented what might happen when thralls got out of hand, and were to be subjugated as soon as possible, lest they set their own thralls a bad example. Any awe or impression civilization might have made upon them, that fear, encouraged no doubt by the ice, swallowed up. Up to that point, however, the Ekwesh prospered. The surpluses created increased their population still further, and redoubled their need to expand. By now, many of their remaining neighbors, who were mostly along the eastern seaboard, saw what was coming, and fled oversea, or even, in desperation, over the ice. These were the hapless fugitives who poured into Norderney only a brief time after the Svarhoth refugees from Morvan, and made common cause with them. Those who did not flee were swiftly overwhelmed. But as the Ekwesh ran out of land and neighbors to conquer, they ran into their first serious check, and it was one of the ice's own making. It had bred the Ekwesh to be its conquerors, spreading savagery over the other realms of men. But for them to expand into those realms, they had to achieve some degree of unity, some semblance of empire, or organize their armies. And it was precisely those aspects of human nature which make unity possible that the ice had suppressed. The tribes had always fought one another, making and breaking alliances as the moment's advantage dictated. But for centuries it had been chiefly their thralls who suffered, and that too drove the Ekwesh outwards. A defeated tribe would lose some possessions, then seek to conquer some more. But now, with none left to conquer, save far off over unknown lands and seas, they were beginning to turn on each other in savage earnest. The ties of common kinship had been made too slack to restrain them. The ice had to tighten its grip somehow, and force unity upon them, and to do so it sought to rely upon the influence it had long wielded over men, the sheer superstitious awe it could evoke. The Hidden Clan. The Hidden Clan, therefore, which came into being around this time, seems to have been wholly a development of the ice, a secret blood brotherhood of chosen shamans and shaman chieftains from all the tribes, in which the bonds established through elaborate ordeal and ceremonial, and reinforced by shared purpose, overrode the limited interests of individual tribes. In this it somewhat resembled the intertribal Freemasonry practiced among the Australian Aborigines, being signified by elaborate patterns of cicatrice scars, but in a much more organized form, and wholly sinister in its practices and aspirations. At first, as its name suggests, it had to remain secret, so strong was the intertribal distrust. Many members were lynched outright by their own followers. But as time passed, and the benefits of some degree at least of coordination between tribes became clearer to the ordinary clansman, membership commanded first tolerance and then respect and fear. Many initiates came to display and even to vaunt their status as a point of pride, by negative means such as bearing an abstract pattern, perhaps with an arcane meaning, instead of their totem. Lesser men began to copy them, and such secret societies grew up at a lower level between the tribes, but without seriously affecting the barriers between them. When there was conflict, tribes still told over society almost every time. It was the Hidden Clan that organized the armies that crossed the ice to begin the centuries of campaign against Keris, and a century or two later developed the arts of shipbuilding and sailing that sent the black ships raiding oversea on the trail blazed by the fugitives to assail the westlands of Kerbrahane and Norderney. These were achievements, but they were slow in coming, many times hindered by intertribal jealousy and strife, even within the clan itself. Some lesser clans, of which the Ravens were the most significant, distrusted its domination by the larger tribes and held aloof. The Hidden Clan and its imitators were an imperfect means to an end, and the ice was forever in search of something better. But none came until the master-smith Mylio appeared on the scene. The master-smith's design. Over the centuries the ice had seduced a number of men to its side, including smiths of greater power than he, but never before such a scholar. His fanatical energy drove him to acquire the greatest library of any man living at his time, to seek ancient knowledge among the Durgar, and among the Ekwesh themselves at his continual peril. This he found, as the Book of the Sword recounts, chiefly from observation and study of the subtle ways in which the shamans had refined the magecraft taught them by the ice to help them control their folk. He synthesized this knowledge with others, as the shamans could not do, and he applied it to human minds with a finesse the ice could never match. So he conceived the mind sword, and so equally his inability to forge such a thing. He sought one who could do the work for him, leaving only the last and simplest for him to complete. But when he tricked Elof into doing so, he was startled by the boy's ability to complete it, and even more so by the power of the result. With such a force in his hands, he set out to second-guess his masters, and rather than turning the sword over to Louhi, leaving him no more than a useful appendage, to unite the Ekwesh under his own leadership, making him indispensable. Almost certainly he hoped to gain status among the powers, even to be made one of them, for such promises they often made to their useful dupes, producing images of the dead as proof. If so, it was a deluding hope, for they were only the mindless shades of Taun, constructs of memories with no controlling intelligence at their heart save the rebel powers. But those who wished to believe were easy to delude, and the master-smith undoubtedly won great status by uniting the Ekwesh. Louhi may have meant to keep him alive at least, or to bring him more securely under her domination. The changes in him, that eerie bleaching, may have been caused by some spiritual exhaustion of his powers in Louhi's service, but equally they may have been intended to change his body to fit him for life in a cold environment, as Tapial altered men for the forests. For there are living things even today that may survive in such conditions, ice fish, for example, that live in freezing water, by having no hemoglobin in the blood, and they have just that white and pallid look. He had undoubtedly earned some reward, if reward this was, for it was he who, as the old chieftain told Elof and Kermorvan, first united the tribes into a single solid fighting force, and ironically it was an achievement that his death only reinforced. When Elof destroyed him and the mind sword together, the sudden slackening of the sword's hold on their minds, added to the sheer shock of seeing one they had thought a demigod slain and cast down, caused the Ekwesh to flee in panic. But such was the humiliation of this, that for the first time it gave the tribes a common cause strong enough to outweigh their mutual mistrust, the more so as Louhi played upon it. When less than 2 years later the elite troops of the hidden clan, to a man, chieftains and shamans' sons from many tribes, were wiped out in Morvanek, she had no trouble in bringing them together at last. Even the ravens, who still scorned the hidden clan, and had never shared in the assaults on the Westlands or the madness of the mind sword, joined in the oaths to avenge that defeat, and without the witness of Raven himself, even Elof probably could not have swayed them. With Kara to set their hearts ablaze with battle fury, the Ekwesh were in Louhi's grip as much as they had ever been in the mastersmith's, and when that grip broke, many a mind and heart among them shattered with it, and the old hierarchy of the tribes was broken forever. The Aftermath. In the time that followed, the fate of the Ekwesh became joined once again to that of other men. The ravens became more humane as the influence of the ice over them dwindled, but they kept much of their stern pride, and gathered the other Ekwesh who joined them under their sway. They posed Kermorvan something of a problem in settling them among his own folk, but to him and his line they remained fiercely loyal, and never forgot that allegiance. As the generations passed, they mingled increasingly with their ancient foes, and in particular with the northerners, who resembled them. But their blood was always the hardiest, and best suited to life in the increasingly harsh conditions of the declining land. They came to dominate it, until it was in the end wrested from them, with cruelties as great as any the Ekwesh practiced. But that, alas, is the way of men, in which the ice was not wholly mistaken. In the areas of that land they settled longest, some echoes of that terrible time may still linger. For there it is said of some tribes that they once earned a dark name among their neighbors, peaceful hunter-gatherers and fishers for the most part, for dark practices, grim pride, fell magic, the taking of thralls, and the eating of man's flesh. Today there is so little evidence of this that it has been disputed, and it may be that such tales are simply an ancestral memory, harking back to times more remote than any can now imagine. In their own homeland, so far as can be told, their empire fragmented and fell apart far more swiftly, for most of those who had held it together perished in the Battle of the Gate or subsequently. Every major clan was shorn of at least half its leaders, generally the more energetic and fanatical ones, and its most accomplished and dedicated warriors. And from those who remained, the grip of the ice was lifted. At first, perhaps, there was little outward change in their way of life, but as the years passed and new generations arose, and it became clear that the ice was retreating, the old concerns soon lost their force, and the fierce energy waned. The remaining shamans lost much of their power and dominance. Hierarchies of tribe and clan withered, and the barriers between master and thrall softened. Little by little the realm fragmented as the rising sea swallowed its coasts, and the Ekwesh as a people fragmented with it. Many still sailed over sea to Nordene, but as settlers rather than reavers, and it is from them, through the tenuous links to the east, that the last was heard of the once feared Ekwesh realm. All else was silence, but those lands have since been the cradle of many a formidable and conquering people, whose names have become as great a byword for savagery in their time as the Ekwesh were in theirs. Yet they rarely deserved it quite so thoroughly as did the Ekwesh, and it may be that there also some faint memory of their forgotten ancestors has ridden before them like a ghostly banner, which perhaps is the memorial they would have wished. But a better one may remain elsewhere. Those few stragglers who remained in Keris, and were not slaughtered out of hand in the confusion and madness of the early days, also came to mingle with their lighter-skinned neighbors. Unmanned and humbled by what they had experienced, they responded much as the ravens had, and sought new allegiance. There also they won it with their great skill at surviving in the wild, and more swiftly. Mild as was the winter that followed the fall of the gate, many Keris folk would have perished were it not for their aid. One or two became men of great account in the crude tribal life to which the survivors were reduced, but there were never enough of them for their physical type to dominate, as it did in Brasehal, and the race of the Akiawasa was lost, becoming no more than a name. But when, many long thousands of years later, such another tribe of fierce sea-rovers arose in those lands, that name was remembered, and either bestowed upon or taken by them in defiant assumption of a heritage. To their earliest enemies these sea peoples were called Akiawa, or Ekwesh as their hieroglyphics rendered it, and that is the form we have used. But they are better known to us as the Achaeans, the warlike Greeks of Homer. Flora and Fauna. The Book of the Arm Ring has much to tell of the living things of Keris, for Elof and Rock, having travelled from another continent, often found them very strange. Something is said of the different varieties of tree they saw from the Cog on their long river journey and elsewhere. But, since Elof was forced to remain on the island for so long, animals are mostly mentioned in connection with Rock's travels, which are not germane to the tale. For the most part, it can be said that the animal life is recognizably similar to that in similar latitudes of Elof's own land at this time. Many, however, are made to sound strange, because they are described only in their modern winter coloration. It may well be that they were wearing it all year round, an anomaly that may reflect the worsening state of the climate, and perhaps also the more direct effects of the ice on living things. These were markedly more severe than in Brasehal, because there the mountain ranges were ranged predominantly on north to south axes, and large areas of flat land and forest remained open to migration. In Keris, however, most of the mountains extended from east to west, and as the ice advanced they left few easy avenues southward. the creation of the secondary ice sheets must have worsened matters even further. Adaptation must have been forced upon animals and plants much more swiftly. Small and domestic animals. Among the commonest small beasts were squirrels, hares, rabbits, lemmings, mustelid predators such as martens and wolverines, and foxes. Hedgehogs and water shrews flourished on the island, and were totally new to Elof. Mercifully it was free of rats and mice, though the city of Karis was not. Dogs and wild kites were the main agents for controlling such vermin, the more efficient cat still rare as a domestic animal outside the houses of wealthy noblemen. These were probably unlike modern cats. From their descriptions they sound more like domesticated breeds derived from some wilder breed such as Felis lunensis, ancestor of Felis sylvestris, the modern wildcat. Other domesticated beasts included the huge and temperamental cattle of Karis, the same breed Elof had herded as a child, and some much smaller beast which yielded a woolly fleece, but from its description sounds otherwise more like a goat than a sheep. Certainly no very sharp distinction was then drawn between the two caprine types. It may well have looked a little like the primitive Soay sheep, lean and long-limbed with substantial horns, but must have been much larger. Less common were domesticated pigs, savage creatures barely distinguishable from the wild hogs they were bred from. These, and their cousins, the wild boars, were still common enough to make hunting worth while. It was hardly less dangerous than keeping them. Horses were not only ridden, but were the main draft animals of the land, oxen being stronger but more dangerous. It seemed strange to Elof that there were none of the hardy little pony-like species native to his own land, with their vestigial extra hooves. Wild animals. Among larger wild animals, the various breeds of mammoth were rare, probably through hunting, but still to be found in the northeastern plains of the wildlands. The same was true of some breed of woolly rhinoceros. Deer and wisent were still quite common, some breeds of very great size. One deer Rock-shot was larger, he claimed, even than the huge deer of Tapiau's forests, and had a wider spread of antlers. If so, this must almost certainly have been the so-called Irish elk, Megaceros. In the warmer areas, wild cattle of similar enormous bulk still roamed, probably ancestors of the recently extinct aurochs, and there were both wild boar and wild hogs in the forests. In the higher areas, chamois were common, and some breed of mountain goat. Large predators seemed to have been rare, probably because the land had been so long settled by men. It is known that the early settlers of Karis faced some big cat of appalling size, probably the so-called cave lion, Felis leospilia, a third again as large as modern lions, but this had been quite deliberately hunted down, and all but exterminated throughout the land. Some had reappeared in the wildlands, but Elof and Rock ran little risk of encountering them where game was so scarce. Another somewhat smaller cat, probably a descendant of the giant cheetah Acinonyx pardinensis, was still an occasional threat to livestock in the southlands. In the northern woodlands, lynxes were still to be found, and on the grasslands a cat of similar size, probably the steppe cat, Felis monul, wild cats very like today. The bears, as in Elof's land, were very large, but chiefly vegetarian, and rarely aggressive if not provoked. Wolves, once again, were large, but rare, although they had begun to move into the western lands once more, as men deserted them, and found fat pickings after the battles that raged there. These creatures are mentioned only incidentally among the many strands of the chronicles, but one or two creatures feature so prominently that they deserve some further remarks. Amekak. This astonishing creature, the sea-devourer, is so unlike any known sea beast, either in living or fossil form, that it might be thought some strange anomalous form natural to a minor power, as were dragons, or yet another of the creations or distortions of the ice. The strong impression of intelligence it left with Elof and Rock is echoed by other surviving witnesses, and suggests this. Yet manifestly the creature was no servant of the ice, for it destroyed its thralls with appalling ferocity and cunning, yet spared their quarry with an almost regal grace. It has been suggested that it might have been a shape assumed by Nairad, or some other sea-dwelling power, but this is unlikely. There is no record of them ever containing themselves within a single beast, preferring shoals and throngs, much as Tapiao preferred his trees. What, then, can it have been? It bore the shape of the plesiosaurs, long-necked prehistoric sea reptiles, but they were long extinct, much smaller, and lived differently. Nor could two such keen observers ever mistake such creatures for any kind of seal or other pinniped. It seems best to accept their identification, therefore, and look for some other evidence. And this exists. In studying the many sightings of so-called sea serpents around the world, the Dutch scientist Dr. H.C. Oudemans produced a composite picture of a very large marine carnivore resembling a type of seal or otter, but by the same evolutionary convergence that made ichthyosaurs appear almost identical to dolphins, shaped like a gigantic plesiosaur. He christened it, somewhat misleadingly, Megaphaius, or Great Serpent. Though the evidence has been interpreted differently by later researchers, most notably by Dr. Bernard Heuvelmans of Belgium, as two distinct species of different size, the distinctive shape and dimensions remain, and they fit the sea devourer all too well. More, it is generally agreed to inhabit colder northern waters, where it was much feared by seamen of previous generations in their small sailing vessels. This might be thought of as a superstition, but in one or two Norwegian fishing museums, giant iron traps can still be found that were set in fjords to ensnare long and questing necks. In a pre-industrial society, the labor of shaping such a trap is not usually devoted to hunting phantoms. It may be worth noting the quite startling intelligence often displayed by sea mammals, not only dolphins and whales, but also seals, such as H.G. Hurrell's Atlanta, able to distinguish command words spoken in complex context in a normally toned voice, a feat unusual in any creature. And it is not impossible that with an increased brain size this might also be enhanced, which is not to say that such intelligence would produce anything like a human mind. What use would a human outlook be in so different a body and lifestyle? But even a very different mind might well be able to share the same repugnance for the common enemy of all things living, and recognize a call for help, not least from so powerful a mind as Elof's. Small Mammoth. The miniature proboscideans, with whom Elof and Rock shared Elan Gorenhaien, might sound even more problematic than the sea devourer, but in fact the existence of such creatures during the long winter is well established. Like similarly dwarfed deer, hippopotami, and ground sloths at various times, they seem to have evolved in island environments where food and living space were limited. Various very different breeds existed in different parts of the world, but the most likely candidate would be Loxodonta falconeri, or a close relative. This was in fact a true elephant rather than a mammoth or mastodon, with long straight tusks, and it stood no more than 3 feet tall. If it was as curious as its living relatives, it might well have strayed into the smithy in search of food. Swans. The guise of a great black swan, though undoubtedly it reflected something in Kara's nature, may not have been so strange and eerie as it appears. It may have been a shape well adapted to passing unnoticed through the skies of Keris, and perhaps of other lands also. The only living black swan is confined to a small space of the southern hemisphere, is smaller than some northern breeds, and has a slightly comical squeaky cry. But during the long winter a swan of immense size undoubtedly lived in the Northlands. Fossil evidence suggests that it was among the largest of flying birds, but can tell us little more. Of the hue of its feathers no trace remains. Trees and plants. The impression gained from Elof's journey and from the map of Keris may be somewhat deceptive. The text of the chronicle tells a truer story. There were still large areas of wooded land in the Vale of Keris, both north and south, but they were sadly reduced from what they had once been, and accounted for a relatively small land area. Much of what remained was mere secondary growth where the old established forests had been cut down, sometimes even a stunted aftergrowth of little use to men and fit only for the smaller beasts. Tapiau's accusation was quite justified. Keres had played the spendthrift with its woodlands, as with every other resource it tapped. This was less true in those that were predominantly Svarhoth, both because they were better foresters and because they had a much smaller population and agriculture. Along the snow line near the gates of the Durgar, birch forests still persisted, with dwarf juniper and alpine alders in the barrens, and scrubland of heather and gorse. In the wildlands, species related to all the common evergreen trees of Elof's homeland could be found, save for the redwoods he loved so much. The same was true of deciduous trees, though, as he noticed, they tended to be smaller. Pines, from the descriptions Scots pine, spruce, and firs, beech and oaks were the commonest trees there, and in the south sweet chestnut, which was new to him. The Svarhoth had been fond of these, and planted them throughout the forests. Most of these were also found within the warmer climes of the vale itself, along with less familiar species such as planes, cypresses, cork oaks, tamarisks, and even some fig cactus and date palms, spread from the southern shore, though in the north they were non-fruiting. Beyond Keres itself, in the warmer east, cypress and olive trees were commonest, and along the coasts maritime and Aleppo pines. There were some of these on Elan Gorenhaien, among a characteristically fragrant scrubland that seems to have been chiefly the evergreen shrub known today as the rock rose, cistus, mingled with broom and gorse, and perhaps also laurel. Ships. Less can be said of the types of ship with which this book deals, the huge ships that Kermorvan built with the aid of the Durgar, and the cogs which were the main model in use on the rivers of Keres, than of earlier ones, because no reliable marginalia survive. Evidently such large ships fell quite swiftly from use as the land declined, and later copyists had never seen them. Their attempts to draw them are fanciful in the extreme. Large warships such as the Prince Corentin seem to have had hulls of a very modern profile, and a system of multiple sails such as the larger river craft of the Durgar used. The Dromans have been given that name to distinguish them, because they seem to have been simply larger versions of the standard double-ended Kerbrahane model, though with a variety of more complex rigs. As the extent to which he kept his smiths and shipwrights busy suggests, Kermorvan was constantly experimenting to improve the performance of his ships. What heights he may eventually have reached are suggested by the cutter that bore Rock and Elof across the ocean. If he was able to develop fore and aft rigs sufficiently to apply them to his larger and leaner hulls, he could have achieved craft almost as fast and efficient as the great China clippers. The cog could hardly be more of a contrast. It is given that name because it somewhat resembled the breed of craft that was common on the seas of medieval Europe, a round-bellied ton of a ship well suited to carrying heavy loads or companies of troops with equal seaworthiness and ill grace under a simple square sail, with at most a smaller topsail. In versions made or adapted for fighting, as was Trigvar's, towers of planking were added at bow and stern to give archers height to fire down onto an opposing deck. In his boat, and probably in most others of his land, these were kept to a sensible height, but in an early breed of arms race the European types were raised higher and higher, till they often made the ship dangerously unstable, more a threat to its crew than its enemies. Where now are the bones of Wayland the Wise? Boethius, Consolation of Philosophy, in the rendering of Alfred the Great. End of The Hammer of the Sun, The Winter of the World, Volume 3, by Michael Scott Rohan. Narrated by James DeLotel, in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, June 1993. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, William Morrow and Company, Incorporated, 105 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10016.
End of book.